Chapter 1. The ground after the rain was still damp at night. In the late autumn dusk, the leaves gradually turned yellow. Looking out from the French windows, there were few pedestrians and the street was a bit desolate. Tang Ziqi sat in a small cafe on the street. After looking for a while, he looked away and stirred the mocha in his cup with some boredom. Across from him, Zhong Hanyin also lowered his head and gently shook his coffee cup. No words were said. The atmosphere was a bit tense. After a long while, he finally spoke. "Have you decided?" Tang Ziqi nodded. "Let's break up." Zhong Hanyin raised the corner of his lips slightly, his eyes were sarcastic, and he took a sip of cold coffee slowly. "I've already said that I didn't mean it that day. I just drank 2 more cups, and I ran into Jian Yun, so we went home together. Go home together, by the way. Why don't you say you just had sex, by the way? The photo was sent to her email anonymously 2 days ago. Tang Ziqi was not very interested in catching an adulterer, and he agreed to Zhong Hanyin's pursuit just to give it a try. He has been pursuing her for 2 months, but they haven't even been together for a month. It's ironic to say. Her tone was very indifferent, but she kept her head down from beginning to end. Her attitude of not looking people in the eye was a bit annoying, as if she never took people seriously. Zhong Hanyin frowned. "Ziqi, can you not be so sarcastic when you talk? I was wrong about this, but I hope we can sit down and have a good talk. Don't make it so ugly." After being in the business world for a long time, he has a set of words. However, even if he is dressed in a suit and has a good appearance, he can't cover up the bad nature in his bones. Half a year ago, Tang Ziqi and his old classmate Jian Yin went to a development base in the south of the city to collect biological samples. It happened that the base collapsed and the car could not drive out. The construction site was contracted by a branch of Fenghoi Group. The conditions were not good and the danger was high. The foreman complained every day. Zhong Hanyin had just taken over the company from his cousin. As a new official, he had to show some respect. He took the time to go there that day. 2 beautiful women, trapped in such a ghost place in the freezing weather, any man would have to feel sympathy. Not to mention a love veteran like Zhong Hanyin. The 3 of them met in this way. Jian Yin was quite happy to have a relationship with a person like him. They studied biomedicine, and Fenghoi Group is the leader in this field locally. With this relationship, even if he doesn't work for business in the future, he can still make a living at Fenghoi Group. But Tang Ziqi was very cold to him. In comparison, Zhong Hanyin felt that this woman was more attractive. He was almost unstoppable and pursued her with all his strength. It took more than 2 months of pursuit before there was some progress, but this woman was always lukewarm. It was common for her to stay in the laboratory for several days without going out, as if she had a cold personality. It was his birthday that day, and he wanted to invite her out for dinner, but she said she wanted to do an experiment to study some kind of virus vaccine, and asked him to eat it himself. Are you kidding? You prepared a candlelight dinner all night? Eat it by yourself? Zhong Hanyin was almost out of anger, and he smashed the rose in his hand directly to the ground and threw the gift into the trash can. He shouted at the phone, "Okay, that's it, Tang Ziqi, I've had enough of it. Break up." Tang Ziqi was stunned for 2 seconds, and then replied with a bland "okay." Zhong Hanyin looked at the phone that was cut off in his hand, in disbelief, and even laughed in anger. Chen Jun happened to come out of the building, heard everything clearly, and came up to talk to him. He was also very angry that day, and Zhong Hanyin did not refuse. But when he woke up the next day, he regretted it a little. That's what happened. Zhong Hanyin hesitated for a moment, but still reached over the table and grabbed her hand. "If possible, I really don't want to break up like this. Ziqi, I think we should communicate well." Tang Ziqi's heart was calm, and she even wanted to laugh. Let's break up, stop talking nonsense. She looked at her watch, grabbed her handbag and walked out. Tang Ziqi. Zhong Hangyin's face completely sank. What? Tang Ziqi turned around and looked at him, rarely smiling. Do you still want to hit someone? Obviously a very gentle face, at this moment, suddenly became a little arrogant and mean. Tang Ziqi was born beautiful, with fair skin and bright eyes. She should have been a very beautiful and lovely girl. But she likes to draw thin eyebrows, and at first glance she seems a bit arrogant and not easy to get along with. Zhong Hanyin's face turned from blue to white. After 2 seconds of confrontation, he suppressed his anger and said to her calmly, "That's not what I meant. How could I hit you? Let's break up. If you have any problems in the future, you can still come to me. If we can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, we can't break up as friends, right? Thank you, Mr. Zhong." Tang Ziqi pulled the corner of his mouth and walked out the door. After leaving the house, he put Zhong Hanyin's phone number on the blacklist. At noon, Chen Luo called and said that there was something wrong in the laboratory, so Tang Ziqi went back. I don't know which wicked person spilled a puddle of water at the door, causing her to do a split and almost fall before entering the door. Fortunately, she was smart and blocked the door quickly. Chen Luo turned around when he heard the noise and saw her staring with her legs spread wide apart. From a distance, she looked like a frog struggling to death. He couldn't help laughing. "What are you doing?" "Juggling." Tang Ziqi stood up with the help of the door and glared at her. "Stop being so rude. No wonder you don't have a boyfriend in your 20s. Tang Ziqi and Chen Luo are both from Capital Medical University. One is studying pharmacy and the other is studying biomedical engineering. They grew up together in the compound of the Western Suburbs Command and have a close relationship. The difference is that one is a master's supervisor, who has been promoted to associate professor at a young age and is about to be transferred to a biological research institute on Fuxing Road, while the other is still a second-year graduate student. Although he is only a few years older than her, his status and achievements are much higher than hers. Her supervisor often uses her to educate her. Tang Ziqi is arrogant and has always been a little dissatisfied. The two are both enemies and friends, and they always quarrel and bicker on a daily basis. "Speak. Are you mute?" Tang Ziqi glanced at her. Chen Luo knew her temper very well, so he didn't argue with her and handed her the plan. "That's it, find time to go to Professor Li. I'm a graduate student in a university, not a professional errand boy. You called me all the way here just for this? You have the nerve." He said this, but he took the phone reluctantly, stomped his feet in annoyance, and kicked the office door when he left. Chen Luo shook his head, watching from behind. Morality. This industry should also add a quality assessment. When I came back from Professor Li, it was already dark. As soon as I left the dormitory building of the research institute, Professor Sun called. After 2 rings, Tang Ziqi answered the phone. "Teacher," Sun Ping said on the other end. "Ziqi, where are you now?" "Here in Haidian." After getting confirmation, Sun Ping explained, "I left a document in the East Campus this afternoon. Can you help me get it? It's just right. Come to my house for dinner in the evening." "Thank you, teacher," she answered obediently. Sun Ping laughed. "You are so clever. Stop insulting me. If you don't know, you might think you are mocking me. I asked you to bring something here in the middle of the night. It's just an excuse to have dinner." This tutor always spoke frankly and directly, and Tang Ziqi hurriedly responded with a smile. After going back to get the information, she took a taxi directly. The place where Sun Ping lived was located in the east of the city. It was a mid to high-end community with a beautiful scenery. The developer was specially recruited by the government from other places. The project was launched a few years ago. Due to the construction planning policy of the municipal government, the price was set very low at the beginning. In the past 2 years, the planning route has been adjusted again, and the price has soared like a rocket. When Sun Ping bought it, the price was only 1/3 of the current price. Tang Zixi was so envious. She counted on her fingers in her spare time. With her research allowance, she would not be able to buy a toilet here even if she worked hard for 10 years. She just hoped to achieve some results and graduate and become a full-time employee as soon as possible. When she reached the top floor, Tang Zixi rang the doorbell. After a while, the door was opened. She was stunned. The person who came to open the door was not her tutor, but a young man in army uniform, handsome and elegant. He glanced at her and made way for her. Tang Zixi. Tang Zixi was stunned. He pondered for a moment and explained, "I just heard your teacher say that on the phone." Tang Zixi's ears were slightly red, and he walked in belatedly. He asked her to sit down on the sofa and said to the kitchen, "Your student is here." The sound of cooking in the kitchen was very loud. Sun Ping raised her voice and shouted, "Help me take care of it first, I'll cook another vegetable." Yu Beiping did not respond. After a while, probably because the room was too quiet, he asked her, "Does your teacher usually order you around like this?" He asked casually, and did not expect her to answer. He stretched out his long arm, picked up a magazine, folded it on his knees and started reading it, with a very leisurely posture. Tang Zixi sat quietly on the sofa. He was a little restrained to begin with, and his face flushed slightly when he was suddenly asked. Even when he was sitting, one could tell that he was tall and slender, with handsome and dense eyebrows, looking quite dignified. But looking again, there was a hint of laziness between his eyebrows. Judging from his age, he was probably around 30. The room was heated by floor heating, and the temperature was very high. He was wearing a light green military shirt, and his coat was casually draped over the back of the sofa. Tang Zixi glanced at the coat and found that he was actually a fool. She quickly put away the little bit of charm in her heart and shouted subconsciously, "Report to the chief, this is what I should do." The voice was so loud that Yu Beiping put down the newspaper and looked at her for a second longer. Tang Zixi really wanted to slap himself twice. Perhaps it was the girl's serious look that amused him, and Yu Beiping's attitude softened a little, and he asked her kindly like an elder, "Is it hard to be a doctor?" "I'm still in my 2nd year of graduate school, so I can't be considered a formal doctor," she answered in a low voice. "What's your major?" "Pharmaceuticals." He nodded. "It's good." This man doesn't talk much. He just said a few words and then stopped talking, flipping through the book in his hand. Tang Zixi couldn't sit still, and didn't want to sit there awkwardly, so she got up to pour him some water. Maybe she was too nervous, so when she handed him a full glass of water, she put it down before he caught it. As a result, it spilled on half of his body. The pants were good, but the color above the thighs was darkened in a large area, and the place was very embarrassing. If you don't know, you might think she did it on purpose. Tang Zixi stood there like a wooden stake, and was stunned for a moment, forgetting to react. At this time, Sun Ping came out of the kitchen with 2 plates of food. "What are you talking about so congenially?" Yu Beiping retracted his gaze, put down his folded legs, and stood up straight. "Nothing, I was bored, so I asked the girl some academic matters." Sun Ping said, "My student is smart, but a little stupid." Yu Beiping smiled rarely. "I can see that." He turned and went to the bathroom. Sun Ping then noticed his pants. "What's wrong with that?" Tang Zixi lowered his head like a thief, wishing he could bury his head in the ground. In his ears, he heard Yu Beiping's voice, coming from the bathroom far away. "It's okay, I got it accidentally." This person's voice is very special. At first it sounds cold, as if there is no temperature, but the voice is low and has a strong, 3-dimensional sense. When it reverberates in the ear, it is like a distant echo, inexplicably taking people away. Chapter 2. The meal was a happy one. Sun Bing chatted with Yu Beiping from time to time and asked Tang Zixi about his recent situation when he was free. Tang Zixi responded with his mouth, and his head went straight into the rice bowl. Sun Bing felt embarrassed and kicked her hard under the table. No rules. Tang Zixi raised his head and smiled at her. Silly teacher, the food you cook is so delicious, I couldn't help it. But in her heart, she thought, you two big guys can just chat, why do you have to drag a little shrimp like her to get involved? Sun Ping glared at her, you haven't done the project for this semester yet. You run outside every day. Believe it or not, I will give you a 0. Tang Zixi bowed and begged for mercy, isn't this for work experience? Staying at school every day to work on projects will make you lose touch with society. Derail. What do you want to do in the future? She spoke cryptically, but who is Sun Ping? She knew what she was thinking as soon as she raised her tail, and was so angry that she picked up the chopsticks to hit her. Tang Zixi hid under the dining table with his head in his arms. His movements were quick and smooth, and it was obvious that he was used to it. I know I was wrong. Look, he was scared faster than anyone else. Sun Ping said, come out by yourself, hurry up. Tang Zixi hesitated for a long time before coming out trembling. Sun Ping held up the chopsticks and said, take your hands out. Tang Zixi looked at her pitifully with a pair of big watery eyes. What era is this? You still like corporal punishment? Take it out. Tang Zixi looked back at Yu Beiping and cast a look for help. Commander, Yu Beiping said, forget it, sister-in-law, you are still young, it's normal to be a little poor. Yu Beiping studied the Communication and Command department in Nanjing University and was only 2 streets away from the school where Sun Ping's husband Luo Zhong studied. They met during a joint combat exercise. In that exercise, he served as the captain of the armed police communication team, remotely controlling the command, responsible for contacting the headquarters radio station and commanding the team's route. Luo Zhong was the captain of the team. The two fought side by side and won the first place in the group. Their friendship was formed. 4 years ago, Luo Zhong discovered criminals while performing a mission in a detachment in Lujiang, and something went wrong in order to cooperate with the border station to arrest them. None of the colleagues who went with Luo Zhong survived. Luo Zhong himself was found by tourists in the mountains and was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment in time, which saved his life. However, he had fallen into a coma when he was sent to the hospital. The doctor told them that he was injected with a strange biological toxin, which was a mixture of many kinds of alkaloids. No similar cases have been seen in China so far. The doctor also said that this mixed alkaloid is very destructive to the nervous system. Luo Zhong was only injected with a trace amount. If a detoxification method is found, he may still wake up. However, his family members should also be mentally prepared. He may never wake up in his lifetime. According to the regulations of the organization, after review, his wife Sun Ping was allowed to be specially recruited into the army. After 2 years of further study, she was promoted to the rank of major to ensure her life. By the way, she was transferred to the capital medical university to teach. Tang Zixi and Sun Ping asked several experts around them, and even went to Zhongnanhai to visit those respected old predecessors. They all told them that they had never seen such a thing before. It should be a new type of semi-synthetic drug. If you want to detoxify, you must first find the raw materials contained in it. They only analyzed out morphine, and the other things are still unknown. The two were at a loss. They have been working hard on research over the years, but they have been at a loss. After graduating from Nanjing University of Political Science and Law, Yu Beiping stayed in Nanjing for 2 years and met Sun Ping several times. Later, he was transferred back to his hometown in Beijing. The next time they met was at the funeral of Luo Zheng's younger brother. Sun Ping not only has a paralyzed mother and a gambler brother at home, but also has to support Luo Zheng's parents. Life is not very smooth. Thinking of the old friendship, he helped a little. After hearing what he said, Sun Ping was not happy and glanced at Tang Ziqi. You are already 24 and still young. I'm afraid you are a giant baby. Tang Ziqi lowered his head. Later, they chatted some more, and Tang Ziqi heard some of it. This leader is from Beijing, and it's quite a coincidence that he is from Shijingshan like her. He is now in the rising period of his career. After being transferred back to Beijing, he worked in the communications station under the Armed Police Corps, stationed in the western suburbs. This time he came here mainly to prepare for on-the-job training and to exchange work experience with the communications battalion here. It's considered an official business. Sun Ping's husband used to serve in the Armed Police Corps. When he was on duty, he often cooperated with the soldiers of the communications unit, so he knew a thing or two about Yu Beiping's work, and the two of them got along well. But Tang Ziqi was confused. After the meal was finally over, Yu Beiping got up and took out his coat, and said to her, "Let's go to the dormitory on campus." Tang Ziqi was stunned for a moment, and looked at him in confusion. "It's just on the way, I'll take you home," Yu Beiping said. The car was parked downstairs, a black Audi A6, which didn't match his age. Tang Ziqi was stunned when he got closer. As if he could see what she was thinking, Yu Beiping turned around and said to her, "It was assigned by the higher-ups." "Really?" Tang Ziqi smacked her lips and walked around the car heartlessly. "Why did you give it this?" Yu Beiping looked calm, but if you look closely, he seemed to have no expression. He spoke in a methodical manner, with a sense of intimidation. The previous owner of the car was an old leader in his early 50s. "Lao Zheng told me, Xiaoliu, this car is just right for you, it's perfect for you." At the end of his words, he restrained his expression, sneered in a vague way, and looked at her. "Do I look like someone in his 70s or 80s? Tang Ziqi wanted to laugh, but she held it back. She didn't really dare to laugh. She pressed her lips and coughed lightly, saying, "This means that you are steady and reliable in doing things." Yu Beiping didn't expose her, but smiled imperceptibly and opened the car door. "Come on, young comrade, the steady and reliable. Station Master Yu will take you home. The station is a battalion-level unit." Tang Ziqi thought about it and raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't expect that in her lifetime, she would have a battalion-level driver for her. Not bad. On the way, he encountered a fuel car breakdown, so he drove around the Third Ring Road before returning to the campus. He drove the car directly to the bottom of the dormitory building and parked next to the billboard. Tang Ziqi was still puzzled. Did the guard let him pass directly? Yu Beiping looked at her and explained, "I've been here before. Come to see the teacher." She smiled wickedly. After getting to know him better, she became a little bolder, but she was cautious. Her eyes were sincere, half true and half false, and she pretended to be stupid with him. Yu Beiping said, "Come to work." "Work?" She chuckled, and her laugh was low. She was really lawless. If it were someone else, how could they have the courage to tease him? Yu Beiping also smiled at her, but his smile was very light and steady. He asked in a light tone, "Are you teasing your superiors?" When he didn't smile, he was a little serious, just like the old leaders she had met, with aura. When he smiled, there was a kind of lazy and beautiful taste between his eyebrows, and his eyes moved, which was quite moving. He is simply full of charm. But his eyes are extremely calm. He makes people feel that he is pure and changeable, with a calmness beyond his age, which makes people unpredictable and dangerous. Being stared at by his calm eyes, Tang Ziqi's smirk gradually became unsustainable, and finally turned into an awkward smile. She coughed lightly and turned her eyes away. No, how dare I? Yu Beiping smiled at her, then put away his smile, turned around and got into the car, but when passing by, he coldly whispered in her ear, "It's best if you don't have it." Tang Zishi shrank his neck, feeling a little guilty for some reason. It's a big win. Chapter 3. In October, the weather began to turn cooler. The professional masters are busy with internships, and the academic masters have more and more courses and projects. Tang Ziqi doesn't have much free time. A few days ago, Sun Ping recruited 2 more people and temporarily arranged them to follow Professor Li to do academic work. These days she went east to Shanghai to attend a project seminar, which would take at least a month on business. Seniors were busy with projects and internships, and juniors were too old and experienced to be ordered around, so she was embarrassed to do all the dirty and tiring work. After finishing her work in the morning, Tang Ziqi suddenly remembered that she had to go to a friendly school in the afternoon to attend an open class on Mao Zedong thought, so she hurried out with the materials. It was her bad luck that she ran into Jian Yin again just after leaving the laboratory. He Li was leaning next to her, fiddling with the bracelet on her wrist, and admiringly said, "Yu, is this a gift from your new boyfriend? It's a limited edition, is it 24K gold? 18K, 160,000, nothing." He Li exclaimed, "It's not pure gold, but 160,000. Jian Yin curled her lips, suppressed the disdain that flashed in her eyes, and explained coldly, "I bought it for the brand and the craftsmanship. The more gold it is, the more expensive it is." When they were in college, He Li was her loyal follower, and she always had trouble with Tang Ziqi at that time. Tang Ziqi was not interested in dealing with them and walked right past them. He Li looked up after realizing it belatedly and asked Jian Yin hesitantly, "Just now? Was that Tang Ziqi?" Jian Yin smiled meaningfully, "Yes." Outside, Tang Ziqi took out his phone and started to hail a taxi. Jian Yin came out of the teaching building and walked past her. "I didn't expect that we could become classmates, what a coincidence." They were in the same school and class in Beijing in high school, and they had always been competing with each other. Jian Yin was the class flower, and Tang Ziqi was selected as the school flower at the end of the semester. Jian Yin won the runner-up in the essay competition, and Tang Ziqi won the championship. Jian Yin pursued the school hunk, and he said, "Sorry, I didn't plan to have a relationship in high school," and I confessed to Tang Ziqi in physical education class the next day. The grudges have been going on for a long time, and it can be said that enemies meet on a narrow road. After finally separating in college, they went to the same place for graduate school. Zhen Jun glanced at her, then looked at the materials in her hand, and said with a smile, "Are you going to Professor Liao's class too? It just so happens that my boyfriend is coming to pick me up. How about we go together?" Tang Ziqi didn't even turn his head. "You are talking about my ex-boyfriend Mr. Zhong Hanying, right?" "Yes." She smiled like a flower, stared at Tang Ziqi, and pointed at her face to catch a little bit of dejection, so as to satisfy her vanity. Unfortunately, she failed. Tang Ziqi sighed and said, "If you like to pick up my old shoes, then pick them up. Even if you are not here, I am going to dump him." Zhen Jun was unconvinced, unwilling, and gritted his teeth. "Are you jealous? Is it interesting to pretend to be calm? If you want to think so, then think so. There are so many successful people in this world. Of course, there are a few who can only fantasize to set off." These words are poisonous, and she said them casually, but the lethality is top-notch. Jian Yun's face turned green in an instant. "Tang Ziqi, don't be so loud, we are on the road, have some sense of public morality." Tang Ziqi looked at her watch, and the DD car arrived. She said goodbye to her while opening the car door. "There will be a moral education class in a while, remember to listen carefully, I think you need to improve in this area." The car drove away, leaving a cloud of exhaust gas. Jian Yin was so angry that she was furious. At this time, Zhong Hangying's flashy lemon-yellow ball sports car also arrived. But he stopped walking after getting out of the car. His eyes kept looking at the end of the road, a little absent-minded. Jian Yin knew at a glance that he was looking at Tang Ziqi. The fire of jealousy burned in her chest, burning her face distorted. Fortunately, Zhong Hanyin didn't see it. She pulled the corners of her mouth, tried to force a smile, took his arm and acted coquettishly with him. "We're going to be late, let's get in the car quickly." It was Wednesday, and the traffic in this area was not busy in the afternoon, but today it was blocked for the first time. Tang Ziqi looked at her watch and urged the driver, "Master, please, I have to go to a very important lecture. If I'm late, I'll be finished." The driver was also annoyed, and spread his hands, motioning her to look ahead. Long rows of colorful vehicles were like matchboxes, tightly packed together, making people's scalps numb, but there was nothing they could do. "I want to go faster, but look, how can I go faster? Can I fly over with wings?" After finally getting through, the car drove to the front and found that the road had collapsed. There was a big accident, and the armed police and fire trucks were dispatched. When she arrived at N University, Tang Ziqi went straight to the lecture hall and bumped into someone on the way. She apologized repeatedly and rushed to the top floor without waiting for the other party to answer. She shouted "report" at the door, and hundreds of people in the classroom looked at her. Professor Liang was an old scholar with a famously hard temper. He didn't give her any face. "Get out." Tang Ziqi's face was burning. Under the watchful eyes of the public, she felt as if she had been stripped naked and thrown into the snow. Some people sympathized, while others gloated over her misfortune. Tang Ziqi knew that she was in a very embarrassing situation, but her feet seemed to be rooted and she couldn't move at all. Professor Liao's eyes were sharp, and the look behind the glasses was stern and disgusted. He said, "I hate people who are not punctual the most. Get out." "I don't want to say it for the third time." She bit her lip and lowered her head deeply. Someone came from behind and said calmly, "She didn't mean to be late. There was a road collapse on Chang'an Avenue today, and the traffic was paralyzed. I came from there too." "Forget it, just give me face." The voice was familiar, and Tang Ziqi was slightly shocked, but she didn't dare to look back at this time. Strangely enough, after hearing this voice, the weight on her body suddenly dissipated in an instant. Yu Beiping's voice seemed to have magic, which could soothe people's inattention and anxiety, and follow his calm mood. Professor Liao's expression also eased a little. He nodded politely to Yu Beiping, then looked at Tang Ziqi and said coldly, "Come in." Tang Ziqi walked into the classroom with her head shrunk and her back bent as if she had been pardoned. After class, Tang Ziqi packed up her things and was about to leave, but Professor Liao stopped her. Perhaps he was impressed by her and assigned her an extra homework: integrate the content just taught in class, and hand me a 20,000-word reflection next Monday. If you can't finish it, I will contact your tutor directly. Tang Ziqi. If it was just that, she would have accepted it. However, when Professor Liang passed by Yu Beiping, he greeted him kindly, without mentioning the reflection. Tang Ziqi. It turns out that he picks on the weak and treats them differently. Yu Beiping sent the professor away and turned back to walk towards her. Tang Ziqi's back suddenly tensed. Seeing him reminded her of what happened just now. She felt a little embarrassed, but also a little grateful. She smiled awkwardly. "Chief Yu. Just call me by my name, don't call me Chief. It makes me feel creepy." He folded the documents in his hand, put on his pen, and walked out with her one after the other. Tang Ziqi didn't forget to say thank you. "Thanks to you for helping me out just now." Yu Beiping didn't even look at her, but said lightly, "It's not just for you. I'm late too. You're blocking the door like a quail." How can I get in? Helping others is sometimes helping yourself. He said it lightly, and Tang Ziqi's embarrassment was relieved a little. For a moment, it seemed as if they were standing on the same front, with an indescribable closeness. She couldn't help but look back at him, and found that he was also looking at her. Around 30 is the age when men are most attractive. Yu Beiping is handsome, wearing a straight pine green military uniform, with broad shoulders, a straight back, a belt around his thin waist, and a pair of slender and straight legs underneath. He is very charming and looks particularly energetic. Even when he is not smiling, he looks a little serious and cold, and his slightly tense jaw reveals a cool and restrained arc. He should be the most outstanding man she knows. He has slender eyebrows and eyes, a restrained temperament, and an indescribable timeless calmness. That clean and handsome face seems indifferent, but it also makes people feel radiant and dare not look at it closely. He is mature and experienced, but not worldly. It is undeniable that he is a man with elegant manners and connotation. Tang Ziqi unconsciously daydreamed, and after a while, he turned his eyes away uncomfortably and stared at the metasequoia tree in the distance. He turned around and asked her, "Is the tree beautiful?" Tang Ziqi was silent for a while, and her cheeks were getting hot uncontrollably. She thought to herself, he must know that she was peeking at him. Yu Beiping stopped teasing her and suggested with a smile, "Let's go and have a meal together." "But I don't have any money. I'll treat you." "How can I do that?" This was really not a polite remark. If it was someone she knew, she would definitely be shameless. First, she was inexplicably thin-skinned in front of this person, and second, she was afraid that Sun Ping would find out in the future. Hesitant in her heart, she looked back at him, and he nodded as if to confirm. After a little hesitation, she nodded and said to him secretly, "Then, please don't tell my teacher." In the sunlight, the little girl's eyebrows and eyes were lively, with the purity and romance unique to young girls. She was likable, and she was noisy, but she was not annoying. Yu Beiping curved the corners of his lips and did not comment. It was called a treat, but in fact it was just a meal on the second floor of the cafeteria. But Tang Ziqi was not picky. After the dishes on the table were served, most of them were gone in a few minutes. Yu Beiping raised his eyebrows. "You know what? You look like you just got out of prison." "I don't eat well." She was also honest, looking at him in a flattering way, and repeatedly emphasized, "Don't tell my teacher, please, Chief. I told you not to call me Chief." He lowered his head and scooped a mouthful of soup. "What should I call you?" "Station master." Yu Beiping said, "Call me by my name." Tang Ziqi shook his head like a rattle. "If the teacher hears it one day, he will definitely expose my skin." He didn't force it, and changed his words, "I am the sixth among my peers in my family. If you don't mind, call me sixth brother. Is it okay?" She was unsure, but her eyes were full of hope. "Try it." Yu Beiping's eyebrows were calm, without revealing any subjective intentions. But Tang Ziqi stared at him, and she felt that under his seemingly calm appearance, there was a hint of instigation. Like a devil tempting people to fall. She bit her little white teeth, struggling hard in her heart. Tang Ziqi, even though he said no, was actually quite bold. After a while, she tentatively called out, "Sixth brother." He lifted his eyelids to look at her, and finally couldn't help laughing. "Okay, he's just an idiot, so stupid." Chapter 4. After dinner, Yu Beiping drove her home. When asked where to go, Tang Ziqi thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow is Saturday, and I'm not going back to school." "Okay, where?" "I rented a house in the community next to the college. I'll show you the way when we get there." Yu Beiping nodded, indicating that he knew. This guy's driving skills were really good. Even with such a congested road during the evening rush hour, he didn't stop and arrived in half the time than usual. Tang Ziqi secretly looked at him from the side, wondering in his heart. Why are you looking at me like that? It seemed like he had eyes on his side, and he noticed her gaze without even turning his head. Tang Ziqi chuckled and didn't dare to speak. Yu Beiping said indifferently, "Go ahead. If I don't, I'm afraid you'll hit me. I'm not that petty, go ahead." Tang Ziqi finally mustered up the courage. "I just think that your driving skills are too good. Do you often run red lights?" The car shook, and Yu Beiping quickly stabilized it. Turning into the community, they finally arrived at the place. He parked the car in the yellow line area downstairs, as she said, unbuckled the seat belt, and then looked back at her. Tang Ziqi felt uncomfortable being looked at by him. "Why? What's wrong?" Yu Beiping looked at her leisurely. "Are you afraid now? Weren't you very capable just now? Is this unrestrained personality born or learned from someone?" Tang Ziqi pouted and retorted in a low voice, "Didn't you ask me to say it? What did you say?" She quickly shook her head, "Nothing." Later he sent her upstairs, and Tang Ziqi, out of politeness, invited him to drink a cup of tea. She didn't have anything good to offer, so she turned her back to him and rummaged around in the entrance for a long time, then asked him, "What would you like to drink? Coffee or juice? I only have barley tea here. Just give me a glass of water." Tang Ziqi turned around and looked at him meaningfully. Yu Beiping sat on the sofa with his legs slightly apart, his slender hands on his knees. "What's wrong?" This action was really handsome, with a slightly hunched back. His broad back was full, like a bow ready to be launched, full of masculinity, but his every move revealed a bit of laziness and casualness. Tang Ziqi suppressed the romanticism in her heart and shook her head sincerely, "Nothing." She turned around to pour him some water, secretly hoping that he would stay a little longer, and deliberately shook her hands when she took the water bottle. The water bottle fell into the sink, and with a clang it shattered the inner bottle. Tang Ziqi was stunned on the spot. She just wanted to pour the hot water and boil another pot, but this time she backfired and the water bottle was scrapped. Yu Beiping came over when he heard the noise, his tall figure looming behind her, blocking her view in darkness. Perhaps because she felt guilty, she rubbed her hands nervously. "I'll go downstairs to buy a water bottle. I'd better go." Obviously, he didn't believe her. Tang Ziqi's face was burning as he watched him go to the entrance to put on his shoes. He was quick and agile, squatting down and simply fiddling with his shoes to put them on, and he looked well trained. Tang Ziqi suddenly remembered the conversation he heard at Sun Ping's house that day. He was the station master of a military police communication station and also the combat commander. Sun Ping said that their battalion was newly merged and there was no staff or chief of staff yet. He was the one who came up with the management, teaching, and combat plans for missions. Her scalp tingled just thinking about it. Tang Ziqi looked at his face that was as clear as the moon and the breeze again, and always felt that it was not very humane. For such a beauty, it was simply torture. Yu Beiping left quickly and came back quickly. He said hello to her and went to the kitchen, boiled water, washed the thermos, soaked water. A series of actions were done in one go, which made her amazed. She felt that she would only cause trouble if she went there, so she just stayed on the sofa. After a while, he came over with 2 glasses of water and placed one in front of her, and considerately fastened the anti-scalding cup ring. "Thank you." Tang Ziqi picked up the cup. Yu Beiping sat down beside her and lowered his head to blow on the cup's surface. "Do you usually live here?" "Yeah." She responded and took a sip carefully. It was still a little hot, so she continued to blow. "Don't live in the dormitory?" "From Monday to Thursday, I live in the dormitory, and from Friday to Sunday, I live here. Living alone, I have more freedom." He nodded to show his understanding. Oh, right. Tang Zishi remembered something, put down the cup as if in a hurry, and stood up suddenly. Professor Liao asked me to write a 20,000-word classroom reflection. What should I do? I didn't listen at all. Yu Beiping looked at her with amusement. You are already late. Why didn't you listen carefully in class? Tang Zishi was speechless, looking depressed. The little girl looked a little pitiful. Her big black eyes were moist, as if she was about to cry at any time. She was wearing a fluffy light yellow pajamas, which was inconsistent with her usual slender figure, and she looked a little chubby. Yu Beiping inexplicably thought of a little kitten that the neighbor next door had raised. Enthusiastic, righteous, and seemed to be very powerful, but in fact, he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and he would be withered when he encountered something. He tapped the table with his slender fingers, stood up and said, "What to write? I'll teach you." Tang Zishi didn't react. Did you listen? No. Then, what are you going to teach me? As if he could see what was in her mind, Yu Beiping explained to her, when I was in the field army, I was an instructor and also led new soldiers for a period of time. I can write a little about this. Tang Zishi's eyes gradually brightened, and he quickly agreed. When he arrived outside her room, Yu Beiping stopped for a moment and asked her very gentlemanly, "Can I go in?" Of course. She quickly made way, opened the door heartlessly, and went in first. Yu Beiping glanced at her, his eyes moved slightly. This is too stupid. He couldn't help but remind her, if I were a bad guy, would you let me in and let me into your room? Tang Zishi also had his own considerations. He looked back and looked him up and down, but smiled and said nothing. But in his heart, if all bad guys look like you, I'll admit it. Tang Zishi's room is not big, about 10 square meters in total, with a low bed about 1 meter high against the wall, opposite the window, and a desk underneath. The wallpaper is a very light beige, and there are dark patterns when you touch it. She tinkered with it with her back to him, and soon pulled out a pen and paper, looking back at him eagerly. Yu Beiping walked over, leaned over and put his hands on her sides. What don't you know? He was close to her, and his warm breath brushed against her ears while he spoke, tickling her heart, as if thousands of little ants were crawling. The book in her hand seemed to become heavy, and she couldn't even open it. Yu Beiping opened it for her, turning the pages one by one. Why don't you take any notes? Tang Ziqi. I forgot. He took the pen from her, spread it out with one hand, pressed down the page, and flexibly moved the other hand. The tip of the pen made a rustling sound on the paper, and the room was even quieter, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Tang Ziqi held her breath and couldn't help but tilt her head. He looked very focused, and he was only a few feet away from her. There was no flaw on his handsome face, and there was a refreshing and pleasant smell. Her heart was in turmoil, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. Okay, that's it. He put down the pen and turned back to instruct her. With this small movement, her lips just brushed his cheek. The touch was a little cold and a little warm, and Tang Ziqi was stunned on the spot. Yu Beiping also looked at her for a long time. But he didn't say anything, and stood up and distanced himself from her. You can sort out these places yourself. He tapped the pen on the book. Tang Ziqi came back to his senses and picked up the pen in a hurry, but no matter how hard he tried, his mind was still a mess, and the accidental touch just now kept coming back to him. She pretended to write for a while, put down the pen again, and asked him, "Commander, I want to ask you a question." "Ask." His voice was gentle. Tang Ziqi licked his lips, his voice dry. "Do you have a girlfriend?" He glanced at her again, with a few very faint smiles in his eyes. This silent gaze made Tang Ziqi very uncomfortable. Even if he didn't turn around, he could feel his real gaze on his skin. His eyes were calm, but his gaze was focused, and there was an invisible sense of burning heat. It made people feel that his heart was far less calm than his appearance. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Tang Ziqi was nervous when he looked at her. Yu Beiping laughed. Tang Ziqi felt that his smile had a special meaning. She wanted to ask something else, but he patted the book. "Write it quickly." Tang Ziqi was a little unwilling. "You haven't answered me yet." She was a very stubborn person. Although she was a little scared, if she really made up her mind, she had to give an answer, as if she was competing with him. "Answer what?" He lowered his head and flipped through the party school book. Tang Ziqi looked at him and said, "Do you have a girlfriend?" In fact, she also found that he was far from being as cold as when they first met. He was quite polite. As long as it was not excessive, he would not turn his face away. Of course, she had never seen him turn his face away. She just thought so in her heart. He should be the kind of person who is very indulgent and generous in small matters. As long as his bottom line was not touched, he was still quite easy to talk to. The two confronted each other for a while, and Yu Beiping retracted his gaze. No, rain began to fall outside the window, knocking on the transparent glass window, making a pa-pa sound. Tang Ziqi had some indescribable feelings. She was obviously very excited, but she looked very calm. She hesitated for a moment and looked up at him. Then, "Do you have a plan to find one?" Chapter 5. The schoolwork before the new year was quite heavy, and the originally idle Sunday became a day of suffering. These days she has been busy like a top, and she never leaves the laboratory for 3 minutes. As the year draws to a close, she finally has a short vacation. After finishing her work that day, Tang Ziqi packed her things in a hurry. The road was congested, so she asked the driver to take a detour outside the third ring road. When she arrived at the bottom of the building, it was already evening. 8 years ago, after He Shuqing and Tang Shouchen divorced and separated, they originally lived with Suji's grandfather in the dormitory area of a research institute in Haidian. Academician, he was eccentric, and it became even worse as he got older. He couldn't stand living with them for only 2 days, and drove them out again. At present, Tang Ziqi and his mother He Shuqing depend on each other and live in a middle-class residential area in Haidian. The large flat with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, 120 square meters, is more than enough for 3 people. The original study was occupied by Tang Ziqi's younger brother Tang Jihui. 4 years ago, after Tang Jihui passed away in a car accident, Tang Ziqi asked someone to renovate it into a study room for fear that his mother would be saddened by the scene. It seems that there are guests today. After Tang Ziqi opened the door, she heard a clear female voice coming from the living room. "I'm not saying, sister, you are old too, you can't live like this for the rest of your life, right? My words are not nice, but they are all for your own good." Tang Ziqi paused, and immediately recognized that it was the voice of his aunt He Liyin. He couldn't help but frowned and bent down to change his slippers. He Liyin sighed and said regretfully, "You and your brother-in-law were originally very good, why did you get divorced? Where can you find such a man? I understand, my ex-brother-in-law is so outstanding, and now you are asked to settle for second best, which is a bit difficult, and your mentality is inevitably unbalanced." She said to herself, "But think about it, you are almost 50 years old, you can't ask for the same as a virgin, right?" Her words revealed that it's good enough that someone wants you, which made Tang Ziqi angry and quickened the action of changing shoes. He Shuqing's voice sounded quite peaceful. "I am very good like this, and I have no plan to remarry." Tang Ziqi's biological father Tang Shouchen was a big shot in the general staff, but the He family was just middle-class intellectuals. Therefore, this marriage was praised as a good story at the time. He Shuqing and He Liyin are sisters, but they are 5 years apart. When they were young, He Shuqing married Tang Shouchen first, and suddenly she went from being a little girl in an intellectual family to the wife of a leader. He Liying was not very happy at the time, but she came to visit diligently during festivals, but everyone could see that she was dissatisfied and jealous of He Shouting. Fortunately, He Liying later married into the Zhou family, and her uncle listened to her and lived a smooth life, so she calmed down a little. It was not until He Shouqing divorced 8 years ago that He Liying said it was a pity, but she was very happy in her heart. Seeing that He Shouqing was still the same in the past 2 years, and she didn't even have a partner, gloating became a sense of superiority that could not be hidden. In addition to the marriage between her cousin Zhou Qilan and the nephew of Chief Yu, she couldn't suppress her pride in front of others in recent years, and she had to show off at their house from time to time. The so-called middle-aged talents she introduced to He Shouqing were either bricklayers or divorced 3 or 4 times, one after another. He Liying wanted to persuade her again, but Tang Ziti came in with the key. "What brings you here, aunt? Didn't you say a few days ago that your cousin was getting married and you were busy arranging the wedding? This is really a good thing. If one person succeeds, everyone else will benefit. You don't have to go to work anymore. You can just play mahjong at home and enjoy your old age." Insinuation is no match for blatant ridicule. He Liying's face turned dark immediately. She couldn't eat any more fruits. She slammed the door and walked out with her bag. "Why do you have to argue with her? Aren't you used to it yet?" He Shouqing got up and helped her tidy up her messy hair. "You've lost weight." Tang Ziqi was speechless. "Every time I come back, you say that. But I weighed myself this morning, and I'm 2 pounds heavier than when I came back last month." "Really?" He Shouqing looked at her suspiciously. "Really?" Fortunately, she didn't continue to dwell on this topic, but in a blink of an eye, she threw a more troublesome topic to her. "By the way, I discussed with your father and found a match for you. Go meet him tomorrow." Tang Ziqi looked headache. "Blind date? What era is this? Also, when did you get in touch with Tang Xiuqian again? Why is he always your father?" Seeing her angry, Tang Ziqi didn't dare to say anything more, but he didn't agree in his heart. He Shouqing patted her hand and said slowly, "Go meet him tomorrow afternoon. His family background is not bad, and he is not bad. You won't be disappointed." Tang Ziqi sneered. Again, those proud students of his. She didn't want to name names, and she didn't want to say the word father. Tang Xiuqian was a staff officer. He was very good at combat command and coordination. He was very busy at work and usually stayed at the Xishan command post. That place was usually closed, and only people inside could come out to crack down on fakes. People of all titles were treated equally. Even someone of his status was not allowed to come and go as he pleased, let alone bring people with him. He Shouqing worked in Haidian and rarely went back to see him. Although they were in the same city, the number of times they met in a year could be counted on dozens of fingers. In addition, Tang Xiuqia's mother did not like He Shouqing, and there were often frictions during the Chinese New Year. 8 years ago, Tang Ziqi's uncle He Jin died unexpectedly. Coincidentally, Tang Xiuqian was the commander-in-chief of that operation. Academician, he was furious and personally gave the order to divorce them. The old scholar was obsessed with research all day long, and his temper was inevitably weird. In addition, he had different ideas and had disliked Tang Xiuqian for a long time. He immediately took off his gloves and threw away his lab coat, and said sarcastically, "We are from a small family and cannot afford to marry you, Chief Tang. We should separate when it's time. It's already like this. If we keep getting along for a few more years, my old bones will also follow our Jin. How can this marriage not be divorced?" When Tang Ziqi was a child, he only stayed in the west suburbs compound for a few years. At the age of 7, he followed his grandfather, academician He, to Jiangsu. He also studied in college there. He has been immersed in medicine and has met Tang Xiuqian very few times. Tang Shouchen has a stubborn temper and does not know how to communicate, so the relationship between father and daughter is naturally not very good. If that were the case, he married Zhong Meiling within half a year after divorcing He Shuqing. This has always been a thorn in Tang Ziqi's throat. Zhong Meiling's husband was in the Army Logistics Department. He retired from the army and died due to health reasons in his early years. Zhong Meiling lived in the family area with her family. He Shuqing felt sorry for her as a woman with a child alone, so he took good care of her. Tang Ziqi felt sick just thinking about it. On the contrary, He Shuqing was open-minded and persuaded her that she and her father left because of her uncle, and it had nothing to do with your Aunt Zhong. You should not give people a cold face every time you go there. It is not good for everyone. Tang Ziqi agreed with her mouth, but he was rebellious in his heart. The Yu family and the Tang family are actually old friends. In the 1980s, Tang Shouchen and Yu Beiping's father Yulian went to the south for inspection together and lived in the Foreign Friendship Exchange Hall. When they chatted, they got along very well and talked about their ancestors. It turned out that their ancestors participated in the anti-Japanese war together and served in the same company. The two hit it off at first sight and later went to work in the same department. They have maintained friendly exchanges for many years. This time, the parents of both sides hit it off and felt that it was a match made in heaven. The most important thing is that Yu Beiping, who had just returned to Beijing, did not object. On Saturday, Tang Ziqi went to the appointment as scheduled. Because she had no expectations, she was too lazy to put on makeup. She wore a white sweater on top and a pair of old-fashioned plaid wide leg pants and went out. They went to a restaurant in Haidian. At 4:15 in the afternoon, there were almost no people at this time. She looked around casually and saw a man sitting by the window on the south side. His back was facing her. He was wearing a military uniform, with broad shoulders and a tall figure from behind. She walked over quickly in her high heels, and without saying a word, she pulled a chair opposite him and sat down, without even saying hello. If you have something to say, just say it, and forget about the blind date. You were forced to come here for the formality by your family, so I don't need to say any gossip, right? She lowered her eyes and sipped her tea slowly, lowering her eyebrows and eyes, and didn't even look at the person opposite her. At this time, the person opposite her slowly spoke. If you don't want to come, why come here? The voice sounded very familiar, and Tang Ziqi choked on a mouthful of tea in her throat. She covered her mouth and choked for a long time, and her face turned red. She seemed to be in disbelief, and slowly raised her head. Yu Beiping looked calm, sat down opposite her, and looked at her without blinking. There was no emotion in his calm eyes, but she felt an inexplicable danger. Like the calm before the storm. Tang Ziqi regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He swallowed his saliva and didn't know how to start for a while. Going on a blind date and meeting an acquaintance. What kind of fate is this? That day in the rental house, she had done something rash, but luckily he didn't care. She was instinctively a little afraid of his expressionless face. Yu Beiping's grandfather was from the compound of the Western Suburbs headquarters. Although he is no longer in charge of things, his connections and seniority are there, and everyone has to respect him. Yu Beiping lost his mother at a young age and was raised by the old man. He was not close to his father. He has a typical child's temper. He separates work and life very clearly. He is meticulous about official business. As long as things are not done well, he will tolerate whatever others say about him. But when it comes to private matters, he rarely accommodates others. He just looks polite, but in fact he is unyielding and only follows his own principles. When he doesn't smile, he looks very serious. Tang Ziqi was unsure and simply kept his mouth shut. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Later, Yu Beiping spoke again. Don't you want to come for a blind date? Tang Zishi pursed his lips and didn't respond. He glanced at her and his tone softened. She picked up the teacup and blew away the tea foam. Did your family force you to come? No, she looked up at him, looking a little trembling. Yu Beiping smiled and took a sip of tea. What are you laughing at? Nothing. He thought about it and decided to finish the meal and meet his relatives, so he said, let me introduce myself first. My last name is Yu Beiping, and I am the sixth among my peers. I am 29 years old this year. I studied Communications Command in Nanjing. After graduation, I went to an overseas office. Now I have been transferred back to the communications station directly under the Armed Police Fire Brigade in Beijing, serving as the station chief and chief of staff. If you have any questions, ask now. He was calm and his words were generous, which made her seem a little petty. Tang Zishi was still speechless and lowered her head to hold a cup of tea. She was very well behaved at this moment, and she didn't have the usual attitude of being difficult with others. There was silence for a long time. Yu Beiping asked her, no problem. Tang Zishi shook her head. Really? He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked again. Tang Zishi's cheeks flushed slightly and she shook her head. His face was as calm as when he came, and he said something shocking, since there is no problem, let's talk about marriage. What? Tang Zishi didn't react and looked up at him. Yu Beiping said, of course not getting married now, I mean getting engaged first, and then choosing a good day to hold the wedding banquet. This is not what she asked, I mean, you just, Tang Zishi licked his lips, his voice was a little dry, you decided to marry me so hastily. People are just cheap. I thought he was good looking before and couldn't help but want to tease him. But now that he wants to marry her, she retreated instead, feeling that, if you are too attentive without any reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. She changed so quickly, what did he see in her? Haste. Yu Beiping smiled and looked at her, are you dissatisfied with me? Tang Zishi sat up straight with a start, shaking his head like a rattle, you are very good. It's just. Isn't it too? Including this time, the two have only met twice. Yu Beiping was very insightful and saw through her concerns at a glance. He told her, I used to work in other places, and I went to an overseas office 2 years ago. I have been single all these years, and my family is urging me to get married. I thought about it and decided that I should get married at the age of nearly 30. Yu Beiping's conditions were not bad. And he was more than enough for Tang Zishi. However, she always felt that something was wrong with the blind date after just one meeting and the decision after one blind date. Everything was weird. She thought about it and asked, do you like me? As soon as this question came out, the atmosphere became a little awkward. However, Yu Beiping still thought about it seriously and said, you are a very special girl. Tang Zishi didn't buy it. What he meant between the lines was that I am almost 30 this year, and I have been busy with work before, and I have never been in a relationship. Moreover, I am also very busy with work, and now I am in a rising period. I don't have time and don't want to waste that time in the United States to fall in love. Although you are not a good person, at least your family knows you and we know each other well. Even if it's just so-so, it's just so-so. Although she knew he didn't mean it, Tang Zishi still felt uncomfortable. I'll think about it. Yu Beiping nodded, then thought for a while and added, if you are worried that we can't get along, we can try it first. Listen, the tone is so natural. Like buying vegetables in the vegetable market, this cabbage is good, pick it up and try it first, and buy it tomorrow if it tastes good. Maybe because he doesn't care, he can be so calm. I'll think about it. Tang Zishi felt a little blocked. Okay. He nodded very gentlemanly and filled her glass with water. Chapter 6. The short blind date came to an end. Out of courtesy, Yu Beiping drove Tang Ziqi home. He Shuqing had been looking out the window for an afternoon. After finally seeing him, she couldn't help but smile. She took off her apron, turned off the gas hood and rushed to the door. The doorbell rang twice, and He Shuqing opened the door quickly, so fake that Tang Ziqi's thick skin could not hold it. She winked secretly. Mom. He Shuqing completely ignored her, asked about Yu Beiping's health, and greeted him attentively. He also poured him tea, and used the only jar of authentic dahongpao in the house, which made Tang Ziqi speechless. The couple hasn't even started yet, and he is so eager to come. Compared with her embarrassed expression, Yu Beiping looked calm and humble, and he didn't look uncomfortable at all. The more He Shuqing looked at him, the more satisfied she became. She asked him, I heard that you are now working in the Armed Police Corps in Beijing as a staff officer. Yu Beiping replied, I am in charge of Communications Command. He Shuqing didn't quite understand, what does that do? Yu Beiping patiently explained to her, it's to ensure the integrity and perfection of communications facilities within my jurisdiction, to ensure smooth information flow during missions, and to ensure that the orders from the command center can be well delivered. He Shuqing seemed to understand but didn't know how to ask in detail. However, she just needed to know that this was a technically demanding branch of the military, not an idle job. Next, she asked about his family and emotional situation, and was just short of checking his household registration. It was hard for Yu Beiping to maintain his composure and chat with him the whole time. Tang Ziqi wanted to cover his eyes when he saw this. It's so damn embarrassing. After the meal, He Shuqing snatched the bowl and chopsticks from Tang Ziqi's hand and signaled her with her eyes, Station Master Yu is about to leave, you should see him off. You have no manners at all. Tang Ziqi. Yu Beiping glanced at her, picked up the leather gloves and slowly put them on. Let's go, I have something to tell you. Tang Ziqi had no choice but to accompany him out. What could two people who had only met twice, including the blind date, talk about? Tang Ziqi felt embarrassed and walked out of the corridor with her eyebrows down all the way, not looking up at him. But she couldn't help but glance at him from the corner of her eye. Yu Beiping walked slowly beside her with his hands behind his back, probably thinking about something. His sharp sword-like eyebrows slightly frowned. He was tall and slender, with broad shoulders, and a neat and handsome military uniform. He was outstanding, no matter how you looked at him. Especially that thin waist, which was tightened by the military belt, making him look more elegant and with perfect proportions. He is a man who speaks and acts in a polite and measured manner, and one cannot find any fault with him. But if you think about it carefully, you feel that it is actually a polite distance. He just looks polite, and it may not be sincere. Tang Ziqi was in a complicated mood. Why are you looking at me like that? He suddenly turned his head and asked her with a smile. He had never turned his head before, and Tang Ziqi didn't know how he found out that she was peeking at him. She was embarrassed for a moment, and then she had an idea and said quickly, didn't you say you had something to say to me? Yu Beiping didn't answer and was silent for a while. Tang Ziqi was impatient, just say it if you have something to say, I'm listening. Forget it, it's okay? He smiled at her, which was regarded as revealing the topic. Tang Ziqi was stunned. When he didn't smile, his indifferent expression made people stay away, and when he laughed, his eyes were unexpectedly soft. At this age, he made himself look like Tang Xiuche's generation. Tang Ziqi really felt sorry for him. She was impulsive and blurted out, I'll take you out to play when I have time in the future. After saying that, she felt a little regretful and looked at him anxiously. He looked at her for a long time with a half-smile, which made her almost cry. At the last moment, he smiled and retracted his gaze. Tang Zixi was a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He didn't care about her, but she became excited. She followed him closely and asked, "You haven't answered yet. Chief, are you going?" "I'm busy with work." "There will always be free time." "Yes, but not much." "That's enough?" She took out her mobile phone. "Scan WeChat, I'll take you out to play when I have time." Yu Beiping couldn't persuade her, and it was not easy to argue with a little girl on the street, so he gave her the mobile phone. Tang Zixi was satisfied and said goodbye to him beside his car. "See you later." He smiled, started the car and left. The next day, he went to Yingshan. As soon as he came out of the meeting room, he received a call from Huo Chengqi. The words were vague, but he urged him to come back quickly to Yu Liang's residence, saying that something happened at home. Yu Beiping hurried back, walking hurriedly along the way, passing through flowers and greenery, and walked so fast that his shoulders were covered with a layer of pollen when he arrived in front of the building. Huo Chengqi saw him from a distance, walked over quickly, pointed at the half-open door and said in a low voice, "He's inside." Yu Beiping frowned. "What's the matter?" Huo Chengqi sighed. "Something happened to the Zhou family girl. Shao Qian went there with his friends this morning. I don't know what he said to them. When he came back, Zhou Qilan cut her wrists. Fortunately, she was rescued. Now, the rumors outside are ugly, all kinds of rumors, saying that we are ungrateful and want to break off the engagement. Your father is angry. He called Shao Qian back early in the morning and has been scolding him since noon. Why is he so confused? Yu Shaotian is Yu Beiping's cousin. His parents died in the line of duty in their early years, so Yu Liang took the child and raised him personally. Out of guilt and heartache, he has been indulgent to him, making him lawless over the years and causing trouble outside every day. This was a match made by Yu Liang in his early years. At that time, the Zhou family had not yet fallen into decline and their family was still in good condition. Although not as good as the Yu family, they were still a good match. Last year, because of Zhou Chong's accident, his family's status plummeted and was no longer as good as before. Yu Liang had already thought about cancelling this marriage, and he just needed an opportunity. It was not a matter of family background. In his words, apart from him, his old comrade, there were few people in the Zhou family who had clear minds, especially the aunts and uncles. Now that Zhou Chong had an accident, there was no one in the family to calm the situation, and something big would happen sooner or later. Yu Liang was in a rising period in recent years and was very taboo about such things. However, because it involved some internal issues, it was not convenient to talk about cancelling the engagement for the time being. The relationship between the two families was originally sensitive. Yu Shaotian provoked the girl at this critical moment and forced her to commit suicide. Yu Beiping couldn't help rubbing his temples. It's not his fault. Don't you know what kind of temper your brother has? He was probably bewitched by those bad friends. Your father has already beaten him up. You go in later and help him say some good things. Huo Chengqi said. He has been with Yu Liang for more than 10 years and has always been his trusted adjutant. He knows him very well. Yu Liang is the fifth in their generation, but he was not valued by the old leader in his early years. He was born as a civilian. When he was young, he worked as a staff officer in a military sub-district in the south. Later, he was transferred to a large military region, and then to the current chief of staff. He has been open and magnanimous all the way, and the older generation all look at him sideways. When he was young, Yu Liang was iron-blooded and surly, but he was very good at dealing with people. He could remain calm in any situation. As he got older, his temper became even worse. How could he not be angry when Yu Shaoqian made such a big mess this time? Yu Liang and Zhou Chong grew up together since childhood, and they had a revolutionary friendship. Although they had different ideas later and had come to this point, they were still emotional after all. He was sad for one thing when Zhou Chong died. Secondly, how many eyes were watching outside? They were all saying that the Yu family was heartless. Yu Liang was born into a Confucian family and was very proud. Unlike those shameless old soldiers, he was reasonable and wanted to have feelings. But Yu Shaoqian liked to hang out with those hooligans. The media didn't report it randomly, did they? Yu Beiping asked him. Huo Chengqi hurriedly said, "How could it be? Everyone knows the limits." Yu Beiping nodded, and after a moment of hesitation, he said to Huo Chengqi, "I'll go in and take a look. Leave this to me. You go back first. There are still a lot of things waiting to be dealt with outside." Huo Chengqi responded and walked out of the yard quickly. Yu Beiping didn't stop, patted the collar on his collar and strode through the door. The atmosphere in the room was very depressing. Yu Liang was making tea in the banquet hall, not looking away. Yu Shaoqian stood aside with his hands hanging down. When he saw Yu Beiping, he lowered his head at a glance, not smiling and trying to please him as usual. Yu Beiping took off his military cap and walked over, scooped up a cup of brewed tea, gently shook it under his nose, and smiled at Yu Liang, "Jin Shenmei. This tea is very fragrant, and the tea soup is clear and golden. A few years ago, I spent a lot of money on the Russians but couldn't get it. It was sent by Lao Hu. He took 2 bottles of Mao Tai from me some time ago. This time he came here and said it was a gift in return." Yu Liang had a blank expression on his face, and bent down to use an iron tool to hold the porcelain cup. "Uncle Hu loves tea the most and is the best at tasting tea." Yu Beiping smiled. Yu Liang snorted heavily, slammed the teacup on the enamel table, and suddenly looked up, staring at him with scorching eyes. "Don't beat around the bush, just say what you want to say. You came back all the way just to reminisce with your father." Yu Beiping put down the teacup and said calmly, "Shaoqian is wrong, but he is still young, let's let him off this time." Young? 22 years old is still young. When I was his age, I was already working in Qingdao. Not to mention being able to take charge of things on your own, at least don't cause trouble for the family. Yu Liang grabbed the armed belt and swung it back, hitting Yu Shaoqian squarely. There was a scream like a pig being slaughtered behind him. But Yu Shaoqian didn't dare to hide, and looked at his cousin pitifully for help. Yu Beiping knew it was inappropriate, but he couldn't help laughing, and raised his hand to press his lips. Yu Shaoqian looked hurt. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? What are you laughing at? Yu Liang looked at his eldest son with a gloomy face. Yu Beiping was a man of straight military uniform, handsome and tall, but he had an extremely beautiful face, flawless white, with well-trimmed eyebrows and red lips. When he was not smiling, he looked dignified and solemn, but when he smiled, he looked quite gentlemanly. Everyone else was afraid of Yu Liang, except him, who had never been afraid since he was a child. Now he said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Now that things have come to this, you don't have to be too angry. The most urgent thing is to find a way to deal with it." Yu Liang snorted coldly and said nothing. Yu Beiping said slowly, word by word, as the saying goes, if a son is not well educated, it is the fault of the father. Don't make it too difficult for him. You have the responsibility for not teaching the younger generation well, and so do I. There is no need to hold him accountable blindly. Punishment is secondary, how to teach well is the real thing. Yu Liang was so angry that his chest stagnated, but he looked at his son. The other's face was calm, and the barely perceptible coldness and mockery in his eyes made him silent immediately. Yu Liang looked away. Yu Beiping kept looking at him. "I think you want to talk about Shaoqian as well as me. However, I have never relied on you at work, nor have I made any mistakes that would embarrass you. As for the flaws in my character, it's because I didn't have a mother since I was a child, and I haven't been well nurtured. I'm really sorry." These words made Yu Liao's face turn pale. Huo Chunxi's eyelids twitched as he watched from the side. There was a moment of stagnation. Yu Beiping then stopped smiling and said expressionlessly, "I will be responsible for solving Zhou Qila's problem. It's time to cancel this marriage. You never know when something will really happen." He turned around and called Yu Shaoqian and led him out. Before he left, Yu Liang asked, "Don't just care about others, what about your own marriage? How is that girl?" "It's okay, let's try to get along with her first." Yu Beiping didn't say much. "Your brother will be back in 2 days, go pick him up. Don't run around these few days, or you won't meet him when he comes back." "Got it." After everyone left, Huo Chenxi dared to come over. It was somewhat embarrassing to be seen by him, so he avoided talking about it and started talking about other topics. Yu Liang knew what he meant, he was trying to save his face. He smiled bitterly, as if he had aged a dozen years in an instant. "I am sorry for him and his mother. When Yu Liang was young, he was not valued by the old man. He stayed in the south and was free to do what he wanted. No one even asked about his school application. It can be said that he relied on himself to get to where he is now. Because of this, he was confused when he was young and attached great importance to this aspect, always thinking about proving himself. He was busy with work and neglected his family. He didn't come back to see them for many times throughout the year. When Yu Beiping was 8 years old, his younger brother was abducted by human traffickers. His mother was engaged in chemical research. She was mentally ill to begin with. After the blow, she became paralyzed. Later, she was sent to the south for recuperation and jumped off the building on a rainy day. He was out of town at the time and was unable to return to see his wife until she passed away. From then on, Yu Beiping had some intention of competing with him. Although he never argued with him or mentioned this, he was against him deep down. Because of this, Yu Beiping has lived with his grandfather since he was a child. He is very independent and arbitrary. He is used to thinking and solving all problems by himself. Fortunately, although he is arrogant, he hides it in his bones and never confronts people directly. All his rebellious and sharp energy is used to deal with his father. But even when he is targeted, he is still graceful and people can't find any faults. The relationship between the father and son is definitely not good, but it can't be said to be bad. At most, it is undercurrents, showing peace. Everyone is a person of status. Even if they don't see eye to eye, they still maintain a respectful demeanor. At least in the eyes of outsiders, the relationship between the father and son is okay. Every time Yu Liang thinks of it, he feels a little uncomfortable, but he can't do anything. This son is too difficult to serve, and no one can control him. He is almost 30 and still has no partner, so he wants to find him a lively and cheerful little girl. Not to mention controlling him, just hoping to temper him and relieve his boredom is good. Fortunately, after his brother was found 2 years ago, Yu Beiping's temper has calmed down a bit, and the relationship between father and son is not as tense as in previous years. After leaving the compound and going so far away from the building that its shadow was almost out of sight, Yu Shaoqian relaxed with tears of joy. "Thank you, brother, thank you so much for saving me from this misery." Yu Beiping did not comment, and advised him, "You should also be careful. Saving you once does not mean I can save you every time. I know, I won't dare to do it again. But you can't blame me for this. Zhou Qila's psychological quality is really poor. It's just a cancellation of the engagement. Is it worth it?" Okay. Hearing that he was about to talk a lot, Yu Beiping suddenly lost his mood. "Buy some things in a few days and go to the hospital with me to apologize to them." Yu Shaotian's face fell when he heard it. No way. Yu Beiping thought about it, and waved his hand again. Forget it, I'll go alone. This guy is outspoken and impatient. He might make trouble again. Yu Shaotian smiled when he heard it. Thank you, brother, thank you, I'll leave this matter to you. Chapter 7. The weather was not very good the next day, and the whole city was shrouded in a layer of grey smog. In the afternoon, Tang Ziqi and Sun Ping went to the hospital to visit Luo Zheng. The attending physician told her that everything was stable and asked them to relax. Tang Ziqi smiled bitterly in his heart. Everything was stable, in other words, there was no sign of waking up at all. Sun Ping has always been very strong, but that day she cried outside the hospital, and her crying was particularly ugly. She covered her face to prevent Tang Ziqi from looking at her, as if she was crazy, and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Get out! Get out!" Tang Ziqi did not move, and an indescribable sadness swept over her. She couldn't help but cover her mouth, but she knew in her heart that if she fell down now, what would Sun Ping do? She held back her tears, hugged her mentor, and comforted her in a calm tone. It's okay, Chen Luo told me a few days ago that an expert from the United States will come to our college in a few days. He is very knowledgeable in this area. I will ask him later. Really? Sun Ping looked up at her, as if she had grabbed the last straw. Tang Ziqi's lips moved, and his smile was forced, but he nodded heavily. It was 6 o'clock in the evening when he got home. He Shouqing was cooking in the kitchen, Yan Fang was busy pouring tea in the entrance, the lights were on in the living room, and there was a faint laughter coming from the living room. Yan Fang and He Shouqing have been friends for many years. For her, they are neighbors in public, but in fact, anyone with a discerning eye can see that he likes He Shouqing. Otherwise, why would he leave the good government compound and move to this wilderness to suffer? Tang Ziqi glanced in the direction of the living room and looked at Yan Feng. Uncle Yan, is there a guest? Yan Feng's face was flushed, and he smiled and nodded. It's the old leader who came to see us. Tang Ziqi was surprised. Before Yan Feng retired, he worked as a bodyguard for an old leader of the general staff, the kind of close protection. Later, he injured his back, so he went through the demobilization procedures and now works as a police officer in a branch in Haidian. It's not too big, just deputy division level. Although the treatment is not very generous, the unit is close to where he lives and there is no danger. Yan Feng has no ambitions and works steadily, so he happily accepted it. After Yan Feng poured the tea, Tang Ziqi took the tray. I'll take it over. Okay, I'll go to the kitchen to help your mother. Tang Ziqi nodded and went to the living room with the tray. The visitors were an old man and a young man, both in plain clothes. Although the middle-aged man had half white hair, he was still energetic, and his phoenix eyes were majestic without anger. He took the tea she offered, smiled and nodded. Ziqi has grown so big. Tang Ziqi recognized him for a while and called out, Uncle Yu. Although they didn't meet often, the two families would still visit each other during festivals. However, before, he was received by his old friend and He Shouqing and his wife, but now he was received by his old subordinates and He Shouqing together. This relationship was neither dry nor awkward, and Tang Ziqi felt embarrassed for him. But a leader is a leader, and he looked normal, as if nothing had happened, chatting and laughing. Although he was smiling, there was a momentum between his eyebrows, and he spoke without evasion or panic. Every word was firm and firm. Tang Ziqi did not dare to stare at him all the time. He lowered his head and picked up another cup of tea and served it to the young man sitting on the single sofa next to him. Thank you. The voice was warm, but a little distant, like the feeling of knocking on some kind of jade, clearly cold, as if without a trace of emotion, but very attractive. Even though Tang Ziqi was mentally prepared, he was still very embarrassed. He had just finished a blind date, and he came to visit. It was hard for him to look so calm. Perhaps it was too quiet in the living room. Yu Liang asked her kindly. That she is in her second year of graduate school this year, right? Yes, she's about to graduate. Tang Zuchi nodded obediently, her hands folded on her knees, very obedient. Yu Liang asked again, how old are you this year? 24. Young and promising. Seeing He Shouxing coming out, Yu Liang raised his hand, asked her to sit down, and said to her with a smile, there are really not many children who are so studious and obedient nowadays. He Shouxing knew her daughter's virtues and was a little embarrassed. Don't you praise her so much, she will be so proud. The two of them exchanged pleasantries again, praising each other's children to the sky, and they became more and more satisfied as they talked. Tang Zuchi kept pressing her head down in shame. Later, she was really bored, her eyes moved around cautiously, and she accidentally caught a glimpse of the person opposite her sipping tea slowly. His expression was calm, without any fear, which formed a sharp contrast with her cowardly look. Yu Beiping's hands were beautiful, with distinct joints, long and strong, and his nails were trimmed round and clean. When he crossed his legs and turned the newspaper with glasses on, there was a bit of reserved elegance between his eyebrows. He also had this feeling when he was sipping tea. There was a kind of elegance that transcended the world. In front of him, Tang Zishi felt that she was not presentable. Seeing her mother working hard to promote her, she felt a little uncomfortable. She also wanted to save face, and she didn't know how her self-esteem was poked. She found an excuse and slipped into the kitchen. Yang Feng went out, and there was still a pool of bowls soaked in the sink. She could only roll up her sleeves and wash them herself. It was a cold day, and there was no hot water in the community. She picked up one, and threw it back in a hurry, clenching her frozen fingers and turning around in place. A tall black shadow came up from behind. Before she could react, he had already put his hand into the cold water, picked up a bowl and rinsed it. His movements were skillful and his hands and feet were quick. The water was so cold, but he didn't even make a sound. It seemed that this was not the cold water close to below zero in late autumn, but warm water with a constant temperature of more than 20 degrees. Tang Zishi turned his head and stared at him blankly. Are you stupid? Yu Beiping said indifferently without turning back. Tang Zishi was particularly frightened by his calm appearance, which made it difficult to guess his thoughts. He looked heroic, and when he didn't smile, he was particularly stern. His two thick black eyebrows were slanted almost into his hair, which was simply sacred and inviolable. She was such a little hooligan who was good at making jokes and never took anyone seriously, but she couldn't help but behave herself in front of him. His attitude couldn't be more correct. The kitchen was too quiet, and the two were close to each other. When Tang Zishi looked up, she saw his unbuttoned collar and white shirt, with 2 buttons unbuttoned, revealing his strong and sturdy chest. He had broad shoulders, but a narrow and thin waist. Even without a military uniform, his figure was particularly good. When he stood there, he looked like a poplar standing in the wind. Tang Zishi liked his face, and even more his figure. However, she was afraid of his temper. Tang Zishi sighed. Why are you sighing? He did not forget to ask her while washing the dishes. I can see it, but I can't eat it. What do you want to eat? He turned around and looked at her, with a questioning look in his eyes. You. Dirty thoughts were running through her mind, but she smiled innocently on her face. Nothing, I just said it casually. Just said it casually? He raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at her seriously, and waited for her to give an explanation. Tang Zichi smiled foolishly at him, trying to get away with it. Yu Beiping looked calm and motionless. Slowly, Tang Zichi couldn't laugh anymore, and said weakly, it's really nothing. Yu Beiping also sighed, imitated her previous tone, leaned slightly closer to her, and said with particular earnestness, Do you think I will believe it? On Saturday, she went to the Research Institute on Fujing Road. This is a key research center under the Capital Medical University. It is an institution focusing on life medicine and science. Most of its students are former students of the Capital Medical University and top students from other surrounding colleges and universities. Because of the strong support from the state and the good market value of scientific research results, countless companies of all sizes are competing to invest and sponsor. In just 2 years since its establishment, the institute has become prosperous. After Chen Luo was transferred here, his work also involved contact with the college, and he often traveled back and forth between the two places. This person is obsessed with research, almost crazy. He used to go to the mountainous area often. It is normal to not see him for 10 days or half a month. Tang Ziqi did not feel uncomfortable. When they arrived at the place, the assistant told her that Professor Chen was in the key laboratory and would come out soon. Tang Ziqi thanked her and asked where the laboratory was. The assistant was about to speak, but she saw a tall and slender figure coming from the end of the aisle from the corner of her eye. She smiled and pointed to her. Teacher Chen is here. Tang Ziqi turned around in response. Chen Luo had just finished an experiment. She was still wearing a long white coat and a pair of silver glasses with thin frames. She was holding a document and instructing the intern next to her. She looked gentle and beautiful, with gentle eyes and extra patience. Otherwise, how can people who work hard be the most charming? When she didn't argue with her or tease her, she really had the demeanor of an elder. Do you understand? She stroked the hair that slipped down her cheek and asked the intern. Yeah. The little boy nodded heavily, holding the document and blushing as he walked away. Tang Ziqi sighed and went over to put his arm around her shoulder. Beautiful Lady Chen, you don't even let the intern go. Don't you have a clear conscience? Chen Luo was too lazy to pay attention to her. She put her hands in her coat pockets and walked to the office with her. What you think is that, and what you see is that. Miss Tang, I'm telling you this. Tang Ziqi gritted his teeth. Still so vicious. Chen Luo's office is at the end of the corridor on the second floor of Building No. 2. Her position in the institute is second only to the director and deputy director. She is the director of the Biological Science and Technology Laboratory, so she has an independent office. In the field of biomedicine, she is a rare young genius scientist. She is not only proficient in biomedical engineering, but also has in-depth research in imaging medicine, pharmacy, optoelectronic engineering and other fields. Tang Ziqi used to go to the mountainous area with him to collect post-disaster biological samples. He saw her treating patients. Her knowledge of pharmacology and surgery is quite solid. Although she was not convinced, she knew the gap between her and her. Chen Luo was born in a single-parent family. Her mother died when she was very young. Because her father was once Tang Shouche's guard, she grew up in the Tang family when she was a child. She and Tang Ziqi were childhood sweethearts. Tang Ziqi was lawless and used to bullying her. He always called her Chen Luo, Chen Luo, and never called her sister. Chen Luo's office was well organized. There were solid wooden horizontal boards on the wall, displaying her project materials, a thick stack. Tang Ziqi took it and flipped through it. They were all about anti-cancer molecular mechanisms, tumor formation and development mechanisms, cancer cell division mechanisms, and so on. She could understand most of them, but many of them were not very clear. Chen Luo flipped through it for a while and handed her the prepared note. This is the person, his name is Yao Shuo. He is a very famous biomedical expert who just came back from the United States. He has done a lot of research in pharmaceuticals, biology, and chemistry. He is now an honorary professor of our school. He will be back from the United States in 2 days. You can go to him for help and you should be able to get some valuable suggestions. Where can I find him? Tang Zishi flipped over the business card and squinted at the address on it. He has his own pharmaceutical company, but he doesn't stay there often. Come to the institute again in a few days. He has cooperation with our institute, or you can go directly to the college. He should live in the faculty dormitory. Dormitory? Not so good, right? Tang Zishi rarely showed a trace of embarrassment. Chen Luo snorted and laughed, with an expression of watching a good show. It's rare that you feel embarrassed sometimes. Don't tease me, be serious. Chen Luo didn't joke with her anymore. He will have a lecture in the lecture hall of the medical school at 3 p.m. on the first day of next month. You can go there to block him directly. Okay, thank you. Tang Zishi left with the business card. You're welcome. Chen Luo stared at her back for a long time, adjusted his glasses, and raised the corners of his lips very lightly. Chapter 8. Tang Zishi spent the next few days counting the days, and the holiday that he looked forward to day and night became boring. Before the new year, he Shuqing had to buy some New Year's goods, and these days he dragged Yan Feng to the street every day. Early in the morning of this day, the two went out together. At about 11 o'clock, the doorbell rang. Tang Zishi woke up from his daze and hurried to the door to open it. Chen Luo was holding a bag outside the door. You haven't eaten yet? I met your mother when I went to the vegetable market. She told me that you haven't eaten yet, so she asked me to come and cook for you. Tang Zishi rolled her eyes at her. Then why are you here only now? I've already ordered takeout. She cancelled the takeout order, touched her empty stomach, returned to the sofa, sat down, and continued to change channels to watch TV. Chen Luo closed the door, locked it carefully, and went to the kitchen familiarly. The house is not big, the living room and the dining room are interconnected, and the kitchen is further north. The two of them stood in the kitchen and the living room, respectively. Even if the sound was not loud, they could still hear clearly. Chen Luo asked her, "What time did you get up?" Tang Zishi replied lazily, 10:30. Chen Luo was speechless after hearing this, and tore a piece of vegetable leaf and threw it into the sink. In other words, you haven't had breakfast yet. Tang Zishi, my mother didn't leave any for me. Listen, how righteous. Chen Luo was helpless and worried again, and said, next time you haven't eaten, just call me and I'll bring it to you. Don't Auntie and Uncle Yang care about you? Don't mention those two heartless people, they've already eaten and gone out. The relationship between the two of them is apparently that of old friends, but in fact, everyone knows it in their hearts. It's just that they are old and it's not easy to date again, so as not to be laughed at. He Shuqing was also afraid that Tang Zishi would object, but she was too worried, and Tang Zishi was very happy to see it happen. Chen Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are not a child anymore, don't let others worry about your meals. Tang Zishi was unhappy. Are you disgusted with me? How dare I? It's best if I don't have it. Her arrogant temper was fully revealed in front of her, and she was too lazy to even cover it up. Outside and at school, she at least covered it up and pretended to be good. Those who are favored are always fearless. Since she was little, she always took Chen Luo's food, drinks, and toys. Chen Luo was more mature than her and sensible since childhood. He really took care of her like his own sister and didn't care at all. It's time to eat. Chen Luo brought the dishes and 2 bowls of rice to the table one by one, and went over to kick her feet. Tang Zishi got up from the sofa. Home-cooked meals, 3 dishes and a soup, are more than enough for 2 people. Tang Zishi took a bite of braised bamboo shoots, put it into his mouth, and closed his eyes happily. Chen Luo chuckled, virtue. With this look, who will marry you in the future? Tang Zishi stretched out his finger and waved, that's not certain. What do you mean? She still had a smile on her lips. To be honest, if no one wants me in the future, I'll just put up a sign online and look for someone to match me up with. Tang Zishi spat at her. What the hell are you talking about? No one will want me. Chen Luo frowned. Girl, be more polite in your speech. Tang Zishi was not afraid of her at all, and glared at her. Why am I uncivilized? Chen Luo knew that she was full of bad intentions and perverse ideas, so she was too lazy to argue with her and lowered her head to eat. She was very polite when she ate, without looking sideways or making any sound. But Tang Zichi was not going to let her go, and he wanted to pester her and make her submit. Who told you that no one wants me? I just found a matchmaker and it's settled. Do you know who it is? Chen Luo paused while picking up the dish, and looked up at her in surprise. Seeing her reaction, Tang Zichi was very proud. He is the chief of the communication station of the Armed Police Fire Brigade, specializing in information communication and coordinated transmission. He has 2 bars on his shoulders and a salary of 2.2 yen. He is about the same age as you. Isn't he impressive? Chen Luo laughed and lowered his head to continue eating. Very good. Her reaction was so normal, and even a little relieved, as if this troublemaker is finally going to get married. Tang Zishi was deflated, as if he had punched a cotton ball. To pretend is to make the other party feel a psychological gap, and this is considered a successful pretending. She didn't react at all. How could she continue this one-man show? Tang Zishi took a big mouthful of rice depressed. Tang Zishi had something to do in the afternoon, so after dinner, she went out with her calfskin bag. This bag was given by Chen Luo after she passed the postgraduate entrance examination. It is a niche Italian brand and is very expensive. The white calfskin has a delicate texture and a large circle of small iron nails around it for decoration. It is not tiring to carry it on her shoulders. She has been using it for 2 years. Go slower. Chen Luo called her from behind. I know. This time she went to Mauer Hutong to visit an old man in Dongcheng district. It was Sun Ping's order before the holiday. This matter was not mandatory, and Sun Ping just mentioned it casually, but Tang Zichi was cheerful and quite happy about this kind of thing, so he agreed. When they got there by taxi, the driver wanted to drive into the Hutong, but the car broke down halfway. The two got out and saw a piece of icicles on the road, which happened to drip from the treetops above their heads. It started snowing intermittently a few days ago, and it was not until today that it cleared up, but the road was still not thawed. The driver had a bitter face. Little girl, I won't charge you. There is still a little way to go. You can go by yourself. I'm really sorry. I should be sorry. Tang Zishi paid the money without saying anything, and as if he was afraid that he would regret it, he flew into the entrance of the Hutong. This girl, the driver smiled kindly and called a tow truck. After knocking on the door, no one answered. Tang Zishi looked at the 2 closed doors, feeling a little distressed, and knocked twice more. Still no one answered. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. She walked around the nearby alley and entered a noodle shop. There were not many people inside. She looked around and chose the innermost seat. At this time, 2 people came in from outside the door. Their tall figures blocked most of the light at the door. Tang Zishi raised her head. Just at this moment, she smiled and waved at them. Station Master Yu. This way. Her enthusiastic greeting made this lifeless shop lively, and the only few people in the shop looked at the 2 people at the door. The blue veins on Yu Beiping's forehead jumped imperceptibly. If there were not so many people watching, he really wanted to get up and leave. From a distance, Tang Zichi smiled at him heartlessly, without any awareness. Li Hongzhou pushed his arm and smiled. Do you know him? His smile was a little malicious. Yu Beiping didn't like being teased in public, and said uncomfortably, I'm not familiar with him. As they were talking, the two of them had already walked towards Tang Ziqi. He had already greeted him, and it was not easy to ignore him in front of everyone. Besides, he was not alone this time, and there was Li Congzhou with him. Here. Tang Ziqi enthusiastically helped them with chopsticks and wiped them with a napkin considerately. Li Congzhou laughed and took it, "Thank you." The boss came over and asked them what they wanted to eat. Tang Ziqi suggested, "How about beef noodles? I like dry noodles the best." While talking, she kept looking at Yu Beiping without blinking. He was wearing casual clothes, a simple sweater and a black short jacket, but the pattern was good, with broad shoulders and back, and a narrow and strong waist. The way he hunched over and flipped through his phone was so handsome that it attracted people's attention. Tang Ziqi talked to him, "Commander, we haven't seen each other for several days. Don't you have anything to say to me?" Her voice was low, and there was no one around, so only the three of them could hear it, but Yu Beiping still frowned. "Don't call me that." She ignored him. "I'm showing respect to you." "Respect?" Li Congzhou glanced at Yu Beiping, his eyes full of interest, teasing, "Right? This little girl is so bold." Yu Beiping didn't want to pay attention to her, and looked up and said to the boss who was still standing, "2 bowls of beef noodles, no coriander." Tang Ziqi hurriedly emphasized, 3 bowls. 3 bowls. Li Congzhou and the boss laughed. Chapter 9. A bowl of noodles, 3 people shared the table, and the meal was quite harmonious. Yu Beiping didn't talk much, and most of the time it was Tang Ziqi and Li Congzhou who talked. Li Congzhou was 2 years older than Yu Beiping, with a calm temperament. The people he met on weekdays were also stable. It was rare for him to meet a little girl as noisy as Tang Ziqi, and he found it fresh while chatting. The conversation lasted from the evening until dark. Li Congzhou looked at his watch, stood up and said, "I have to go. I have something to do at work. I'll take you there." Yu Beiping put down his chopsticks, put on his jacket, and accompanied him out. Tang Ziqi called him from behind, "Commander, remember to come back for noodles. There's still half a bowl left." Yu Beiping paused and sent Li Congzhou out with a dark face. When they got outside, Li Congzhou finally couldn't help laughing out loud. "Oh my God, this girl makes me so happy. Tell me, who are you?" He gave her a teasing look. Yu Beiping brushed off his hand, lowered his head and lit a cigarette, and said in a low voice, "My elders introduced me to you." He looked very experienced when he lowered his head to light the cigarette. He looked like an old smoker, which was very different from his gentle and clear appearance. Especially those slender and beautiful hands with distinct joints like art, which really spoiled the scenery when used for this. Li Congzhou shook his head, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and said, "Smoke less." Annoying. Yu Beiping kicked the wall. It was rare to see him so emotional. Li Congzhou was surprised and looked at him for a while. "Just that little girl just now? How can she be so capable?" Yu Beiping pulled the corner of his mouth with some contempt. "It's about Luo Zheng." "Luo Zheng?" Li Congzhou solemnly looked at something in the dark, and didn't say anything for a long time. This is a taboo between them, and it is not easily mentioned. 4 years ago, Yu Beiping had not yet been transferred to the fire brigade. At that time, he and Luo Zheng were stationed in the same place. He was the chief of staff of the Southwest Detachment of the Lujiang Armed Police Corps, specializing in communications and command work, and Lu Chong was responsible for leading the team to carry out tasks. The two fought side by side, like a spear and a shield. Before that operation, they discovered an illegal force in Lujiang, using commercial trade as a cover to research illegal drugs and smuggle and sell them. After glimpsing the tip of the iceberg, he contacted the local police and border station and went to the destination to carry out a secret mission. As a result, Luo Zheng had an accident. Over the years, Sun Ping has been working hard with Tang Zishi to wake him up. Li Thongzhou is his close friend and childhood friend, so he naturally supports him. After a while, Yu Beiping put out his cigarette, turned around and said to him, "My brother is coming back." He thought for a while and said, rolling the cigarette butt in the iron trough on the trash can, "He is an expert in this area and should be able to give some advice." "Your brother?" The American expert who has a close personal relationship with Professor Chen. Yu Beiping laughed. "He is more shy, don't joke like this in front of him." Li Hongzhou sneered, "Let's talk about it when we meet in person." He patted him on the shoulder and laughed, "Have you been busy with blind dates and weddings these days? Look at you, you have lost weight." Yu Beiping said nothing and tried to burn him with a cigarette butt. Li Hongzhou was quick-witted and climbed into the car quickly. He slammed the door shut and sped away. "Spend time with your wife, grandson." Yu Beiping put out his cigarette, feeling angry and amused. Tang Zishi waited for him for a long time, but he didn't show up. He came out of the noodle shop and carefully lifted the corner of his clothes from behind. "The noodles are getting cold. Go in, it's cold outside." He patted her shoulder. His big palm fell on her thin shoulder, and the warmth and comfort were so real. She was excited for a moment, but before she could fully appreciate it, he took it back as soon as he touched her, put his hands in his pockets and went into the shop. Tang Zishi felt lost, and after a while, he had to follow him into the shop with his head down. The noodles were a little cold, but he didn't care. He picked it up and took a sip of the soup. Tang Zishi said, "How about asking the boss to heat it up for you?" "No need." Putting down the bowl, Yu Beiping continued to pick noodles to eat. Tang Zishi had finished eating long ago, and he leaned his head to watch him eat. His eyes moved around and fell on the top of his black hair. Unlike those soldiers with buzz cuts, his hair was still quite long, but only slightly longer than those with buzz cuts. It was dark black, without any other colors, and looked very hard. One could imagine how prickly it felt when one put one's hand on it. As she watched, she wanted to give it a try. Yu Beiping seemed to have noticed something, and raised her head. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." She shook her head innocently, with an expression of "You're overthinking it." Yu Beiping pulled the corner of his mouth. "This acting skill, at most 30 points. Commander, why do you look so contemptuous?" Tang Zi looked forward to him and suddenly spoke. Yu Beiping was too lazy to answer her, and lowered his head to finish the remaining mouthful of noodles, picked up the bowl, and drank up the soup. "You are really thrifty, a good example for the people." She gave a thumbs up. Yu Beiping. He didn't want to embarrass himself here for a moment, and when the boss came out, he quickly paid the bill and turned around to walk out. Tang Zishi immediately stood up and followed her. "Chief, wait for me." He had to stop and turned back to say to her, "Why do you always call me that?" Tang Zishi said, "It's just for fun. You look mature, and when you have a stern face, you look a lot like my dad." She smiled quite honestly, and Yu Beiping felt blocked in his heart. "Where are you going?" he asked her after a moment of hesitation. Tang Zishi then remembered the serious business he had to do. "The teacher asked me to visit a grandfather named Luo, that's the father of your teacher's husband." Tang Zishi put away his playful smile and was a little embarrassed. "Sorry, I don't know." Seeing her like this, his heart softened. "Let's go, I'll go with you, I haven't seen Grandpa Luo for a long time." Tang Zishi nodded heavily. This time, by chance, Grandpa Luo just came back, and after explaining the purpose of their visit, he warmly welcomed them in. It was an old-fashioned quadrangle. The house was quite spacious, with many rooms, and rattan tables and chairs in the courtyard. Grandpa Luo smiled and hunched his back, telling them that this kind of house was not worth much before, but now it is so expensive that even if you have money, you can't buy it. However, This is the ancestral home, and it is impossible to sell it, no matter how difficult it is. He brought them tea and talked to them for a long time. The old man rarely sees young people, and there are always endless topics to talk about. What is rare is that the two young people are very patient. Later, the power in the kitchen went out, and it was Yu Beiping who changed the light bulb. Tang Zishi and the old man stood outside the door together, and Tang Zishi took out his mobile phone to light him. "Can you do it?" Yu Beiping ignored her at all, put a stool under his feet and got on. He was tall, and he could reach the top with his hand, and neatly removed and replaced the new light bulb. In an instant, the room was bright. Yu Beiping jumped down. Grandpa Lu subconsciously wanted to help him, but he helped him back. "I can do it myself." The old man smiled from ear to ear, and kept praising him before leaving. The two waved their hands together, signaling him not to see him off. After leaving the yard, the dark alley was somewhat empty, with only one light at a distance. This road was so old that every other light was broken, making it look eerie. Tang Zishi quickened his pace and went up to grab his arm. Yu Beiping looked back and saw that he was still holding it with both hands together, holding it tightly. He raised his eyebrows. "Are you afraid of the dark?" Tang Zishi shook his head and tried to be a hero. "How could that be? How could I be afraid of the dark?" He glanced at her with a half-smile, then his eyes moved down to her hand that was tightly holding his arm, and his eyes were obvious. "What you said doesn't sound credible." Tang Zishi felt embarrassed, but didn't want to let go, so she thought quickly, "I'm cold." "Cold?" She nodded. "It's almost February, how can I not be cold?" He nodded, pulled his hand out of her confinement, took off his coat and put it on her. "Let's go." There was still his body temperature on the coat. Tang Zishi reached out and grabbed the collar, blushing, followed closely, and quietly put her hand in his palm. Seeing that he didn't react, she took advantage of it and held his fingertips. His palm was broad, soft and strong, with some thin calluses at the base of the palm. It was a little rough, but it revealed strong male hormones. She held it tightly, and her heartbeat accelerated a little. After walking a few steps, her excited mood calmed down a little. He didn't shake her off. After walking for about a few minutes, he pulled his hand back under a poplar tree. Before Tang Zishi could feel disappointed, he had already taken out the car keys. The headlights flashed twice, and the car door opened in front of her. "Get in." "Where to? Where do you want to go so late?" Tang Zishi was frightened by his stern look and hurriedly climbed onto the passenger seat. He half stuck his body into the passenger seat, took out the seat belt for her, and buckled it carefully. Tang Zishi lowered her head, just in time to catch the moment when he buckled up and looked up. His lips were only 1 centimeter away from her. Under the dim street lights, she could even see his curved eyelashes one by one, adding a bit of warmth to this handsome and cold appearance. For the first time, she discovered that this face so close to her, in addition to being handsome and majestic, was also so delicate and dignified, and beautiful and extraordinary. When he tightened his jaw, there was a sense of sacred and inviolable abstinence. He didn't look like he was almost 30 at all. It would be better if he didn't have a bossy face. Something was stirring in her heart, and she reached out and pressed his shoulder for some unknown reason. This action was like opening Pandora's box. Yu Beiping looked at her, his eyes inquiring, without saying anything. The atmosphere in the car was a little strange. Tang Zishi maintained this posture, also looking at him, without saying anything. After a long while, he leaned down slightly, tilted his head and looked at her. "What do you want to do?" Tang Zishi's face was a little hot and her palms were sweating when he looked at her. But her eyes were bright, and she looked at him very innocently. Yu Beiping stared at her for a while, snorted and chuckled, stroked her hand, and took it down. His expression was relaxed, not angry, and nothing happened, as if she was just a child playing around and he didn't care at all. Yes, he didn't care about her at all. Tang Ziyi felt a little rebellious in his heart, and he exerted force with his hands, and then pressed against his chest, pushing him back. Over and over again, even a clay man would get angry. Have you had enough of making trouble? Do you still want to go back? Tang Ziyi said, No, I won't go back. Yu Beiping had never encountered such a thing before, and he was so angry that he laughed. He looks gentle, but he is ruthless in his bones. He doesn't usually get angry, but once he does, even the king and the queen will be scared. Tang Ziyi's unreasonable behavior really irritated him. But when he smiled, he was more terrifying than when he had a stern face. He pinched her chin with 2 fingers and said to her in a confidential manner, You don't want to go back. Where do you want to go? Tang Ziyi was silent. Finally, he realized that he had made a big mistake. Tell me, what do you want to do? He looked at her steadily, leaving her nowhere to hide. His eyes were obviously cold, but when he looked at her, they were hot, making people feel uneasy for no reason. Tang Ziyi couldn't stand it anymore, and stood up to push him away, but he suddenly grabbed her wrist. He lifted her up gently and held her in his arms. She opened her eyes wide and looked at him in horror. She had big round eyes, lazy curly hair, but her waist was so thin that it couldn't be grasped. Now, these beautiful big eyes stared at him without blinking. Are you scared now? He quite liked her little expression, and pinched her thin waist with a little force. Tang Ziyi felt pain and tears welled up in her eyes. When her eyes met his plain and indifferent face, she tried hard to hold back her tears. This guy was just teasing her and bullying her, he was a beast. Let me go. Needless to say, the little girl was really imposing when she was angry, and she stared at him fiercely, as if she wanted to eat him alive. But this look didn't work at all on him. His hands were strong, and his fingers were rough, and he pinched her so hard that tears welled up in her eyes, and she couldn't hold it back anymore. She twisted her body desperately. You bastard. Not only did he not let go, he also exerted force in his hands and pulled her into his arms. He whispered in her ear, Don't you want me to do this to you? Do it hard. His warm breath made her ears red. Tang Ziyi remained silent. She heard him laugh twice in a low voice, like a teasing, but also like contempt, which instantly ignited the shame and self-esteem in her heart. He knew her intentions very well. During the shove, her fingertips accidentally brushed across his chin, leaving a red mark on his cheek. It was not deep, just a mark, but it was long, and some blood beads oozed out of the end. Tang Ziyi did not dare to move and looked at him in horror. Yu Beiping frowned, glared at her and got out of the car. This time, she did not resist and let him slam the door. After getting on the driver's seat, he looked in the rearview mirror. He didn't know whether he was angry or just found it funny, but he actually laughed. Tang Ziyi was really scared this time, and dejectedly admitted his mistake to him. Just scold me, Chief. Scold you? I want to give you one too. He even cursed, which showed that he was extremely angry. The sins of the previous life. Tang Ziyi was frightened and quickly shrank back. But when she looked back, he didn't move in his seat, and it was obvious that he was just trying to scare her. Tang Ziyi understood, sat back, and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He didn't even bother to say anything to her, started the car, and drove this troublemaker who refused to stop home. Chapter 10. After that day, Tang Ziyi didn't have the chance to see Yu Beiping again for more than half a month. She was very worried, afraid that he would annoy her. In fact, it was purely groundless worry. Yu Beiping was not that petty, but he felt helpless. Sun Ping came back early this time. Within 2 days of her arrival, she sent her a beautiful invitation on WeChat, asking her to go to the next door college to attend this class on Saturday. What? Tang Zixi poked around to look. Information technology and engineering or application to military practice. Go and listen, there's no harm, there are only a few invitations, I gave you all mine, people want to go but can't. Tang Zixi pouted and muttered, whoever wants to go can go. But she had nothing to do, so she went with Li Shaw in the afternoon. The two colleges are adjacent, but the hardware facilities are very different. The next door college is small but complete, even the teaching building is newly built with public funds. The brick red building shines in the sun, and the 5-meter-high gate is embedded with granite carvings and doorheads, which looks very imposing. Although it is a lecture, it is held in the banquet hall on the top floor. This place is usually open for year-end activities. The decoration is comparable to that of a star-rated hotel, and the huge banquet hall is packed with people. Tang Zixi and Li Shaw followed the crowd in by scanning the QR code on their invitation. From a distance, she saw the young woman with Jian Jun. She had long, shiny black hair, braided into a scorpion braid with curled ends. She wore a khaki tassel waistcoat sweater, pearl earrings, and disc-in boots. She looked gentle and intellectual, and had a bit of the delicate appearance of Ling Daiyi. It was her cousin, Zhou Qilan. Tang Zixi looked at her wrist, and sure enough, she was wearing a Patek Philippe mechanical watch with a thick wristband, which just covered the scar of her wrist cutting. It seems that the rumors are true. Jian Jun looked around and said in confusion, is this a lecture? Why does it look like an exchange meeting? I don't usually see so many people. Zhou Qilan asked the volunteer at the front desk for a cup of tea and took a sip elegantly. Why don't you look at who is giving the lecture? What do you mean? Jian Jun looked at her gossipingly. Zhou Qilan was vain and merciful, and told her, the cadre who came here from the north for further study is in charge of communication command. Jian Yun grasped the key point, very young. Zhou Qilan thought of the scene in the hospital a few days ago, and her face blushed unconsciously. But she didn't answer her directly. Soon, Jian Yin's guess was confirmed. When almost everyone came, the door was pushed open from the outside, and two people who looked like secretaries came in with documents. He didn't say hello to others. While walking quickly, he didn't forget to turn over the documents in his hands. He went straight to the podium, bowed slightly, and adjusted the microphone. Please be quiet and take your seats. He stood tall in front of the stage, one hand resting on the edge of the table, lowering his eyebrows and eyes. His profile was picturesque, and the light green shirt stuck in the waistband of his pants, highlighting his thin waist, which was really romantic. The room, which was originally a little noisy, became quiet in tacit understanding. Jian Yun then understood why most of the people who came to the class were girls. The class went very smoothly, and I almost forgot the passage of time. When the bell rang, he left with the documents. Many girls came over to ask questions with ulterior motives. Yu Beiping was surrounded by the crowd, still with a calm smile on his face. He answered the questions one by one. Only those who knew him well knew that he was getting impatient. Passing through the crowd, he saw a familiar figure holding the documents and walking out of the door quickly. He was anxious and couldn't get away. After calming down the crowd with great difficulty, he received a call and took the opportunity to escape from the encirclement and quickly chased out the door. Station Master Yu, when he arrived outside the door, a female voice, as sweet as a lark, suddenly came from behind him. Yu Beiping frowned, suppressed his impatience, turned around and gave the person a perfunctory smile. Zhou Qilan's face was flushed, and she didn't notice that he looked different at all. She walked a few steps forward and said, "Thank you for what happened last time." Yu Beiping looked at her for a while before recognizing that she was the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. In order to deal with Yu Shaojian's aftermath, he bought a bunch of flowers and went to the hospital to see the patient who had cut his wrists. He had thought clearly about what to say on the way, but when he arrived at the door, he heard sharp curses from inside. Let him go. Let them go. What do you think of me? Just apologize and you want to fool me? I am a descendant of a general, and you are going too far. Yu Beiping sorted out his thoughts and knocked on the door. Zhou Qilan was originally furious, with a distorted face, but when she saw him suddenly, she was stunned. Yu Beiping was born outstanding, dressed in a military uniform, elegant and pure. The sun sprinkled lightly on his hair. His posture was calm, gentle and humble. He explained his purpose, bowed and apologized on behalf of Yu Shaoqian, and handed over the flowers. He Liying took it in a hurry. Her face was restrained. She was scolding vigorously just now, but she couldn't say a word in front of him. Zhou Qilan's face was burning to her ears, her head hung deeply, and she was very annoyed. With just one glance, she remembered this outstanding young man. Afterwards, He Liying persuaded her, saying that this might not be a bad thing. After all, Yu Shaoqian was also an unlearned person, but this master was different. Although he was ranked 6th among all the brothers and cousins, he was the eldest son of Chief of Staff Yi. More importantly, he held an important position in the communication station, was very capable, and had a promising future. He was completely different from Yu Shaoqian, the dandy boy. Lan Lan, this is a great opportunity, you must seize it firmly. He Liying held her hand tightly and looked at her with bright eyes. Zhou Qilan blushed, shook off her hand, and said shyly, "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about?" But a different ripple appeared in her heart. Since then, she always unconsciously paid attention to Yu Beiping's affairs, and even asked someone to find a relationship to secretly watch him go to the field training to teach the erection class. Is there anything? Yu Beiping was anxious to get away, and his smile was forced. Zhou Qilan was unaware of this, hesitated for a moment, and blushed as she took out an invitation from her bag. "I have a performance in the courtyard on Saturday at 9 p.m, can you come?" After saying this, she felt abrupt and added, "It's a large-scale performance, and many heads and leaders in the inner courtyard will come to guide it." Yu Beiping responded casually, and from the corner of his eye, he had already caught a glimpse of Tang Ziqi's back disappearing around the corner. He hurriedly said goodbye politely and turned around to chase him. The marble steps in the corridor were thumped by his military boots. Zhou Qilan looked at his back, feeling a little disappointed. "What are you thinking about?" Jian Yu came from behind, took her arm, and smiled maliciously. "Nothing. I saw it all." Jian Yin thought of the young man just now, and felt that he looked familiar. He didn't know where he had seen him. "To be honest, I seem to have seen this head." "Impossible, he used to be out of town and just returned to Beijing recently." "Let me think about it." Jiang Yin frowned and thought deeply, and suddenly an idea came to him. The incident when she went to Professor Liao's lecture before, when he and Tang Ziqi were late together and entered the classroom one after the other, came to her mind. It seemed that the two had known each other for a long time. Chen Jun stopped talking abruptly, not wanting to mention it for selfish reasons. Tang Ziqi and he seemed to have a close relationship, so Chen Jun was of course very secretive about such a thing that might make her proud. Zhou Qilan was very curious. "What's wrong with him?" "Nothing, I remembered it wrong." A thought flashed through her mind quickly, and Jian Jun gave Zhou Qilan a half smile. "If you like him, just chase him." "What are you talking about?" Zhou Qilan was ashamed and embarrassed when her thoughts were exposed. Jian Jun smiled and said meaningfully, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. An outstanding man has to be snatched away. If you don't go, how do you know that he is not interested in you? If you don't go, Maybe others will come up to you. Don't cry then. Zhou Qilan stared at the empty stairwell absent-mindedly, thinking. Chapter 11. Tang Zuxi didn't know why he left. At that moment, it was almost instinctive. Seeing him chatting with other girls, she felt particularly uncomfortable. Her car was sent in for maintenance, and she took DD these days. It was rush hour, and she stood at the intersection for a long time without a driver to take the order. Yu Beiping drove to her, opened the door and stepped out. Why are you in such a hurry? She looked at him and lowered her eyes. I'm in a hurry. Yu Beiping bent down and tried to make his eyes level with hers. Are you unhappy? No, don't try to lie to me. Do you dare to look me in the eye? Tang Zuxi didn't expect him to be so aggressive. She felt annoyed for no reason. She looked up and glared at him, but saw that he was smiling at her. She was slightly stunned and speechless. Yu Beiping stood up, smiled and said, just let it out if you are angry. Don't hold it in your heart. It will hurt. Tang Zuxi felt a little embarrassed. Yu Beiping said, the lady just now is Zhou Qilan, my cousin's fiancée. Something happened before, and my cousin was sorry for her, so I was more accommodating to her. Do you understand my explanation? Tang Zuxi felt embarrassed. She felt that she was being unreasonable. Who is he to her? You haven't eaten yet? He naturally touched her head, put his arm around her shoulders, and pushed her to the passenger seat. The car left behind exhaust gas and took the two to the nearest commercial street. During the rush hour, everywhere was crowded. After going around in circles, Yu Beiping didn't want to go around anymore, so he drove directly into an alley at a corner. Where are we going? In the unfamiliar alley, with branches and leaves towering overhead, Tang Zuxi grabbed the seat belt nervously. He thought her frightened look was particularly cute, and turned back and smiled. Are you afraid that I will sell you? Tang Zuxi glared at him. Yu Beiping laughed out loud. It was a small courtyard with a patio in the middle and several houses around it, all with their doors open. Yu Beiping walked over and stopped at the third door. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Is anyone here? Come and answer the call. A young man in a woolen coat came out soon. Seeing him, he came over to hug him with a look of surprise and hit him on the chest. What brings you here, sixth young master Yu? Speak human language. Xiao Yang said, why are you here? Yu Beiping said, during peak hours, the restaurants outside are full of people. I can't get in line, so I came here to eat for free. You begged me. He looked serious, but there was a malicious smile in his eyes. Get lost. Later, they had a meal in the open-air canteen on the east side. Although the place is shabby, the food tastes good and the portions are filling. Braised pork is served in pots. The meat was cooked to a shiny oily texture, and it was soft and chewy when bitten, which was completely different from the hard meat that her mother usually cooked. She ate so happily that she didn't even bother to talk to them. Xiao Yang lit a cigarette and asked Yu Beiping if he wanted one. Yu Beiping glanced at Tang Zuxi and waved his hand. No. Xiao Yang smiled mischievously. Have the old smoker changed? Tang Zuxi looked at Yu Beiping with a face full of curiosity. Are you still an old smoker? Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. I only smoke one or two occasionally when the workload is heavy. I'm not addicted. Seeing that she was smiling and still wanted to ask, he quickly patted her head and said, eat quickly. Tang Zuxi snorted and ate with relish. This place used to be a publishing house, but later it went bankrupt, so it was requisitioned and turned into a simple station base. Because it was newly built, there was a shortage of equipment. Xiao Yang was a businessman who dabbled in everything. He took the initiative to take this job that didn't make much money. Although it might not make money, it was a face-saving thing to talk about it. Having achieved this level, he no longer cares about the slightest gains and losses. When he invests, he looks at the overall benefits and sustainable effects. Some projects have little effect when they are first invested, and they lose money in the first year or even the first few years, but once they start to make a profit in the later stage, the benefits are very considerable, almost increasing exponentially. Xiao Yao is a very far-sighted person, especially aware of this. He also has a way, and he knows the direction of the wind above very well, and can make better judgments in advance. Of course, it is not easy for Tang Zishi to interrupt the two grown men. But as they chatted, Xiao Yang became interested in her and winked at Yu Beiping. "Who are you? Introduce me." "Guess." Yu Beiping was also happy to play Tai Kai with him. Xiao Yang smiled. "Girlfriend." Yu Beiping picked up a piece of pork ribs for her with chopsticks. "Eat more, this meal is free." Xiao Yang was not happy. "I'm asking you a question. Don't try to change the subject." Yu Beiping looked up and smiled at him. "I'm just too lazy to pay attention to you." Xiao Yang said, "Ha ha." Yu Beiping then said, "In a few days, please help me call someone and find a chance for everyone to get together and formally introduce you." He patted Tang Zishi on the shoulder. Tang Zishi was startled, his head lowered even lower, and he gnawed the ribs desperately. After Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment, he couldn't suppress his low laugh. "Oh, oh, oh, the old iron tree has bloomed. The sun must be rising from the west." The whole meal was very uncomfortable. After coming out, Yu Beiping said, "Ignore him, he is so unruly." Tang Zishi nodded. "Where do you want to go?" "I'll accompany you, as an apology." Tang Zishi looked at him, puzzled. Yu Beiping smiled and said, "I made you unhappy just now in the college. This kind of man, when he is gentle, is deadly." Tang Zishi only persisted for a moment, and replied shamelessly, "I want to go to the movies." After that, he asked nervously, "Are you free today?" "I am on a temporary assignment now, and my transfer application has not been officially approved yet, so I am free." He said, "Of course, only during this period. After a while, I won't be able to come out even if you call me." Tang Zishi smiled and said, "Then let's go quickly." During the day, the cinema was not crowded, and there was no queue. Yu Beiping was wearing a casual uniform today, and he hadn't had time to change. He was a little eye-catching when he walked in. The girl who bought the ticket was a little crazy. She stared at him for a long time, and she was a little silly. Yu Beiping's hand holding the ID card was suspended in midair for a long time. The older sister next to him hurried over to take it, registered it, and gave him a ticket. "Let's go." He turned around and called Tang Zishi. "Wait, I'll buy a bucket of popcorn." She excitedly ran to the counter on the other side, asked for the largest bucket, and bought 2 glasses of juice. When she ran to him, she slapped her head in annoyance. "I forgot that you don't drink juice." "It's okay." He took it, put a straw in, and drank it. Tang Zishi smiled at him embarrassedly. Seeing that he was so easy to talk to, she took the initiative to touch a piece of popcorn and stuffed it into his mouth in a flash. "Try this." Yu Beiping had to swallow it. Sweet, so sweet that it was greasy. However, his face was very calm, and he smiled and said, "It's delicious." Tang Zishi said, "Actually, I don't like to eat such sweet food, but if you eat it occasionally, your mood will get better. If you don't believe me, try it more." She pinched 2 more and stuffed them into his mouth. When her fingertips touched his warm lips, her face turned red unconsciously, and she shamelessly withdrew her hand. Fortunately, he didn't say anything. There haven't been many good movies recently, so Tang Zishi picked a live-action version of Cinderella. The picture is good, but the story is ordinary. She felt drowsy halfway through the movie and fell asleep, holding the popcorn. Yu Beiping carefully took the popcorn out of her arms and took off his coat to cover her. She hugged her very tightly, and it took him some effort to take the popcorn. Yu Beiping looked at her and laughed. Being able to live a carefree life like this is something that others can't envy. At his age and experience, he certainly has no interest in such a dreamy movie, but today, he didn't know what was wrong with him, but he actually held the bucket of popcorn and watched it slowly. The popcorn was too sweet and sticky, and he usually wouldn't even touch it. But today, he ate it with relish. Chapter 12. Tang Ziqi dreamed that a dark shadow was chasing him from behind, and he had no choice but to run to the rooftop. The staircase was narrow and dark, and she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. While running quickly, she accidentally stepped on empty air. Her legs trembled, and she woke up with a start. The movie was just coming to the end at this moment, and the lights in the screening room were lit one by one. Awake? Yu Beiping looked at her with amusement. Tang Ziqi blushed. I'm sorry, I fell asleep. He just laughed and didn't say much. When she walked outside, it was already dark, but the street vendors gradually set up their stalls. The nightlife has just begun. Yu Beiping went to a convenience store on the street to buy a pack of cigarettes, reached into his pocket, took out a lighter, and lit it while standing on the steps. The moment he lowered his head, the flame illuminated his handsome profile and made it particularly warm. Tang Ziqi stood there for a while, ran over in small steps, stood on the steps and said to him, "Give me one too." She tilted her little head, looking serious. Yu Beiping didn't take it seriously. "Don't make a fuss." She held up an index finger, "Just one puff." His cold eyes stared at her without moving, and she shrank her head and said embarrassedly, "It's just a joke, why are you taking it so seriously?" Yu Beiping put out his cigarette, looked at her and said word by word, "Some things can be joked about, and some things, it's better not to do it with me." He said better not, but Tang Ziqi didn't hear the slightest tone of negotiation at all. She thought that he might not like girls smoking. She wanted to make a joke with him to liven up the atmosphere, but she flattered him. Tang Ziqi had the urge to hit his head against the wall, embarrassed. Maybe it was the warmth accumulated before that made her forget that Yu Beiping was actually a very cold person in his bones. He had enough patience to perfunctory you, but he would not change himself for others. Later, he sent her back, and there was some silence along the way. Tang Ziqi was more emotional, and he was so serious that she couldn't make a fuss, and even a little nervous, and didn't dare to provoke him on the way. "Are you afraid of me?" When he reached the bottom of the building, he suddenly stopped and turned back to ask her. Tang Ziqi stammered and didn't say anything. "Aren't you afraid of him?" He was so close to her, sometimes good and sometimes bad, making it hard to tell whether he was sincere or perfunctory. He seemed to know her very well. She said one sentence, and he could guess the next 10 sentences, but she knew nothing about him. Whether in the past or in the future. Maybe her probing eyes surprised him, and he smiled. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I just think you are like a beautiful snake." "Beautiful, but too mysterious and dangerous." "Beautiful snake?" He couldn't help laughing, but still asked, "Why?" She looked at him carefully and said, "Intuition." Her intuition was not groundless. Although he behaved more gently in the 2 meetings before the blind date, Tang Ziqi could still feel his calm, self-sustaining, and cool demeanor, and was not affected by her at all. But for such a person, he agreed without hesitation on the day of the blind date. She is not stupid, how could she not notice something strange? But why did he do this? "I don't have anything to gain." After a while, Tang Ziqi pursed his lips and said. It was like he said out loud what he had been hiding in his heart for the past few days. Yu Beiping said, "I don't want anything from you." Tang Ziqi said, "Then what do you want to do?" She seemed to be competing with him, and she had to get an answer today. Tang Ziqi had a good family background. When she was a child, Her family interacted with people in the scene and everyone fawned on her. She developed a proud character since she was a child, lawless, and even a little arrogant. 8 years ago, after her parents divorced, she could clearly feel the change in other people's attitude towards her. Although they were still polite, it was different from the previous attentiveness from the inside out. That was the first time Tang Zishi felt the warmth and coldness of human nature, and it also made her grow up a little. She didn't say it, but her heart was very transparent. Just like facing this person now. She knew that she had a crush on him and felt his care for her, but she also clearly understood that she was not enough to make him fall in love with her at first sight. There was no giving without reason. "What do you want to do?" she asked again. Yu Beiping did not answer her directly. "In this world, anyone can hurt you, only I won't." The corridor was dark, but Tang Zishi walked very fast and almost fell when she went up to the 4th floor. Yu Beiping hurriedly supported her from behind. "Be careful." Tang Zishi brushed him away and took out the key to open the door. Yu Beiping was not annoyed, and stood quietly behind her waiting. She opened the door, turned around and was about to close it, but saw that he was still standing there. She felt angry for no reason. "Why don't you leave?" Yu Beiping smiled without any temper. "I'll leave when you turn off the lights and go to bed." "What do you want?" At first, it didn't seem like a big deal, but Tang Zishi just felt uneasy now. She firmly believed that he didn't like her. Why? He was always calm and composed in front of her, and his emotions were under control. How could he like someone so much? But since he didn't like her, why did he rush to marry her? The more unknown, the scarier it was. Tang Zishi was unsure, and with a sad face, he grabbed the door panel and begged for mercy. "Brother, I'm not Tang Monk's flesh, and I can't become an immortal if I eat it. You were fine just now, why are you so scared of me now? Or did I make you unhappy just now?" "No, really not, I just think I'm not worthy of you. Besides, your level is too high, and I, a common man, can't handle it. I feel scared. Please find someone else to play with." Yu Beiping gradually stopped smiling and looked at her without blinking. "Do you think I'm playing with you?" He held the door panel with one hand, and with a little force, the door slipped from her hand and into his hand. Tang Zishi widened his eyes and watched him open the door. He stood in front of her and asked her, "Why do you think I want to play tricks on you? I went to blind dates with so much effort, watched movies with you, and tutored you in your homework. Am I playing tricks on you?" His voice was calm and didn't sound very worldly, but Tang Zishi knew that he was really annoyed. She gritted her teeth. "Then tell me, do you like me?" "Yes." She raised her head angrily, without any hesitation. "Are you reciting a text? It couldn't be more fake." Yu Beiping laughed. "What are you laughing at?" He was still laughing, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. "How can you be so cute?" Tang Zishi knew that his subtext was, "How can you be so stupid?" She stared at him angrily. In front of him, her tricks were not good enough at all, and she was easily suppressed under the 5 Fingers Mountain, and she was almost out of breath. She wanted to have a complete fight with him, but his attitude was so good that she couldn't start. She wanted to talk calmly, but she couldn't win the argument. Tang Zishi was so embarrassed and aggrieved. Yu Beiping raised his hand to rub her hair, pushed the door open and hooked it shut with his backhand. With a slight bang, Tang Zishi woke up as if from a dream, staring blankly at the closed door and him who had entered the room. You. The instigator looked calm, took off his gloves, changed into slippers leisurely, and went to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. Tang Zishi followed him and protested, "This is my home." He picked up the water glass and took a sip, then looked back at her. "So what? You are occupying the magpie's nest." Yu Beiping raised his eyebrows and said to her seriously, "Strictly speaking, this is the house you rented, so it can't be considered your home. Then the term occupying the magpie's nest does not apply. Tang Ziqi. Hey, he's even quibbling with her. She bared her teeth. What on earth do you want to do? Care about your fiancé, isn't that too much? He looked around as if he was at home, and commented, I remember I told you last time not to put the water bottle in that place. It's easy to bump into it, it's not safe. He pointed to the entrance cabinet, thought about it, put the cup, and simply went over to pick up the water bottle. Tang Ziqi was a little angry, but helpless. Are all your leaders like this? Bullying. Yu Beiping couldn't help laughing when he saw her being humiliated. He raised his hand to press his lips and coughed lightly. I'll leave after I finish talking. You say? Yu Beiping said seriously, first, I am serious about talking about marriage with you, not teasing you. Second, if I make you feel insecure, I apologize to you. But don't quarrel with me, okay? Seeing him so serious and reasonable, Tang Ziqi felt a little weak. After a long while, she nodded. Yu Beiping came over and put his hand on her shoulder. Actually, we met when we were kids. You really don't remember? Tang Ziqi was caught off guard and stared at him blankly. Yu Beiping took his hand back, put it in his pocket, and smiled at her. It's normal that you don't remember. I didn't often go back to the compound at that time. I lived with my mother in the Base Research Institute in Haidian. By the way, she was doing scientific research. Tang Ziqi felt that his smile was very faint, a little different from his usual smile. Your mother. She died when I was 8 years old. She was in the chemical industry for a long time, and her health was not very good. Later, she got a lot of diseases and had to go to a sanatorium. When I was 8 years old, I took my brother out to play, and he was kidnapped. He paused here, his eyes were a little complicated, with sadness, more self-mockery, and a hint of hatred. My mother couldn't stand this blow and jumped off the building. Tang Ziqi was speechless. This was the first time he told her his private affairs. In the past, he was more like an omnipotent strong man, who erected himself in layers of hard armor, leaving only a calm and steady appearance. But that feeling was distant and unreal. That was the side he wanted to show her, not the natural expression of his true feelings. It was not as frank as it is now. Tang Ziqi gradually understood the purpose of his doing this. Because he turned his head and looked at her, and slowly said, It's not that I have hidden a lot of things from you, but there are some things that I really don't want to mention. However, if you want to understand me, I am willing to tell you. He said, as long as you ask me. Tang Ziqi couldn't describe the feeling at that moment. It was as if she had decided to draw a line with him and freeze herself, and his simple words made her eyes collapse. She finally realized his influence on her. While she was hesitating and dazed, Yu Beiping opened his arms to hug her, lowered his head, and kissed her slender and warm forehead. Tang Ziqi trembled unconsciously and looked at him a little blankly. Yu Beiping laughed and pointed his finger at the tip of her nose. Are you soft-hearted? Tang Ziqi was stunned. He bent down and looked into her eyes, saying angrily, You are so soft-hearted and easily deceived. Tang Ziqi. Her eyes gradually widened, and she looked at him in disbelief. You are playing tricks on me again? His deep laughter was in her ears. He laughed really happily, and his voice was clear and unreserved. Tang Ziqi was depressed and aggrieved, but faintly, there seemed to be a hint of sweetness. Chapter 13. Maybe she ate too much just now. Tang Ziqi felt a little stomachache, and curled up on the sofa to feel it. Her expression was a little silly, and Yu Beiping couldn't help asking her, What are you doing? She was very honest, I may have a stomachache. Yu Beiping said, I ate with you. If there was something wrong with the food, how come I didn't have any problems? Tang Ziqi thought about it, yes, and was even more puzzled. Gradually, the dull pain in the body intensified, and it came in waves, and finally concentrated in the lower abdomen. The whole person was sore and weak, as if she was filled with lead and kept sinking down. She finally understood what it was. Her face changed. You should leave soon. Yu Beiping was worried about her and squatted in front of her. What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? I told you to leave. Tang Zishi hugged the cushion and buried his head deeply in it, his voice a little exasperated. He gradually understood a little, and he didn't look embarrassed. He just rested his head on his knees, looked at her and smiled. Why are you embarrassed to tell me? Am I familiar with you? Tang Zishi said viciously. It can be seen that she really tried to act fierce and calm, but it was a pity that she stumbled when she spoke, and there was no deterrent effect at all. Yu Beiping smiled tolerantly, got up and went to the kitchen. I'll make you some hot water. Tang Zishi glared at his back. But her lower abdomen hurt so much that she didn't even have the strength to confront him. Yu Beiping came back soon, blowing hot water in front of her. Wait a minute, I'll give it to you when it's cooler. Tang Zishi deliberately contradicted him. Don't be so nice to girls, Chief Yu. If you don't like them, don't be so nice to them. Otherwise you'll be a bitch and will cause misunderstandings. Yu Beiping said, remove the. Tang Zishi snorted. Yu Beiping looked at her sideways. Do you think I'm so nice to everyone? Tang Zishi, you saw it with your own eyes. Tang Zishi deliberately found faults, of course, and exposed him when he found any mistakes. During the lecture before, you and my cousin. I've already said that it's polite. Then if the situation requires, Chief Yu, are you so polite to every girl? If they want to have dinner with you, will you go too? Yu Beiping looked at her calmly, a cold and handsome face in the light, but when he looked closely, there was no expression. Tang Zishi was frightened by his gaze and finally restrained himself a little. He finally spoke. Tang Zishi, how well do you know me? How dare you speculate about me so recklessly? His tone was unquestionable, with an indescribable mockery and a bit of pity, as if to say, with your IQ, you dare to play these tricks with me. Tang Zishi closed her mouth reluctantly, her face unsightly. On the one hand, she was angry, and on the other hand, she was really uncomfortable. Yu Beiping handed the bowl to her and picked her up with one hand. Drink some hot water, you will feel better. At this moment, his tone seemed very gentle. Beating and then giving a carrot or something, it really is an eternal routine. Tang Zishi thought angrily. But she really didn't dare to make trouble anymore, and drank the bowl of hot water obediently. Yu Beiping said again, it's so cold, why don't you wear socks? There is heating. So when you go out to buy things, you don't wear socks for convenience, right? He hit the nail on the head. Tang Zishi was speechless. She was quite lazy and was used to going barefoot at home. If she had to go out to buy something, she would just do it later and not bother to put on socks. Yu Beiping went to her room to find socks for her. Li Thongzhou laughed and scolded. Jiang Yi's cousin quickly took out his cell phone and called Jiang Yi back. The party officially started when everyone was present. If you don't talk, you won't know. After talking, you will know that Tang Zishi also stayed in the military compound in the western suburbs before. She has a lively personality and no tricks, so it is easy for her to get along with them. Jiang Yi came back soon, kicked the chair and sofa irritably, and sat down with his legs crossed. Don't look so dead, come and meet your future sister-in-law. Xiao Yang cheered. Jiang Yi glanced at Tang Zishi, then retracted his gaze without saying anything. Tang Zishi originally wanted to shake hands with him, but he didn't give him face, and his face didn't look good. Xiao Yang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. The old man at home is forcing you to get married. He's been in a bad mood these 2 days. Just treat him as his period and don't take it to heart. Jiang Yi was furious when he heard this. You are the one who is having an period. After meeting and getting together, these people have acknowledged Tang Ziqi. On the one hand, Yu Beiping introduced her formally, and on the other hand, she was also quite generous, playful, and not shy. People like them valued this very much, and they particularly disliked those petty and timid people. We are all favored children of heaven, who would have the patience to accommodate you. In the evening, Yu Beiping sent her home, taking a ride with Xiao Yang. He sent her to the bottom of the building, and watched her go upstairs. He left only when the lights were on. Xiao Yang leaned against the car door to light a cigarette. His face was hazy in the smoke, and he could not see clearly. After a while, he flicked off the cigarette and asked him, "What's going on?" "What's going on?" Yu Beiping opened the car door and was about to go in. Xiao Yang held his hand, and the car door slammed back again. Yu Beiping then looked at him seriously. Their eyes met in the air for a while, and he sneered lightly, "It has nothing to do with you, don't mind it. It's my brother's business, how can I not care? Do you really like this girl?" Xiao Yang and he have been buddies for decades, but he doesn't know his temper. Just now at the party, he seemed serious and took good care of the girl, but there always seemed to be something between them. It seemed that he was accommodating her and thinking about everything for her. He was too considerate and too rational, just like a program set up on a computer, working according to the schedule, but lacked some sincerity. After looking at each other for a while, Yu Beiping didn't plan to hide it. "Her brother's death actually has something to do with me." Xiao Yang. Yu Beiping thought about it seriously, smiled, and slowly put the cigarette in his mouth. "I can see that she likes me very much, and my father likes her very much. I will take care of her for the rest of my life." It can be seen that Yu Beiping didn't want to mention Tang Zhihui. However, Xiao Yang was really worried, so he had to ask in a roundabout way, "It's not a good idea, right? What if you fall in love with someone else in the future?" "No, I don't know if it's natural or because of his childhood experiences. He is a little cold, always too rational, likes to dissect everything, and rarely has emotional ties. If he could fall in love with someone else, he would have been calm and courteous to everyone in the past few years, but he could never get close to them. And he thinks too thoroughly. What is love? To put it bluntly, it's a chemical substance. After a short period of time, what's left in marriage is family affection. He doesn't have any other advantages, but once he thinks carefully and decides on something, he will persevere and stick to it forever. Since he has decided to marry Tang Ziqi, he will definitely take care of her for the rest of her life. In silence, Xiao Yang started the car, but still couldn't help looking back at him, feeling a little melancholy and helpless. I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Chapter 15. It was Tang Xiuche's birthday. Tang Ziqi didn't want to go, but she couldn't bear her mother's repeated warnings. They left home late, and the sky darkened after the car had been driving for a while. In the twilight, the sudden glow of the sunset and the ups and downs in the air intertwined and rolled into the distance. The road was congested, so she asked the driver to take a detour behind Wulituo. When they arrived near Shijingshan, the sunset had already set. There was a call from Xishan. After a long wait, Tang Ziqi finally dialed the call expressionlessly. Tang Xiuche's voice was as loud and cold as ever. "I told you to come at 5:15. What time is it now?" Tang Ziqi raised his watch and glanced at it. His voice was cold and clear, and it came over like a repeater. "Report to the chief. It's 5 o'clock 3 minutes 27 seconds, and there are still 11 minutes and 33 seconds before the designated time. Please wait a little longer. If I'm not here by the appointed time, it's not too late to scold me." Tang Xiuche was so angry that he couldn't speak and hung up the phone directly. The car was stuck in traffic for a while on the North 3rd Ring Road. The driver accelerated all the way and finally took her to the designated time. There were guards waiting at the foot of the mountain. They led her to a prepared military vehicle and drove up the mountain road. This place is an official sanatorium with strict security and beautiful scenery. It is usually a place for retired cadres to recuperate. You have to go through the procedures in advance to enter and leave. Tang Xiuchen went to the southwest a few days ago to command a mudslide rescue and disaster relief activity. He was accidentally injured by falling rocks. After treatment, he was moved to this place. Since his parents divorced 8 years ago, Tang Zishi and him have been almost strangers. They only met twice during the holidays. Every time they met, they parted unhappily. Tang Zishi was in a bad mood and had a sullen face all the way. The guards leading the way didn't dare to ask her any more questions. It rained in the evening, and it was heavy and hid the flowers and plants in the yard. The father and daughter met in the open pavilion in the southeast yard. Before she came, Tang Xiuchen was full of anger, but when he saw people, he was like a deflated ball, all gone, just sighed, raised his hand to signal her to sit down across the stone table. Tang Zishi said, "No, just say what you want to say." Tang Xiuchen picked up the brewed tea and filled it for her. The green and pointed tea leaves swirled on the water surface, slowly expanded, and filled the narrow cup. Tang Zishi sat silently on the cold stone bench, inexplicably thinking of the trip to Xingyi last year. It was midsummer, and the lotus leaves in the lotus pond were full of green that covered the sky. It was originally a refreshing color, but too much is as bad as too little. The moon waxes and wanes, so dense that it makes people feel annoyed from the bottom of their hearts. After a long silence, Tang Xiuchen sighed and said, "I know you blame me, but I have been thinking about you and your mother all these years." Tang Zishi kept his head down and said nothing. His face was almost indifferent and paranoid. Her attitude is towards people. She treats people she likes as warmly as spring, and never cares about the slightest fault or unhappiness. However, once she labels someone as annoying, it is difficult to remove the label, and she has a strong prejudice. Tang Xiuchen was also afraid that the relationship between father and daughter would become more tense, so he said carefully, "What do you think about the matter between you and Yu Xiaoliu?" "What do you mean?" Tang Zishi sneered imperceptibly. Tang Xiuchen didn't care either, and further asked, "Are you satisfied with him?" Tang Zishi didn't say anything. Tang Xiuchen also knew something about his daughter's temper. She didn't deny it immediately, which meant that there was a turning point, but she just didn't make a clear statement because of face. He was relieved and made peace for her. "He is the son of my old friend, a good person, with outstanding appearance, temperament, and ability. You can consider it." Tang Zishi hesitated and nodded. Tang Xiuchen was certain and felt that this was a good thing. He stood up and poured her some tea, authentic old mountain tea, specially supplied, not available outside. "It has health benefits. Drink more." Tang Zishi glanced at him with his eyes slanted and muttered, "I'm not in my 70s or 80s, what health benefits do I need?" Tang Xiuchen's face froze, and it took a long time for him to recover. The service came in and reported that the meal was ready. Tang Xiuchen invited Tang Zishi to have a meal, just the two of them. There were a lot of people who came to celebrate during the day, but Tang Xiuchen didn't care about them. He enjoyed the meal with his daughter. He kept picking up food for her on the table. Tang Zishi was a little impatient and put down her chopsticks. "I'm full." After that, she picked up the calfskin bag with one hand and went out. The shiny sequins flashed against her slender arms, which was so beautiful that it took people's breath away. Tang Xiuchen felt sad and relieved. The daughter has grown up and is so outstanding, but she is very friendly to others, except him. The guards hurriedly escorted Tang Zishi out. When they reached the door, she suddenly stopped and turned back to tell him, "Don't follow me anymore." Her eyes were serious. The guard was embarrassed, but, The commander asked me to take you back personally. Miss Tang Ziqi got angry and didn't care about the emperor's account. She glared at her at the gate on the mountain. A military truck came out of the sentry box with a powerful engine and stopped directly in front of her. Tang Ziqi was startled and saw the car door opened from the inside with a whoosh, and a pair of jungle military boots stepped down steadily. He was a tall and handsome man. With her height, she could only reach his shoulders. Looking from below, his legs were straight and slender, with a military belt stuck around his waist. He was dusty and sweaty on his forehead. He was young and handsome, but his chin was covered with blue stubble, as if he hadn't cleaned it for many days. His sleeves were casually rolled up, revealing his strong forearms, with slightly protruding veins and light blue blood vessels under the skin. Whether it was his steady standing posture, his tall and strong figure, or his serious look, he exuded a dazzling sense of pure masculine power. Tang Ziqi's first impression was that this man was a bit cold and arrogant, not very sociable, and not easy to get along with. Tang Ziqi. He looked at her, his eyes seemed to confirm something, then nodded, and opened the car door vigorously. Get in. Tang Ziqi was very disgusted with this unquestionable tone. What for? The commander asked me to take you back. Hearing that it was Tang Xiucha's instruction, Tang Ziqi became even more rebellious and sneered. No need. Liang Jintang stood there unmoved and repeated, please get in the car. Tang Ziqi was very angry and his temper came up. What's your name? Where are you from? She broke his badge and wanted to see the number and name on the back. A pair of hands suddenly grabbed her wrist with such force that her face changed. Liang Jintao stared at her coldly with a sharp look. Tang Ziqi was a little scared by his look, but it was not easy to step down, so she stiffened her neck and did not give in. His hand was really strong, and she felt that her wrist was going to break without feeling that she was using much force. Just when she felt like she was about to go into shock, he coldly pushed her away. Liao Jintao, from the Central Police Corps, the chief's personal bodyguard. Before Tang Ziqi had time to think, he pressed his shoulder with one hand and pushed him into the car without saying anything. Get in. Tang Ziqi had never seen such a stubborn guy before, and was caught off guard and almost fell head over heels. By the time she reacted, the car engine started, and it had already rushed out with her. She rolled around in the car like a tumbler, and she was so angry that she yelled, "Are you fucking sick? Fuck. Wait, what did he just say his name was? Liang Jintang. Isn't that the name of the burden brought by her stepmother Zhong Meiling? What a narrow road for enemies." Chapter 16. After receiving Tang Ziqi's call, Yu Beiping rushed to Shijingshan without saying a word. After driving from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain for more than half an hour, Liang Jintao's car was stopped by Yu Beiping. Tang Ziqi quickly opened the car door and jumped out, kicking the tire in anger. Liang Jintang got out, just glanced at her, ignored her, and went over to shake hands with Yu Beiping. Yu Beiping also smiled and greeted him. Liang Jintang is from the Central Police Corps, directly under the command of the General Staff, and is responsible for guarding important leaders. To put it bluntly, he is the leader's personal bodyguard, sometimes staying in the capital, sometimes going out on field trips, and following the leader to local areas or even abroad for inspections. This department is different from the armed police. It belongs to the internal security and is highly valued. It is one of the best in this imperial city, commonly known as the Master of the Inner Court. This department is also mysterious, and it is rumored to be weird outside, but Yu Beiping has seen him in action. He can knock down 10 special police officers in one encounter, and it is also one of the few troops outside that can be equipped with a gun license. Before, the two had contacted each other once for work. Because of an earthquake and mudslide in a certain place in the southwest, Yu Beiping was ordered to command the construction team to repair the communication equipment. A leader came to inspect the disaster area. In order to ensure absolute safety, Liang Jintang was specially sent to guard. In this way, although they were not familiar with each other, the two had a little friendship. "Are you back?" Yu Beiping smiled. "I thought you would be away for a long time this time." Liang Jintang lowered his head and straightened his leather gloves, and responded coldly as usual. "Old Liu transferred me to the head of the guard, and I may be stationed here in the future." When he thinks about things, he will habitually purse his lips and remain silent, with his chin slightly raised, a little arrogant, a little unfeeling, and people will be discouraged. Yu Beiping is good at judging people. Although he has only met him twice, he knows that he does not mean to look down on people. He is like this to everyone. He smiled and didn't take it seriously. "Is there any misunderstanding between you and Zishi? Just now on the phone, she complained to him a lot." Liang Jintang said nothing. Yu Beiping looked at Tang Ziqi with a questioning look. "Don't think he is still polite now." If Tang Ziqi said that Liang Jintang bullied him, he would be angry faster than a book. But Tang Ziqi knew it was embarrassing. He shook his head reluctantly and gritted his teeth. "No, it's okay." Liang Jintang didn't want to stay any longer and said, "I have to go back and report. Since you are here, please keep an eye on her." Yu Beiping nodded, "Thank you." Liang Jintang waved his hand, got in the car and drove back the same way. Tang Ziqi was still angry. "Who are you? So rude." Yu Beiping was amused and touched her head. "If you don't make trouble, can others punish you? Are you helping him or me?" Tang Ziqi felt uncomfortable. Yu Beiping smiled even deeper and quickly tapped her nose with his index finger. "Were you so arrogant before?" "Am I arrogant?" She threatened him viciously, as if she would never let him go as long as he said yes. Yu Beiping couldn't help laughing, so he had to coax her. "No, you are the most knowledgeable, the cutest and the most sensible." "Fake it." Tang Ziqi waved the car keys and got into the car with him one after the other. After getting in the car, she asked him again, "Where are you going?" "Back to the compound." "Which compound?" "The one I lived in since I was a child." "Which one?" Tang Ziqi looked cold and thoughtful, and didn't speak. She used to live there because her parents lived in harmony. Now they have divorced, and that place is like an embarrassing crack in her childhood memory. She doesn't want to see Zhou Meiling and her son, or those people she used to know. Meeting them is equivalent to reminding her of this fact. Yu Beiping rarely saw her so quiet and deep, and he couldn't bear it, so he hesitated and held her hand. Tang Ziqi was stunned and looked at him hesitantly. The setting sun outlined his outline in the shadow, more three-dimensional and more emotional. His long eyelashes covered him, making his expression seem very gentle at that moment. She looked a little dazed. He placed a coin in her palm and helped her close it. "Do you believe in fate?" Tang Ziqi looked at him blankly. "I don't quite understand what you mean." Yu Beiping's expression seemed to be bewitching. "Toss a coin. If it's flower, we'll go. If it's 1 minute, we won't go." Tang Ziqi was still hesitating. "You look like you don't care about anything, but that's not the case. You're afraid that others will look down on you because of this, and that you feel inferior. You're also afraid that your former friends will no longer associate with you because of this, so you pretend to be indifferent and don't want to go back." His eyes were calm and composed, but like a sharp blade, ruthlessly peeling off the unbearableness she was trying so hard to hide. Tang Ziqi was ashamed and angry. "You are such a person." Her eyes did not make him retreat, but instead smiled at her leisurely and raised his eyebrows. "What do you think of me?" After staring at him for a long time, Tang Ziqi finally surrendered and said with gritted teeth, "Everyone says that I'm heartless, but I think you are cold-hearted. If I believe that you are marrying me because you like me, I am the biggest idiot in the world. She fastened her seat belt angrily and said with full energy, drive. Yu Beiping smiled and slowly started the car, his voice a little lazy. Who said I don't like you? Compared with other women, I do like you more. If I must find someone to marry, you must be the first choice. Thank you. You're welcome. After talking, the invisible diaphragm between the two seemed to fade. If Yu Beiping said that he liked her very much and must marry her, Tang Ziqi would think it was fake. Now he said that he just liked her more than others, which made her more convinced. Under the night, Yu Beiping parked the car under the street light, took the key and asked her to get out. Tang Ziqi said, "You parked so randomly, aren't you too unethical? You can park here." It used to be a printing factory, but it closed down later. Look, the parking line is still there. He kicked the ground with his toes, and Tang Ziqi looked in the direction where it was going. Sure enough, there were still faint white lines on the oil cypress road. It was just that over time, it was eroded to a faint mark. After many years, Tang Ziqi revisited the old place, and his memory was as faint as the paint mark, almost without a trace. Yu Beiping was right. Before coming here, he had many concerns, afraid of this and that. Only when he really faced it would he find that it was not a big deal. Let's go to the cafeteria for dinner. He wanted to hold her hand. Of course, Tang Ziqi didn't let him, and pulled it back naturally. Yu Beiping had nothing to do, so he simply put his hands back in his pockets and followed behind her like a bodyguard. It was now the peak meal time, and there were many people on the road in the courtyard. The two of them walking under the street lights like this would inevitably attract attention. Someone familiar was coming back from the cafeteria, and they bumped into him. He smiled and teased him, "When did you come back? Why didn't you tell us that Commander Yu is rich now? Are you looking down on people? You're a communications guy, and you're telling me you're rich? Don't be kidding." The woman smiled and complimented, "Don't be modest. You're not even 30 yet, but you already have 2 shoulders. This is not uncommon in our eastern area." After some pleasantries, she seemed to have just discovered Tang Ziqi beside him, and said in surprise, "Your sister?" The word sister took the lead and determined the nature of the relationship. Regardless of whether Tang Ziqi denied it or not, his momentum weakened. Tang Ziqi glanced at Yu Beiping and laughed. He had quite a few bad peach blossoms. The woman had her hands behind her back, with a teasing look in her eyes. She was a head taller than Tang Ziqi, which made her feel confident. Her smile was reserved, but it was a bit targeted. Everyone knew what Sima Zhao was thinking. Yu Beiping didn't like to offend people, and he never responded directly to such jokes in the past. Today, he made an exception and put his arm around Tang Ziqi's shoulders and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, Tang Ziqi." The woman's face turned green immediately, and her smile became forced. But soon, she regained her spring-like smile. "Congratulations." Yu Beiping also gave a polite smile, pushed the person away calmly, and without pausing for a moment, he chased Tang Ziqi to the cafeteria in front. "He can't eat anything." Someone cursed from behind. But was it disgust or unwillingness? The people next to him laughed and were very happy. Everyone knew that this was just sour grapes. There were people who liked Yu Beiping, but he was warm on the outside and cold on the inside. He was like a piece of ice in his bones, which could not be shaken or warmed at all. Therefore, most people still stayed at the level of goodwill and appreciation, and only 1 or 2 people persevered. Alas, such a person was going to get married. As soon as Zhou Xilan left the rehearsal room, she dragged Liang Yi to the auditorium. There was still more than half an hour before the show started. Liang Yi was puzzled, "Going there so early, you will also wait. Why don't you stay here for a while and go with the main group?" Zhou Xilan had other plans in mind, and said to her, "A friend of mine is coming too, I'll go over to say hello." This performance is quite big. Not only people from the art troupe, but also students from the PLA Art Academy come to study. Zhou Qilan has studied there before, so she must know some teachers and classmates there, so Liang Ye didn't think much about it. When they arrived at the door of the auditorium, there were a lot of cars parked there, and most of them were parked by the ditch not far away. Zhou Qilan searched in the crowd, her eyes becoming more and more disappointed. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she stared at a certain point without moving. Liang Ye followed her gaze and saw two young men in casual clothes talking to each other. The older one patted the younger one on the shoulder from time to time, and they seemed to be quite familiar with each other. Upon closer inspection, they both had a rare good temperament, and it was obvious that they were not ordinary people. This was not a private performance like usual, and the people who came were not ordinary people. Although there were no hard and fast rules, there were no irrelevant people to join in the fun. She was secretly surprised and turned around to ask Zhou Qilan, "Know each other?" Zhou Qilan had already put all her thoughts on that, so she pushed her hand away without saying anything and walked over happily. Before she could finish her words, Yu Beipi had already said goodbye to Li Tongzhou, turned around, walked up the stairs, and walked behind a young girl. Zhou Qilan stopped and saw him quickly pat the girl's shoulder and said something. The girl turned around reluctantly. Face to face, Zhou Qilan was stunned at first, and then subconsciously covered her face. Tang Zishi was sharp-eyed, and he saw Zhou Qilan the next moment, and pulled Yu Beiping over. "Cousin, why are you here?" Chapter 17. Zhou Qilan held back all the words in her heart, her face not looking good. It was like a bowl of delicious noodles was placed in front of her, rubbing her hands, waiting for her to eat, but at the critical moment, the bowl was snatched away. She didn't want to ask what the relationship between the two was, her smile was forced, and she felt uncomfortable. But she felt a little unwilling in her heart, and turned to Tang Ziqi and said, "I heard that your recent project had some problems. My mother is worried about you. Then thank my aunt for me." It was good enough that He Li Yin didn't sing against her. Tang Ziqi has never gotten along with them, and didn't even want to say a few perfunctory words. In front of Yu Beiping, Zhou Qilan seemed to have a very good relationship with her, and kept saying to her, "I have a performance today, you will come to see it too, right? Give me some pointers." "I don't understand, what can I give you pointers? You will appreciate it, right?" Zhou Qilan turned her head to Yu Beiping and said, "What do you think of my outfit today, Chief?" She lifted the hem of her skirt and turned around in front of him. The snow-white gauze was very flowing, and there was an umbrella support inside the skirt. The raised arc was quite architectural, making her legs look even longer. She also stood on tiptoe, raised her legs, and turned her hands over for him to see. Tang Ziqi rolled his eyes in his heart. What a coquettish person. Yu Beiping also wanted to laugh. He cleared his throat twice, straightened his face and spoke in an official tone, "Very good, do a good job later." Zhou Qilan seemed to be excited and said, "Yes." At this time, Xiao Yang and Jiang Ye followed Li Tongzhou to meet up. They greeted Yu Beiping first, and then chatted with Tang Ziqi familiarly, leaving Zhou Qilan aside. Zhou Qilan tried to interrupt several times but couldn't, and her face was a little embarrassed. Li Tongzhou couldn't stand it anymore, so he greeted Zhou Qilan. Xiao Yang seemed to have noticed her and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was busy talking to Ziqi and forgot to greet you. What's your name?" Zhou Qilan was so shocked that she really thought he didn't know her. Zhou Qilan, I'm Ziqi's cousin." But in fact, after the incident with Yu Shaoqian, Yu Beiping and his childhood friends knew about this interesting story. Yu Shaoqian lacked parental discipline since childhood, and he was stupid and complained to others everywhere. His dandy character was just like a smaller version of Jiang Yi, and he was closest to Jiang Ye. Among the three, Li Songzhou had the most stable and kind personality, while Jiang Ye and Xiao Yang were two real ancestors. Zhou Qila's personality was also the kind they looked down upon the most. In Jiang Ye's words, that she is just too pretentious and has no self-awareness. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that she is interested in Yu Beiping. But Yu Beiping himself said that Tang Ziqi is his fiancée, so it is pointless for Zhou Qilan to keep pestering him like this. There are so many people in this compound who have a crush on Yu Beiping, but when they heard that he was going to get married, they just laughed it off. People like Zhou Qilan, who dare not say it openly, but are secretly thinking about it, are really annoying. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes and asked Zhou Qilan, "How is the matter between you and Xiaoxiang going?" He was dressed quite casually, in a contrasting beige, dark grey and blue sweatshirt, with his trouser legs rolled up to reveal the fluffy white lining. He had a bowl-cut haircut, and looked like a well-behaved gentleman. But those who knew him well knew that he was a bastard, with a lot of bad intentions, but compared to Jiang Ye's bad temper with a sullen face all year round, it was not easy to see on the surface. Zhou Qila's face turned pale when he said that, but seeing that his expression was sincere and did not seem deliberate, she was a little unsure. Jiang Ye sneered, "We broke up a long time ago. It's not appropriate." Xiao Yang didn't quite understand, "What's the matter?" Jiang Ye said, "Why don't you ask Xiao Qian?" Zhou Qilan was a little embarrassed. Xiao Yang noticed it and tried to smooth things over. "Sorry, we didn't know you were taboo about this." Jiang Ye said, "What's there to not mention? We friends should know whether it's a breakup or a reconciliation. As long as it's not sneaky, what can't be said?" Xiao Yang glared at him, "You can't say that." "Why can't you say that?" Li Hongzhou still couldn't stand it and interrupted them. Okay, it's old stuff, there's nothing to talk about. We can't watch the show either, let's go out and play." "Okay," Yu Beiping said, took Tang Ziqi's hand and left directly. Xiao Yang and Jiang Yi looked at each other and felt that it was meaningless, so they followed silently, leaving Zhou Qilan alone behind. She also realized that this group of people didn't like her. They played until very late. Tang Ziqi drank some wine and stumbled out of the upstairs with her scarf gathered together. Yu Beiping supported her from the side. "Be careful." Tang Ziqi crashed into his arms by inertia. She was drunk and clung to his shoulders in a daze, raising her hazy face. The night wind ruffled her hair, some of which were curled and scattered on her shoulders. It was thick and black, making her skin dazzling like snow. The light grey wool skirt wrapped around her exquisite and graceful figure. It was sleeveless, and her bare arms looked weak and boneless. Beauty lies in the bones, not in the skin. This is a kind of gorgeous and beautiful beauty that radiates from the inside out, as if it can capture people's souls. Tang Ziqi likes to act crazy when she is drunk. She is usually 3 points of pampering, but now it is magnified to 10 points. She pushed him away and hugged a tree by the roadside and refused to leave. "I haven't drunk enough." Yu Beiping reasoned with her, "It's already 12 o'clock. If you don't go back, I won't care about you." Tang Ziqi didn't care, "Then get out." Beside them, Xiao Yang and Jiang Yu were both trying not to laugh. Did young Master Yu also get humiliated like this? Seeing her behavior, Yu Beiping was too lazy to reason with her. He just picked her up and closed the car. A lot of exhaust fumes rose up, and both the man and the car disappeared. Xiao Yang looked at the car going away under the street light and joked, "His wife is really good looking. If he hadn't gotten there first, I would have wanted to give it a try." Jiang Yu looked at a beast with an expression on his face. "Stop talking nonsense. If sixth brother hears you, you'll be in trouble. It was just a joke. I don't plan to get married." Jiang Ye's face darkened when he mentioned this. What's wrong? Xiao Yao looked at him with ill intent. Jiang Ye spat at him. Stop gloating. Don't you know I'm getting married soon? Xiao Yang said seriously. You didn't tell anyone. What? Was the blind date successful? How could it be impossible? The old man almost put a knife to my neck to force me. What about your wife? What else? She's a researcher. Her name is Chen Luo. Not good looking. Jiang Ye paused and slowly put a cigarette in his mouth. She looks okay. He immediately added, but she and I are not compatible. She is a dull person, and I like lively people, so there is a conflict in nature. Xiao Yao patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't think too much, it's all fate. Jiang Ye sneered, then my life is really hard. The next day, Tang Zishi planned to go to the nearby commercial district to buy new clothes. Yu Beiping stopped her. I'll wash the dishes and go with you. We got home late yesterday, and the door to the family quarters was already closed, so the two had to stay overnight in the old house that Yu Beiping had left here before. It's been a while since we've been here, so there's some dust in the house. Yu Beiping cleaned it up himself and made her some hangover soup. When she woke up the next day, Tang Zushi shook her head and felt no pain, and was still puzzled. Privately, she didn't want to go with him. What was the point of a man following her when she went shopping for clothes? But then she thought, they were both going to get married, so why not go out together? Then hurry up. She tilted her head to take off the leather rope, fiddled with it a few times, and her fluffy hair fluttered charmingly. She didn't know where she got a small mirror from, and put on some more lipstick. Don't be so conceited, let's go. Yu Beiping took off his apron and handed her his hand. Tang Zishi glanced at him, slapped it away lazily, and got up from the sofa with his arms. Oh, you're still in high spirits. Yu Beiping talked to her while putting on his coat. Tang Zishi kicked off her slippers, bent down and opened the shoe cabinet. Yu Beiping only turned his head and frowned. She was wearing a black backless dress today, or her favorite sleeveless one, and the tight fabric wrapped around her slender waist and hips. She was a person who could not sit still. She started twisting her buttocks within 2 seconds of touching the sofa. No man could control such a beauty. Tang Zishi was crossing her legs, and her shoulders sank slightly, and someone pressed a red leather jacket on her. She was startled and looked back at him. What are you doing? Your mother bought it for you. I met her 2 days ago and asked me to bring it to you. Tang Zishi didn't like it and wanted to tear it off, but he grabbed her hand and pulled her and the clothes into his arms with a little force. It's cold outside, don't wear so little. Tang Zishi pushed him away quickly, her face flushed. In order to cover up, she went to the entrance with a loud voice. I know, you are more annoying than my mother. Yu Beiping smiled behind him. They went to the largest shopping mall nearby and entered the building first. But after climbing only 2 floors, Tang Zishi dragged Yu Beiping out again. Vulgar, why are the clothes this year so ugly? You have high requirements, right? It's just a piece of clothing, as long as it fits. Do you have to buy high-end customization? Yu Beiping thought of Jiang Ye, that fussy person, and smiled. Tang Zishi said, that's not the case. She dragged him to a remote corner of the street and chose a brand boutique. The clerk had a friendly smile and good quality. She poured them some water, asked Yu Beiping to rest in the guest seat next to her, and led Tang Zishi to introduce the new styles of the season one by one. Tang Zishi took a fancy to a nude pink printed skirt with sloping shoulders. The neckline had a little ruffle and was decorated with silver buckles. It was quite fashionable. Let me try this one, size S. Okay. At this time, a familiar female voice came from the hanger next to him. Hangyan, what do you think of this one? As long as you like it. Zhong Hanyin put one hand in his pocket, fiddling with his phone to check the stock trends without even looking up, a little absent-minded. Jian Jun felt a little unhappy and muttered, "I don't like green, let's take a look again." She threw away her skirt and stepped to the left angrily. As soon as she stepped out of the cover of her clothes, she came face to face with Tang Zishi, and blurted out, "Why is it you? Why can't it be me?" Tang Zishi reacted quickly and glanced over. Zhong Hanyin also saw Tang Zishi, and put down the phone in his hand and took a step forward. At this time, a young man in a dark grey sweater walked out from behind the clothes rack, put his hand on Tang Zishi's shoulder from behind, looked at the two people opposite, and asked her, "Do you know each other?" This man is exquisite, but he doesn't lose his heroic spirit at all. Whether it's his appearance, figure, temperament or dressing style, he is a high-end man among high-end men. Zhong Hanyin stared at him for a while, and he couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Chapter 18. Yu Beiping is a perceptive person. Seeing Zhong Hanyin staring at him, he guessed in his heart and smiled at him generously, "Have we met before?" He has an extraordinary demeanor. Zhong Hanyin is unsure of his origin. To be safe, he smiled first, "Zishi and I have some friendship. We haven't seen each other for a while. I didn't expect to meet here." Tang Zishi complained in her heart, "Who has a little friendship with you?" However, she didn't want to hit a smiling person. She and Zhong Hanyin didn't have anything to do with each other now, so there was no point in quarreling. She secretly pulled Yu Beiping's clothes. Yu Beiping understood and said goodbye to Zhong Hanyin. After paying the bill and picking up the clothes, Tang Zishi threw the bag to Yu Beiping, and the two of them left the boutique one after the other. "Where are you going now?" Yu Beiping asked her. "I also want to buy a hat." She didn't give in to him at all, and urged him to cross the road and go southeast. In the square not far from here, a lemon-yellow Bull sports car happened to be parked on the side of the road, with the window half lowered, and Zhong Hanyin stared at them from inside. Jian Yin took his arm and whispered in his ear, "Guess what their relationship is?" Zhong Hanyin didn't answer with a cold face, and lowered his head to light a cigarette. "Yin Yan, it's choking." Jian Yin wrinkled his nose, but resisted and didn't cover it. She climbed on him like a beautiful snake, her voice soft and charming. "I felt guilty. After all, you two are a couple. Zishi and I were high school classmates. Although we are not close, we still have friendship. It is not right for me to do this." At this point, she did not forget to express her loyalty to him. "If I didn't like you too much, I wouldn't want to do such a shameless thing. Hanyin, this is all because I love you too much." Zhong Hanyin was not stupid. His face was calm, but he sneered in his heart. "Love him? It's his money. To him, whether it is Jiang Yin or Tang Zishi, they are pre-sale products placed in the window waiting for a price. The difference is that one is a high-end custom, expensive, and requires a lot of effort, while the other is also good, but it is easy to get started. The former flew away unexpectedly, so he had to settle for Jiang Yu. However, what you can't get is always the best. The woman he pursued for more than 2 months turned around and followed another man. He felt a little uncomfortable. Moreover, although they were together for a short time, his memory was very clear. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, she often thought of Tang Zishi for no apparent reason. Tang Zishi's personality was a bit spoiled, and sometimes even moody. When she was concentrating on her work, she was particularly indifferent to the outside world. He never answered her calls, but when she was free, she would occasionally go out with him to play, as if nothing had happened. When they were playing, she was very enthusiastic, singing karaoke, dancing, and playing mahjong. Taking her out, she was also very proud in front of her friends. It was said that this girl was generous and open-minded, and it was obvious that she came from an extraordinary family. She was a perfect match for him. His silence made Jiang Jun feel threatened, and she stuck closer. I love you. She lowered her head and kissed the corner of his lips. Zhong Hangyin did not hide, and there was a flash of disdain in his eyes. He was a shrewd man, and his emotions were never easily revealed. Although he looked down on Jiang Jun in his heart, he was happy to coax her when he saw her leaning over to act coquettishly, and he touched her soft long hair and said, I know. Although he was coaxing her, his eyes were fixed on the back of Tang Ziqi, not far away without blinking. Yu Beiping received a call on the way, said a few words briefly and hung up, telling her, there is something going on at the headquarters, a temporary mission, I have to go back quickly. Tang Ziqi also knew the priorities, took the things in his hand and urged him to leave. She watched him go away at the gate until she could no longer see the Audi car, then turned back to the dormitory building. When she got to the bottom of the building, her steps suddenly stopped. Zhong Hangyin stood under the billboard on the right, wearing a light grey sweatshirt, a niche Italian high-end brand, casual and fashionable. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled at her from a few meters away, as if there had never been any friction between them. Ziqi, long time no see. Tang Ziqi didn't know what attitude to respond with for a while. What's the matter with you? Later, she asked. Zhong Hangyin smiled bitterly. I'm a little sad when you say that. Don't beat around the bush, just say it directly. Tang Ziqi frowned, a little impatient, lowered his head and shook the key ring. Zhong Hangyin looked at her with a burning gaze. Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do? He would show this expression when he wanted something very much and was determined to get it. The last time I saw him with this expression was when he was speculating in stocks. At that time, the two were still boyfriend and girlfriend, and Tang Ziqi went to a club of his friend to support him. He opened a bottle of champagne and deliberately poured half of her body, then fell on the sofa with his belly full of laughter like a young boy who had not experienced much of the world, and laughed very happily. Tang Ziqi picked up the napkin box on the table and threw it directly in his face, calling him a lunatic. At that time, he didn't get angry but laughed, and his eyes became brighter and brighter as he looked at her, with a sense of excitement. He patted his thigh and said, Ziqi, I like you more and more, you are really awesome. Tang Ziqi pulled the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. What an awesome. Don't come if you have nothing to do. Mr. Zheng, you already have a new girlfriend, can you please stop bothering your ex-girlfriend? It's embarrassing to have your cake and eat it too. Tang Ziqi glanced at him and said to him calmly. Zhong Hangyin was originally smiling, but after hearing this, her smile slowly faded. He is young and full of energy, and he comes from a wealthy family. He has never suffered from any hardship since he was a child, and he has always been a man of his word. However, he was able to control his temper and did not get angry with her. Just treat it as an old friend reminiscing about the past, and walk with me. There is a fitness center behind the dormitory area. At this time every day, young and old in the neighborhood like to come here to exercise. Tang Ziqi and Zhong Hangyin walked for a while, and he suggested going to the fitness center to play basketball. Tang Ziqi agreed. Later, she bought a bag of potato chips and sat on a bench by the roadside. Not far away, Zhong Hangyin was dribbling the ball and fighting fiercely with a group of students. Suddenly, he made a layup in 3 steps and won a standing ovation with a block. He turned around and laughed, raised his hand and high-fived a few strangers who had only met once, then ran back quickly, rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong and slender arms, and his skin was whiter and smoother than that of a young girl. Tang Ziqi glanced at him and wondered maliciously in his heart, was he the one who D with Jiang Yin, or was Jiang Yin the one who D with him? TSK. He handed her a bottle of water. Thank you. Tang Ziqi took it and took a sip with his head tilted back. Zhong Hangyin sat next to her and laughed at her. It's still the same as before, have you forgotten? The thirstier you are, the slower you should drink water. Tang Ziqi didn't answer, and didn't even look back at him. Zhong Hanying is not very old, only 2 years older than Tang Ziqi. He graduated from a famous university in Beijing, and he retained his student status while in school and served 2 years of military service. So, although he usually has a strong temper, he at least restrained himself during those 2 years. Just like now, there is obviously no warmth in his eyes, but on the surface he still maintains his demeanor and doesn't really break up with her. Tang Ziqi felt it was boring, took a deep breath, and said with his head tilted, "If you have something to say, just say it directly. If you don't have anything to say, I will go back. There is really nothing to say between us." Zhong Hanying sneered imperceptibly, "Because of that man just now?" Tang Ziqi frowned, "What do you mean?" "Literally. Zhong Hanying's father is just a leader of the Land and Resources Bureau, but his ancestors are of great origin. His grandfather also participated in important battles against the Japanese. Although he chose to do business, he didn't really care about money. When he was happy, he would spend a lot of money without frowning. He also had a bit of arrogant childishness in his bones. Most of the time, he was like those noble children who used to hang around in the 8 great hutongs with bird cages. He looked cynical and seemed to have no ability. When he was serious, he had more courage and ability than those who abided by their duties. He was a visionary and capable person, but he was lazy and didn't take anything seriously. To put it bluntly, with a good family background, a smart head, and good skills, it is natural that he makes money too easily. He does not cherish things that are too easy to get. It is too late to regret when he loses them. Just like facing Tang Ziqi now. Although he is unwilling to admit it, he still can't hide his embarrassment. On the day of the breakup, although he was regretful, angry, and reluctant, reason prevailed in the end. At most, he was a little unwilling. Look, he broke up with Jiang Yin and went back to accompany him. Jiang Yin was naturally happy to flatter him, and he was generous and gave her money casually. He also played games with her and compared drinking. When she couldn't drink, he used money to seduce her, jokingly saying that if she drank another sip, he would give her millions, and if she drank another bottle, he would give her tens of millions. Sure enough, Jiang Yin held back the strength to vomit and drank desperately. He was so happy. At that time, he was really happy, like a child who succeeded in a prank. At that time, money was just a symbol in his eyes. There was no difference between 1 million and 10 million, as long as he was happy. But after the happiness, he felt empty inside again. He couldn't help but think, if it was Tang Ziqi, what would she do? She would never compromise like Jiang Yun and kneel at his feet like a cheap bitch. She would probably just pick up a beer bottle and smash it on his head. He started laughing as he thought about it. After the laughter, his face fell again. Tang Ziqi left, and she broke up with him. These days he often wondered, if he gave in, came back to apologize to her, and kicked Jiang Yu out, would she forgive him? This thought became stronger after not seeing him for many days, burning in his chest like a fire. Zhong Hanying was a man of swift and decisive actions, and he did what he thought. As a result, today, he saw her being intimate with another man. At that time, the veins on Zhong Hanying's forehead popped out, and he had to hold back his anger. In fact, he has a very bad temper. When he was in school, racing and fighting were commonplace. He was a real problem teenager. Now he looks gentle and elegant, but in fact, it was all pretended. For a moment, he wanted to rush over and beat up the man directly, no matter what his status was. If he didn't want to cause trouble for his father, he really planned to do it. When the two left talking and laughing, his heart was bleeding. "Ziqi, can we start over again?" Zhong Hanying gritted his teeth and said shamelessly. Tang Zuxi was stunned. He really didn't expect that he could say such shameless words. Her silence made him anxious, so he quickly took her hand and put 3 fingers together. I promise to break up with Chen Jun, and I won't even look at her in the future. You are the only one in my eyes and heart. Tang Zuxi looked at him with amusement. To be honest, I was still very depressed the week after I received the photos of you dating her. However, on the day of breaking up, I actually didn't feel anything. I thought about it carefully, and I actually have a problem too. Maybe I don't like you enough? I'm always hot and cold towards you. It's normal that you can't stand it. Zhong Haoyin's thousands of words were choked in his throat. Everything can be explained, everything can be humbled, but the only sentence, I don't like you, blocked all his words, and made all the explanations and promises become in vain. Forget it, you haven't done anything wrong to me, let's say goodbye, and we won't owe each other anything in the future. She stood up to leave. Zhong Haoyin's face darkened, as if he was too disdainful to pretend any more. Tang Zuxi, you can't do this to me. Tang Zuxi stopped and glanced back at him, with a hint of interest in his eyes, exactly the same expression as on the day they broke up, as if to say, are you fucking sick? You have to get your consent to break up with me, a cheating scumbag. Zhong Haoyin was not a pushover either. After the mask of tenderness faded, only a cold and strong look remained on his face. He even smiled and said firmly, you will regret it. I won't. Zhong Haoyin said, you will. Chapter 19. The news that Zhong Haoyin withdrew his investment from Tang Zuxi's group spread throughout the college the next day. Unlike other departments in the school, which have strong support from the state, it has been difficult for Tang Zuxi's college to get public funding for such projects in the past 2 years. It is not like some engineering-oriented categories. Because the research results have high market value and can quickly make profits, they are very popular in major companies. Their department is a side branch of medicine, with limited market commercial value, and it takes a long time to get results and requires a large initial investment. Few big men with a lot of money are willing to invest in it. Zhong Haoyin had just taken over the pharmaceutical company from his uncle some time ago. He was eager to make some performance and invested a lot of money to please Tang Zuxi. Their department is a side branch with a small circle. Everyone is close to each other on weekdays, so things spread quickly. The power of the people is really great. There are masters everywhere in the folks. Look, even the fact that Tang Zuxi is Zhong Haoyin's ex-girlfriend has been dug out. Tang Zuxi doesn't care, and Li Shu can't stand it. It's so unpleasant, you really don't care? This day, when I went to Sunping to hand in my homework, I passed by the library and ran out of the library with my bag. Let them be. They will fade away naturally, over time. Go to teacher, son. Li Shu saw the booklet she was holding. This thing was distributed a few days ago and was to be corrected by Sunping. Tang Zuxi nodded. Let's go together. Turning into the high-rise building next to them and going up to the 2nd floor, Li Shu suddenly pricked up her ears to listen. What are you doing? Tang Zuxi looked at her in confusion. Li Shu raised a finger and touched her lips, then tilted her head and raised it to the women's bathroom next to her, indicating that she should listen carefully. Tang Zuxi frowned, and in the silence, the voices inside gradually became clear. There were 2 female voices, not in the women's bathroom, but in the open room outside the women's bathroom. They might be washing their hands, and there was a faint noise of water. The first voice was shrill, who is Tang Zuxi? What? Don't play dumb with me, do you really not know, or are you just pretending not to know? The woman brushed her hair in front of the mirror, wiped off her lipstick, put on a pink one, and slowly applied it. You are in the same class with her, don't you know? Is she really Mr. Zhou's girlfriend? The person guessed. Ex-girlfriend. The shrill female voice emphasized. That Jiang Ying is really shameless, they are classmates in the same class, They see each other every day, how dare you interfere? Having said that, there was a lot of gloating between the lines, and it was obvious that he was mostly watching the show. They are the same. Tang Zishi is not a good person either. Haven't you seen how close she is to someone recently? Which one? Last time I went to attend the Mao Zedong thought lecture, you didn't go either. When I left, I saw the chief who gave us the lecture chatting with her at the school gate. They seemed to be quite familiar with each other, and later got on the same car. The shrill female voice clicked her tongue twice. Before I went, Teacher Zhang told me to find a chance to get along well with her, saying that the staff officer's family was not ordinary. The woman was silent. After a while, she suddenly said, "No wonder teacher's son treats her so well. He usually takes her with him when he goes out to collect samples or go to any base. This time, there are not enough people, so he even opened a new group for her to lead. Tell me, who among us has this treatment? You don't have the background and ability of others, so of course you can't compare. Just learn more." The two packed up their things and walked out of the bathroom side by side. There was a puddle of water at the door, and it was a tiled floor. The one on the left didn't pay attention and fell down after a split, and in a hurry, he pulled the one on the right. Originally one person fell, but soon two people fell, and they had a big contact with the ground, and their legs were numb with pain. Who the hell poured water here? What a wicked person. Where is Aunt Zhang? Don't you want to mop up? At the corner, Tang Zishi listened to the two people cursing and felt indescribably happy. Just as she was secretly happy, someone patted her from behind. "What are you laughing at?" Tang Zishi was startled, and when she turned around and saw that it was Chunluo, she breathed a sigh of relief and said unhappily, "You are scaring people to death." Chunluo still had his hands in his pockets, looked down at her, and looked at the two people who fell at the door of the toilet, and said, "Did you do anything bad?" No, Tang Zishi denied it, but his eyes looked elsewhere. Chunluo patted her on the back. Okay, go in. After knowing each other for so many years, who doesn't know who? I went to Sun Ping's office and talked about the funding for a while in the afternoon. Sun Ping told her not to worry, just do her own thing, and he would have a way to get the funding. What can you do? Rob a bank. She was a person who didn't hold back when she was unhappy. If it was someone with a bad temper, she would be pissed off in a minute. If I say there is a way, then there must be a way. Okay, go back. If there is no other way, I will pay for it myself, okay? Sun Ping said angrily. Tang Zishi curled his lips, responded, and left with the documents and Chunluo. Zhong Hangyun was really pissed off this time, and the matter became a big fuss. The next day, the hospital office held an emergency meeting, and Director He called Tang Zishi to the office. When he pushed the door open, the team leaders of several projects, Jiang Ying and Li Shuo, were also there. He Li Ying wears a black tight skirt all year round, with an old-fashioned posture of the director of the teaching department. When she heard the door open, she didn't look up, but just raised her glasses pretentiously and said coldly, "Someone called you early in the morning, why did you come so late?" Because of the puzzling marriage of her cousin Zhou Qilan and Yu Shaoqian, He Li Ying has always been very pretentious in their family. However, cousin Zhou Qilan had something wrong a few days ago and was admitted to the hospital. He Li Ying was worried for a long time. Now, she looks so energetic, it is estimated that nothing is wrong. After pondering, He Li Ying closed the business plan in her hand with a click sound, and said in a loud voice, "I have read all your plans, and I have an idea in my mind. Tang Zishi, I am not saying anything bad about you, but why did Mr. Zhong invest in Jian Jun and Li Shuo but not in you? Have you ever reflected on it? Sun Ping is the wife of a martyr, and the organization has specially held a meeting to propose that she should be given preferential treatment. Therefore, no matter whether in school or outside the school, or even in the city, everyone is very polite to her. As her last disciple, Tang Zishi has always been well taken care of. Although He Liyin looks down on her, she is usually kind. This is the first time she has been so harsh. Tang Zishi thought that it was probably related to Zhong Hanyin. She humiliated him so much that day. With Zhong Hanyin's personality, how could he swallow this breath? Her silence was seen as indifference by He Liyin. Tang Zishi, I'm asking you a question. Tang Zishi didn't want to pay attention to her, but he had to save face. Report to the director, I've studied it and I don't think there is any problem with my project. As for whether to inject capital or not, that is the subjective will of the investor and I can't influence it. He Liyin didn't expect that she would dare to talk back to her. And her face turned red. Tang Zishi, what's your attitude? Is this the attitude you should have when facing a leader? If your project is fine and valuable, why did Mr. Zhou only withdraw his investment in you? Tell me. Tang Zishi knew that she was just looking for trouble and was too lazy to argue. I have nothing to say. He Liyin stood up suddenly. I wanted to give you another chance, but you are so unenterprising and stubborn. Go to the top floor meeting room at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She pointed at Jian Jun and the others, her attitude obviously softened. You come here too. Let's have a good discussion about this issue. She let them go last night. Before Tang Zishi turned out of the corridor, a female classmate's voice came from behind. What does Director He mean? Jian Yun curled her lips. You don't understand this. I don't understand. The female classmate shook her head honestly. Jian Yun raised her head, stretched her neck and shouted to the front, as if deliberately letting her hear. This is to hold a general meeting, and this crappy project is probably going to be cancelled. Tang Zishi cursed and went downstairs directly. Maybe it was because the corridor was narrow and the vibration was fast, and the lingering sound was still in her ears. It won't be that serious. Why not? Look at her attitude towards Director He just now. Wouldn't you be furious if it were you? Moreover, our hospital's funds and manpower are not enough. In order to highlight the advantages and better welcome the review of the superiors, optimizing resources is a must. What will Tang Zishi do if the project is cancelled? Find a group to put it in. But who is willing to take it? I don't know. She is also very miserable. It's what she deserves. Who made her go against Director He and always act arrogant? At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the meeting was held on time. As the main target of the attack, Tang Zishi felt a strange atmosphere the moment he pushed the door open. In addition to He Liyin, the first person was a leader he had never seen, and 2 highly respected professors in the hospital were also there, sitting on the left and right sides. When everyone was present, He Liyin tapped the table with the pen in her hand and cleared her throat. Although our college is not the leading medical school in the country, it is also a key school with a long history. After finishing the polite words, she skillfully raised her voice, but now, some students are not enterprising, disregarding the honor of the college, and handling the project carelessly, causing the investor to withdraw. For this problem, I think it is necessary to pay great attention to it. The man next to her immediately nodded in agreement. I agree with what Professor He said. A bunch of people below agreed. He Liyin took the opportunity to talk about the matter, avoiding the trivial and focusing on the important, emphasizing the withdrawal of funding for Tang Zishi's project. At the end, she said, resources are limited and should be used for motivated students and valuable projects. I suggest cancelling this unreasonable project of Dr. Tang Zishi. What do you think? She looked at the man next to her. Dean Li, what about you? The man next to her was obviously on the same side as her. He nodded seriously and folded his hands on the table and said, I think what Director He said is very reasonable. The group of people below followed the wind and immediately attacked Tang Zishi in indignation. In an instant, she was pushed to the forefront, as if she had become the sinner of the whole school. The time was almost right. When He Liying was about to read out the results, Sun Ping suddenly turned the door and came in. "You want to cancel my student's project, why didn't you notify me? As a mentor, don't I even have the right to know and express my opinion?" Her sharp eyes pierced He Liying, making He Liying feel uncomfortable. But He Liying, who had been in this position for decades, quickly recovered her composure. "This is a unanimous decision. Student Tang Zishi does have various problems, and this project is a project with no prospects and little meaning. Professor Sun, I know she is your favorite disciple, but we still have to consider the college, right? You put such a big hat on me, it really caught me off guard." Sun Ping sneered, without any mercy. Her voice was sonorous and powerful. "But I tell you, if you want to suppress and kick out my students, don't even think about it without my consent." He Liying was prepared for a protracted war, just waiting for her to speak, and then she would engage in a verbal battle with her and talk about big principles. Who knew that she didn't play by the rules at all, and she couldn't help but stand there in a daze. But soon, she reacted, "Professor Sun, we are discussing the matter at hand. How can it be considered suppression? If according to what you said, all the unqualified projects and topics that were cancelled by the institute before were suppressed. Survival of the fittest can stimulate students to study hard and make progress. It's a nice word, but you know what the purpose is." The two of them really started to argue, tit for tat, back and forth, and started arguing in the conference room. Sun Ping cannot be offended, but this project is not only what He Liying wants, but the investors are also not optimistic. If the largest investor is offended, it will be more trouble than gain. Dean Li thought about it, and finally came up with a compromise idea: stay and observe for the time being. Although Sun Ping was indignant, she could not openly offend the dean, so she had to nod. Although He Liying agreed, she was not convinced and snorted, "This project team's topic is not practical at all. Jian Yung and others are doing instrument and equipment maintenance, and Li Shu's biomedical materials are all research results that are in short supply in the market. Hers not only has no market value, but also has a short period of time. It's a waste of so many resources, and it's not certain whether it can produce results." Sun Ping was furious and wanted to argue with her. Tang Zishi hurriedly grabbed her and dragged her out of the meeting room. "Forget it, teacher, find another way. It's pointless to argue with her." Sun Ping kicked the trash can, "Damn it." Chapter 20. Later, due to Sun Ping's feelings, Tang Zishi's project was temporarily kept for observation. In other words, it is frozen, just like the prison sentence of suspended sentence, according to the severity of the crime. When he returned home at night, Tang Zishi never mentioned this matter, but only talked to his mother about his recent situation. He Shouqing didn't know where he got the news from, so he went to Zhou's house and had a big fight with He Liying. When he came back, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and she slammed the door loudly. "What's wrong? Who offended you again?" Yang Feng looked up from the newspaper. He Shouqing was angry, and his question undoubtedly hit the nail on the head. "You have been sitting here for a long time. Is it your home or mine? What time is it? When are you going back?" Yang Feng was stunned. He Shouqing usually has a good temper, and she will not get angry, no matter what others say about her, but once it involves her precious daughter, she is like a different person. Everyone has a reverse scale, and Tang Zishi is the one that she cannot touch the most. Whoever touches it will die. Seeing that they were about to quarrel, Tang Zishi hurried over to act as a peacemaker and stood between them. "Mom, Uncle Yang, let's talk it over nicely, don't quarrel." Yang Feng was used to being gentle, so he gave in first, and said with a wry smile, I'm wrong, calm down, tell us what happened." He Shouqing turned his gun to the outside. "What's wrong? What can it be? We are all family, it's fine if you don't help each other, but you just want to kick someone when he's down. I know she is powerful, but I didn't expect her to be so heartless that she even framed her own niece. She is so inhumane. Tang Zishi could only comfort her and pat her on the back to calm her down. Mom, don't think too much, I'm responsible for this myself, it will be solved. Don't you know who your aunt is? It's been so many years. He Shouqing became more and more angry as he spoke, and your cousin, it's true that people of the same family are not good at getting along. She belittles you in words and deeds. Isn't she just a dancer in the art troupe? My daughter is a serious doctor. Don't think I don't know what they are up to. How can they really go to learn acting? They just want to find a good marriage. They were engaged before, but they changed their minds. They probably looked down on your cousin's character. But she cut her wrists. What right does she have to have eyes on her head? He Shouqing became more and more excited as he spoke. He was so angry that his voice changed a little. Tang Zishi hugged her and coaxed her for a long time before she calmed down. As the wedding day approached, Tang Zishi's mood became more peaceful. From the amazement when he first saw Yu Beiping, to the peace after gradually getting to know him. He was like a piece of ice that could not be warmed up. He was calm, warm and tolerant, but lacked human touch. There is nothing to say about her character and personality, and she is suitable for living together, but you absolutely cannot find her for a relationship that would be asking for trouble. Tang Zishi couldn't explain her anxious mentality before marriage. She felt a little confused and a little unwilling. After class in the evening, she and Li Shuo left together. Today is the last day before the New Year holiday, and many girls' boyfriends came to pick them up. Li Shuo's boyfriend is an engineering guy who is a few years older than her and has already found a job. The two said goodbye to Tang Zishi at the school gate, hugged each other and got into the car. Tang Zishi felt suffocated watching from the back and secretly said, "Pooh." A car next to her honked at her. Tang Zishi looked back and saw the black car parked in the corner with the window lowered. Yu Beiping leaned out half of his body, his hand lazily resting on the window. "I've been watching you for more than 2 minutes, but you didn't notice me." Tang Zishi was stunned for a while. "Why are you here?" "I came to pick you up." "Why do you pick me up?" "To take you back home for the new year." The two stood at the window and looked at each other for a while, and Tang Zishi got on the passenger seat. After the car started, he said casually, "Why do I feel that you are not very happy?" "What do you mean?" He didn't answer, turned the rearview mirror around, and let the mirror face her cheek. "Look for yourself." "Yu Beiping?" Tang Zishi kicked him from below. "Not light or heavy, like scratching an itch." He smiled, and leisurely changed his posture to control the steering wheel. "Tease me." "Tease your uncle." Seeing her furious look, Yu Beiping did not get angry, but laughed. "It's nice to have such a noisy little thing whispering in your ears every day. It can relieve boredom and make life more comfortable." Tang Zishi's mood was not so good. "Want to eat together?" "Yes, a family reunion dinner." "What day is it?" "Our family doesn't care about this, as long as the people are here." Yu Beiping thought for a while and added, "My brother should be here in the evening. I will send you there and then pick him up at the airport." Tang Zishi felt uncomfortable facing his father and mother, and hurriedly said, "I'll go with you." Yu Beiping wanted to tease her. "Why are you going with me?" "Chat with my father and your mother for a while." Tang Zishi secretly pinched his arm. Yu Beiping turned around and saw her gritting her teeth and looking really angry for some reason, and couldn't help laughing. "Will you take me with you? Let me see if you act like a spoiled child again." Yu Beiping chuckled, "If I'm happy, I might be willing to take you with me." Tang Zishi punched him on the shoulder the next second. "You can be even more shameless." Yu Beiping said, "I promise you'll be able to see him in the future." "So are you taking me with you or not?" "What are you going to do?" "To see my brother-in-law." "Are you afraid of my dad and your mom?" "No, but in his heart, he thought, it's true, If I really stay with them, I'm sure they will urge me to get married again. Just thinking about it makes me feel dizzy. Yu Beiping said, in fact, it doesn't matter whether you see him or not. Why? Yu Beiping smiled and said nothing. You'll know when you see him. Tang Zishi met Yu Beiping's younger brother, and then he understood what he meant by it doesn't matter whether you see him or not. Let me introduce you, Tang Zishi, your future sister-in-law. Yu Beiping put his arm around her shoulders and said to the person opposite. In the evening, the sun shines through the glass ceiling of the airport hall, and the white tile floor reflects the dazzling light. Yang Shuo stood in the backlight, and Tang Zishi could not see his expression clearly, but he smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hers, with a gentle expression. Hello, I'm Yang Shuo. Tang Zishi hesitated for a moment, and hurriedly stretched out her hand to shake his. After walking out of the hall, she asked after realizing it, "Are you twins?" They looked exactly the same. While talking, she couldn't help but look at this man from the side. Although he looked quite gentle, his temperament was a bit cold and reserved. The maroon scarf nestled around his neck, forming a sharp contrast with his fair face. Aloof and lofty. It reminds people of the white snow and the bright lake surface frozen in winter. Yu Beiping saw her expression and introduced her. Ashu used to work at the Biomedical Research Institute in California. In this regard, he should be considered your predecessor. The treatment here is better than in the United States. Tang Zishi looked at him in surprise. Hearing this, Yang Shuo looked at her for a second and chuckled, but did not answer her directly. Yu Beiping spoke for him. For some special reasons, he wants to come back to do research. He has his own pharmaceutical company here, and he develops and researches drugs himself. The market for some drugs is not very good in foreign countries. Tang Zishi nodded and understood. The research results of this great expert are more profitable here, and there is no market in the Americans' place. Thinking of this, she secretly glared at Yu Beiping. Why did he have to talk to her in an official tone? Just say it directly, it is more profitable here. Yu Beiping had no choice but to smile bitterly. Yang Shuo didn't talk much and seemed to be more quiet. Tang Zishi and Yu Beiping were talking on the way. Later, when they got in the car, Yu Beiping was responsible for driving, and Tang Zishi chatted with him in the back seat of the car, thinking about cultivating feelings with his brother-in-law, and asked him about his professional matters. After chatting for a while, she felt a little bored and had to bite the bullet and continue. Yang Shuo noticed it and smiled. No need to appease me, just talk about what you are interested in. Tang Zishi looked up at him and asked, anything? He nodded as if to confirm, with a calm smile. This expression was very similar to Yu Beiping's, but there was a slight difference. Yu Beiping probably wanted to tease her, with a hint of a smile in his eyes, but this person he felt really calm. His black eyes looked at her intently, without a single ripple. Tang Zishi felt uncomfortable and avoided his gaze. Are all scientists like this? Mr. Young. Just call me by my name, or you can call me Ashu like my brother. Tang Zishi waved his hands. How can that be? You are so much older than me. Oh no, I mean, our age difference is a bit too big. Tang Zishi wanted to slap herself twice. Yu Beiping couldn't stand it anymore and twisted her words. What she meant was that you two are in the same industry, and you are so much better than her. You are her senior, and she is embarrassed to call you by your name directly. It will be embarrassing if you meet in the future. Tang Zishi has never thought he is so cute. This man is not only calm and rational, but also has an orderly way of speaking and doing things. He will not say the wrong thing when he is nervous like her. Yes, that's what I mean. Yang Shuo smiled and nodded, took out a pair of square glasses with thin frames and put them on. Then do as you please. Teacher Yang. Tang Zishi sat up straight and said, please give me more advice in the future. Yu Beiping said, "She is a bit stupid, you should teach her more." Tang Zishi stretched his hand to the front seat to twist him, lowering his voice, "You can't talk." "Nonsense. Come on, harder, I will tell Sun Ping later." Tang Zishi immediately retracted his hand, sat up honestly, turned around and talked to Yang Shu to cover up, "Are you twins?" "Yes." Tang Zishi nodded, "No wonder you look so similar. But why are your surnames different?" Yang Shu was originally looking down at a chart, and when he heard this, his fingers that were turning the page paused. Yu Beiping also fell silent. The atmosphere was awkward, and Tang Zishi didn't know why. After a long while, Yang Shu closed the icon, looked at her nonchalantly, and said softly, "We were separated when we were young, and I later took the surname of my adoptive parents. I only came back 2 years ago." Tang Zishi was stunned. What Yu Beiping said to her as a joke before was actually true. She finally understood that Yu Beiping was very caring but also cautious in front of this younger brother, and finally understood the seemingly calm but overly polite alienation between the two. Chapter 21. Back home, Yu Beiping helped to send the bought vegetables to the kitchen. He Shuxing and the old aunt were busy early. Seeing that his hands were full, he blamed, "Why buy so much? These are enough to eat." "It doesn't matter, I'll put it in the refrigerator." He Shuxing hurried over to take it. "I'll do it, you go to the front to accompany Ziti." Yu Beiping responded and went back to the living room. Tang Zishi was curled up on the sofa watching TV with a plate of macadamia nuts next to her. Yang Shu sat aside and peeled the shells for her. Yu Beiping. A tall shadow flashed in front of her. Tang Zishi put down the fruit and looked up, looking at him in confusion. "What are you doing?" Yu Beiping took the sheller from Yang Shu and sat down next to her. "This is the first time we meet. You asked him to peel this thing for you. Do you have the nerve to do that?" Yang Shu patted the crumbs on his hands and smiled. "It's okay. I'm just sitting around doing nothing." Tang Zishi looked at him guiltily, then looked at Yu Beiping and retorted, "He wanted to eat it himself, so I just took one from him." "Handy?" Yu Beiping snorted and pried open her dodging right palm, and dug out the 5 or 6 pieces of fruit flesh in her little hand. "Is this called touching one?" Tang Zishi knew he was in the wrong and didn't say anything. Yang Shu made a smooth talk. "I peeled too many and couldn't eat it, so I gave it to her. Some people can't be spoiled. If you take a step back, she will ride on your head tomorrow." After Yu Beiping finished speaking, he peeled it for her himself. Yang Shu raised his hand to press his lips, trying to hold back his smile. He seemed to be slightly nearsighted. After watching TV for a long time, he took off his glasses and rubbed his temples, his long eyebrows wrinkled. Yu Beiping hurriedly asked him, "Are you feeling unwell?" "Maybe I'm a little tired recently." "Rest more. Your health has not been very good." "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Tang Zishi felt awkward listening to him. She raised her hand to block between them, glaring at them with a reproachful look. "Please, you are brothers. Stop thanking me. It's really awkward." She threw the blanket under her buttocks to Yang Shu, "And you, if you are not feeling well, just put it on." "Why are you giving it to me?" Yang Shu was a little embarrassed holding the blanket. Yu Beiping took it and turned back to change him into another one. Tang Zishi was stunned, and he pushed her head towards him. "Are you stupid? How can you let others use the food you have under your butt?" Tang Zishi was not stupid, but she was impatient, and sometimes her actions were faster than her brains. Now that she came to her senses, she felt ashamed and did not dare to look at Yang Shu. She shrank to Yu Beiping's side, snatched the fruit pulp from his hand, and stuffed it into her mouth one by one. Yu Beiping smiled with relief. "Eat more, fill this little mouthful, so that you don't talk too much." "Get lost. You are the one who talks too much." Yang Shu looked at them laughing and cursing. His face was gentle and calm, but there was still a little surprise in his eyes. Although he was far away in the United States and never went back all year round, and he and Yu Beiping were separated for so many years, there was some telepathy between the twins that others could not understand. He knew that Yu Beiping liked this girl very much. He Shujing moved very quickly and brought the dishes to the table with Aunt Zhang and invited them to come over to eat. The meal was a joyful one. Yu Beiping knew which dish Tang Ziqi was looking at and which she wanted to eat. However, she was too shy to push the dishes on the table, so he helped her make them. "Why are you being polite? We're a family." Tang Ziqi quietly kicked him under the table to shut him up. After dinner, Yu Beiping asked her to go for a walk, and also called Yang Shu. There is a park not far from here, and everyone in the inner courtyard knows that they like to go there to digest their food after dinner. The three of them walked along the lake, chatting from time to time, attracting the attention of acquaintances around them. It was rare that the three of them were outstanding in appearance, but it was even rarer that the two young men looked exactly the same, with a little girl in between. Someone who knew Yu Beiping but not Yang Shu asked stupidly, "Yu Xiaoliu's father's illegitimate son?" His companion glared at him. "Don't talk nonsense, he's his real brother, just came back from the United States." "How do you know?" "He lives next to the one outside." "Why haven't I heard that he has a brother? I heard that he got separated before. He was kidnapped and came back 2 years ago." "No way. How is that possible? Yu Liang is not a pushover. Who would dare to kidnap his son?" "Hey, he wasn't as glorious as he is now. He was demoted to the south by the old man. He applied for the military academy and got the job himself, and he was not liked at all. He was strong-willed and busy with his career, and didn't care about things here. He didn't call all year round. That's too miserable. It's a blessing in disguise that he didn't lose his arms and legs. I heard that those kidnapped children..." Such unpleasant words, although far away, still reached his ears clearly in the quiet night. Tang Ziqi felt uncomfortable and turned back to look at Yang Shu. He was calm, as if they were not talking about him. His lips had a bit of the coolness of the night. Tang Ziqi was a little scared by his indifference. The two brothers had strange personalities. After walking for a while, Yang Shu stopped, turned around and said to them, "I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to do at the institute. I'll leave first, you guys can chat slowly." Yu Beiping took out the car keys and gave them to him. "You don't have a car here yet? Drive mine." "Thank you." After he left, Tang Ziqi said, "You really don't look like brothers." "How don't you look like brothers?" Tang Ziqi wanted to make him feel embarrassed, and said to him solemnly, "He has such a good temper, you always bully people, how can you look like brothers?" Yu Beiping was not angry at all, and joked with her, "Then let you marry him. Didn't you like me because of my face when you first fell in love with me?" Tang Ziqi was stunned. Can you be more shameless? He actually encouraged his future wife to hook up with his brother-in-law. But on second thought, he might not like himself at all. Tang Ziqi lowered his head. Yu Beiping was stunned by her sudden emotion, and he pushed her shoulder tentatively. Tang Ziqi looked up and asked him seriously, "Station Master Yu, answer me a question seriously." "Go ahead." "Apart from my parents and family reasons, is there anything else for you to marry me?" She felt something was wrong again, frowned and changed her words, or in other words, "Do you like me a little bit from the bottom of your heart?" Yu Beiping looked down at her, but his eyes were very gentle. He even bent down to look at her carefully. He said to her, "If I say yes, do you believe it?" Tang Ziqi looked at him suspiciously. Yu Beiping straightened up. "See, you don't believe it. Since you don't believe it, why are you asking?" She felt that there was a layer of frost in his beautiful eyes at this moment. This person was rarely so emotional and serious, which made her at a loss. They were both silent for a while, and Yu Beiping smiled first. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Tang Zushi pursed his lips and didn't answer. Yu Beiping looked at her and said casually, "Maybe you are cursing me in your heart right now, this bastard, who didn't give me a sense of security, but instead blamed me for not trusting you. What a turtle bastard." Although he spoke calmly, with ups and downs in his tone and rich emotions, he portrayed her usual cunning and spoiled appearance vividly, and the more he spoke, the redder her face became. Now, she really cursed him in her heart. Did he like to ruin her so much? "Am I wrong?" He leaned down, slowly approaching her with a hot face, as if to kiss her face that was cold in the night wind. Tang Zishi looked at him carefully, trying to figure out what he meant in her clumsy way. "Do you think I'm stupid?" He nodded bluntly. Tang Zishi felt a blockage in his heart and gritted his teeth. The next second, he heard him say, "But it's also very cute." He pinched her face and held her in his arms. Then, he whispered in her ear, "I like it very much." Tang Zishi was slightly shocked and tried to look up at him. Yu Beiping held her face and wiped the tears from her eyes with his fingers. "You are so sentimental, so stop thinking about it. You are so stupid and foolish. Even if I don't bully you, there are still many people who suppress you." She felt a little sour in her heart, as if she had eaten a sour and sweet apple. The night wind was getting colder. She buried her head completely in his warm arms and wiped her tears and snot on his clothes maliciously. Tang Zishi said, "You are really insecure. Then let's take it slow. There is a long way to go." He ruffled her hair and negotiated with her. "I will accommodate you a little, and you will also accommodate my self-centered and bad temper. Okay?" Chapter 22. The sixth child of the Yu family is getting married. I don't know which fast-talking guy got the news, but it was like a hurricane that swept the entire city in an instant. Anyone in the circle has been talking about it every day these days. Those who knew each other well went to the Yu family to congratulate them. Even those who had nothing to do with them would talk about how lucky the girl was to marry the sixth son of the Yu family, and how she would enjoy a good life in the future. The two parties were calm. After the agreement was reached that day, they went back to tell their parents, and then chose a day for the parents of both sides to meet again. They asked everything they should ask and said everything they should say. "Well, I am satisfied. Very much. That's it." The next day, the two went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate. As for the wedding banquet, March was just the Chinese New Year and it was too busy. April was unlucky, so they simply decided to set the time at the beginning of May. A daughter who is married off is like water spilled. He Shuxing was overjoyed. He kicked her out the next day and personally sent her to the headquarters compound in the western suburbs to live with Yu Beiping. The Yu family was very big. It was located in the northeast corner of the compound. It had 3 floors and a small garden outside. This house is quite old. The first 2 owners were both well-known figures. Later, they were transferred to other places and the house became vacant. At the end of the last century, it was allocated to Yu Shuhong. Mr. Yu felt that this was a preferential treatment given to him by the organization and a symbol of honor, so it has not been changed over the years. At dusk, the sun shines through the old grape trellis in the courtyard, casting a faint glow on the brown-red polished stone slabs. It is like some kind of ancient prophecy, magnificent and beautiful. Tang Zishi was a little dazed by the sight and stood at the window for a while. "What are you looking at?" Someone gently touched her shoulder from behind. Tang Zishi turned around. It was Yu Beiping. When he was at home, he dressed casually, a white half-high collar sweater, light grey tapered trousers, and his hair was still parted 3 to 7. Tang Zishi had always had doubts in his mind, and he couldn't help asking him one day, "Didn't they say that you soldiers can only have short hair? How come you can have it so long?" Yu Beiping laughed and took a sip of the soy milk in his hand. Look at those leaders on TV, do they all have short hair? Tang Zishi was even more puzzled and looked at him. So, there are such rules for those who have just joined the army, but there are no such rigid rules for those who have worked hard like me. Otherwise, wouldn't it be unsightly to attend any big occasions or meetings? Tang Zishi suddenly realized, his eyes shining, wow, privileges. Yu Beiping shook his head helplessly, his eyes full of pampering. Don't be funny, Mrs. Zhao's meal is almost ready, let's go to the restaurant. Tang Zishi nodded and followed him out of the living room. Yu Liang has been working at the Xishan command post for many years, and there is a dormitory building assigned there, so he rarely comes back here. Mr. Yu moved to the retirement home in Jingxi a few years ago, so this huge house is now occupied by only the two of them. Mrs. Zhang is an old aunt of the Yu family. She has been helping for more than 10 years. Yu Beiping is very polite to her. However, she knows her limits and never eats with them. After seeing them sitting at the table, she took her daughter to eat on the other side of the platform. The meal is quite rich, more than enough for 2 people. Yu Beiping picked up some food for her. Eat more. Tang Zishi nodded obediently. It was very quiet during the meal, and only he would occasionally ask her a question or two. The annual leave is about to expire, and they will have to go to work in a few days. Yu Beiping thought about it and asked, when will school start? Tang Zishi said, in another week. The time is quite tight. What about you? I will start work earlier than you, just in the next 2 days. The armed police team he is currently stationed in is on Fuxing Road, quite close to here. Communication command is a technical job. Not only do you have to command at the headquarters radio station, but you also have to go out on field trips occasionally to guide the work of the armed police team. It is not easier than the work of the armed police. Look, he started work so many days earlier than her. Tang Zishi used to complain about how hard it was to study. Not only did she have to work on projects, she also had to go out for internships. Now, when she compared herself with him, she suddenly felt that she was very hypocritical. When he was on vacation, his office phone never stopped ringing, and he had to go out to deal with some things from time to time. But he never complained. She used to have a bad temper and was a pampered person. She always looked down on everyone. After living with him for a few days, her temper inexplicably became more restrained, and she could endure hardships and stand hard work. Occasionally, she would go to the playground to play ball with the service soldiers and children in the compound, which was quite like the closer you are to the redder you are. When she went to visit her parents a few days ago, He Shuqing said that she had grown up and become more stable. It turned out that she still had to get married. Tang Zishi was embarrassed. After dinner, the two went upstairs. Their room was on the 3rd floor, next to his study. There were only 2 rooms on the whole floor plus a small balcony, like a small world for 2 people, and it was very safe to live in. Go take a shower first. When they arrived in the room, Yu Beiping said to her. Tang Zishi nodded, opened the door of the bathroom, and was about to go in. Wait a minute. He called her again. Tang Zishi turned around. Yu Beiping paused, then said, after you go in, pass me the clothes you took off. Yesterday's clothes are still soaked, just in time to wash them together. Tang Zishi's face was burning, and she responded and closed the door. The bathroom was built in, and even with the door closed, there was still only a wall between her and him. She leaned against the door, panting slightly, holding her red face, and secretly cursing herself for being useless. They were already married, so what was there to be embarrassed about? But the two of them were not really familiar with each other. Although they slept in the same bed these days, they covered themselves with separate quilts, and rarely said a word in bed. Every time she took a shower, he went to work in the office opposite. The warm water slid over her smooth body, and Tang Ziqi washed very slowly. As she was washing, she felt a little lazy, and it took more than half an hour before she went out, drying her hair. Yu Beiping was not in the room, and the door was open. The light was on in the study, next door. She thought about it, went downstairs to make him a cup of ginseng tea, and knocked on the door of the study. "Come in," he said from inside. Tang Ziqi pushed the door open with tea in his hand, and when he looked up, he saw him sitting at his desk flipping through documents. He usually doesn't wear glasses, but he is used to wearing them when reading. He looks more elegant than usual. He straightened up a little, adjusted his glasses, and smiled at her. "Are you still asleep?" Tang Ziqi brought the tea over and put it in front of him. "Drink some." "Thank you." He took a sip, frowned, and put it down. "What's wrong?" Tang Ziqi was a little nervous. "Is it cold?" He shook his head, raised his eyebrows at her, and smiled teasingly. "Bitter." Tang Ziqi blushed when he looked at her, and suddenly felt that he asked a stupid question. Seeing that she was still standing, Yu Beiping took the ginseng tea and drank it all, and handed the empty bowl to her. "I still have some things to deal with, you go back to sleep first." Tang Ziqi pouted and said, "I can't sleep. This is not false. I don't know what day it is." In the southeast corner, the fireworks have been set off since morning until now, and there is no sign of stopping. Of course, the inner courtyard is not allowed to do this, but she is outside the courtyard and the guards can't control it. Tang Ziqi spoke to him indignantly, and finally asked, "Do you think this is considered disturbing the neighbors? Can I sue them?" Yu Beiping smiled. "Today is a holiday, and they don't keep the lights on until late at night. It's only 10:15. Why are they disturbing the neighbors?" Tang Ziqi hung his head dejectedly. Yu Beiping found it funny and stood up and went to the side. There were whole walls of bookshelves on both sides of the study, with a wide variety of books, many of which had his annotations. He stood in front of a row of bookshelves and looked around, and asked her, "What book do you want to read?" "I don't like reading. But I don't have any other entertainment here." Tang Ziqi had to compromise, glanced over there, and casually pointed to a book at his hand. "That one." Yu Beiping took the book down, put it in his hand and pressed it. It was Les Miserables. He turned around and handed it to her. Tang Ziqi just picked it casually, and was dumbfounded when he opened it. "French?" She looked up at him, looking a little aggrieved. Yu Beiping couldn't help laughing. "You chose it yourself, read it yourself." He turned around and sat back in his office chair. Tang Ziqi understood now. She was teased. "I can't read it." She followed him and put the book next to him. Yu Beiping lowered his head to flip through the information without raising his head, as if he didn't hear her at all. Tang Ziqi was a little anxious, looking at him pitifully for a while, and tentatively asked, "Can I change one?" Yu Beiping stopped teasing her, looked up at her, and casually swept the bookshelf next to him with his slender fingers in the air. "Go yourself." She was like a child who got the best gift. Her eyebrows were full of joy, and she turned her head to dive into the pile of books. He really has a lot of books: history, literature, academic, and military, all listed in different categories, arranged in order, and very convenient to find. She picked up a book and opened it. It was in Chinese. Very good." There were also his comments next to it. The handwriting was neat, the strokes were vigorous and powerful, and the opening and closing were large and wide, which looked quite interesting. Although Tang Ziqi didn't understand calligraphy, she knew that his handwriting was very beautiful. At least it was much better than her dog-crawling handwriting. She closed the book frame, held the book in her hands, and sat down by the window, as if she had found a treasure. There was a whole floor-to-ceiling window, and next to the window was a retro-carved small round table and a pair of single sofas, placed symmetrically on the left and right. At this time, The curtains were drawn, and sitting on the sofa and looking out, the night sky above her head was dotted with stars. Quiet and peaceful. Her mood also calmed down inexplicably. She flipped through the book a few times and looked back at him. When this person was working seriously, he didn't look sideways, and he had no external things. His slightly cold face in the light was beautiful, and between his eyebrows, there was an inadvertent shimmering taste. He was a famous young man in Beijing, a child of destiny. He was different from others since he was a child. He had the confidence to do anything and could handle anything with ease. Even in the past few days, she had never seen him panic. Even if something big happened, he would handle things in an orderly manner. His back is always straight, which makes people intoxicated. She leaned her head and stared at him for a while. She didn't pay attention to the book in her hand, and it fell to the ground with a click. Chapter 23. This sound was particularly clear in the quiet study. Tang Zixi woke up as if from a dream. Yu Beiping also put down the documents and looked back at her. I accidentally fell asleep. She thought of a clever idea, blinked at him twice, bent down to pick up the book, and lowered her head to continue reading. Go back to your room and sleep if you are sleepy. Tang Zixi was eager to leave at this time. He stood up and said goodbye to him, put down the book and walked out quickly. He was so quick that he even forgot to close the door. Later, Yu Beiping closed the door himself. He was a little sleepy tonight. He stayed up until 11 o'clock and his eyelids kept trembling. He simply turned off the lights and went back to the bedroom to take a break. Tang Zixi fell asleep early, with a quilt covering half of him and the other half on the ground. Yu Beiping took a look, shook his head, and bent down to pick her up. She was not honest in her sleep, and kicked him, almost hitting his face. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and retreated quickly. Tang Zixi pursed his lips, tucked the quilt between his legs, and continued to sleep. Yu Beiping. This sleeping posture is really terrible. It was not easy to straighten her up, and she finally slept soundly. The next day, Tang Zixi woke up refreshed, put on pajamas, washed up, and went downstairs. Yu Beiping got up earlier than her as usual, finished breakfast, and sat in the living room reading. She greeted him, "Good morning." Yu Beiping didn't even raise his head, just nodded lightly. Tang Zixi was surprised, walked a few steps closer, and found a circle of light blue marks under his eyes, and asked in confusion, "Did you not sleep well last night?" Yu Beiping looked up at her, not knowing what to say. Being looked at like this, Tang Zixi frowned, not knowing why. After a while, he turned back to the kitchen heartlessly and went to eat breakfast. Yu Beiping thought about it and finally did not expose the matter. After breakfast, the two went out together and went to the nearby grain and oil store. This large courtyard is a small society. Going to the back, the shop facilities for food, clothing, and daily necessities are all complete, and basically everyone can be self-sufficient. The road is quite wide, and people riding bicycles come from time to time. Those who are familiar with him will greet Yu Beiping twice. Some people also come and stop when they see the girl next to him, showing a kind smile. They say that his wife is good-looking. Tang Zixi was a little embarrassed, grabbing the corner of his clothes and hiding behind him, only quietly sticking out half of his head. Yu Beiping turned around and took her hand, pulled her out, and introduced her to others. "Tang Zixi, the daughter of my father's old friend. When did you get the certificate?" This was a polite remark. The day of Yu Liuxiao's wedding had long been rumored. "Look, my wife has moved in. Just for 2 days." Yu Beiping didn't mind the trouble and said it nicely. "Have a big fat boy soon. Thank you for your advice. I have something else to do. I won't bother you anymore. Take care." The man left with the bucket of olive oil. Tang Ziqi pouted and stared at his back, grinning. This guy is really a chatterbox. Yu Beiping, why do you say that? They're getting married, what does it have to do with him? So many questions. She looked awkward and shy, which was actually very cute, but she didn't want to admit it. In order to cover it up, she tried to make a fierce expression. Yu Beiping laughed in a low voice. Are you embarrassed? He covered her head with his leather-gloved hand and gently stroked it. Tang Ziqi looked up and glared at him angrily. No. Yu Beiping laughed again and nodded. Okay, you don't. He looked much better when he smiled than when he didn't smile, and he didn't make people so daunted. Tang Ziqi stared at him for a few more times, so much so that he couldn't help but reach out and touch his face. Is there a spot on my face? No. Tang Ziqi shook her head and smiled proudly. He asked her what she was proud of. Her eyebrows were curved and she smiled like a little fox. I won't tell you. It was early spring and there was still a chill in the wind. The two bought the oil and walked back to the place they came from, one in front and the other behind. She ran in front and Yu Beiping called her from behind, saying, "Slow down." She ignored him and turned around to make faces at him. Yu Beiping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mrs. Zhang went out for a while, and dinner was made by Mrs. Zhang's daughter Shen Rong. She specially stewed pork ribs, and the fragrance drifted from the kitchen to the dining room. Tang Ziqi had already sat in the main seat with chopsticks in her hand, watching Yu Beiping serve her food from a distance, her legs trembling with excitement. In the kitchen, seeing him busy searching, Shen Rong couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking for?" "A bowl for rice." Shen Rong remembered that she had thrown that thing into the microwave in the morning, so she turned around and took it, handed it to him, and apologized to him. "It's okay." When he reached out to take it, his fingers accidentally scratched her palm. Shen Rong was startled, as if a flint had rubbed against her heart. Her mind crackled and her cheeks unconsciously heated up. After a while, she carefully raised her head and found that Yu Beiping had left the kitchen and was eating with Tang Ziqi in the restaurant in front. She looked at them for a long time, unable to move her feet, until Mrs. Zhang patted her shoulder from the side. "What are you looking at?" Shen Rong was startled and looked up in panic. "Nothing." Mrs. Zhang glanced at her, followed her gaze, and her face sank. "Come with me." "What for?" "I have something to tell you." Shen Rong went reluctantly. When passing by the restaurant, she pinched her palms, not knowing why she stopped, and she also gave Tang Ziqi a look. At this time, Tang Ziqi seemed to have sensed something, and just looked up and looked straight at her. Shen Rong avoided it with a guilty conscience and went upstairs quickly. Tang Ziqi was stunned, feeling puzzled. Shen Rong is a sophomore this year, and her school is in Beijing. This year's academic schedule is very tight, and after Mrs. Zhang greeted Yu Beiping, she let her stay at Yi's house during the holidays. She and Shen Rong had never met before, and they had kept to themselves during this period of time. Logically, they had no grudges. However, the look just now was too deep. When she thought about it, she didn't think it was an illusion at all. She really hated herself. "What are you thinking about?" Yu Beiping knocked on her bowl with the chopsticks in his hand. Tang Ziqi came back to her senses and shook his head. No, he didn't ask in detail, and said softly, "Eat quickly, it's getting cold." She responded and buried her head in eating. Yu Beiping washed the dishes himself. When Mrs. Zhang came down, he had almost finished. Mrs. Zhang hurried over. "No, let me do it. It's just washing dishes. I'm not incompetent." Yu Beiping folded the dishes neatly and put them on the shelf. He turned around and called Tang Ziqi to go upstairs. Tang Ziqi responded and followed him obediently. They followed closely, one tall and one short, one calm and the other smart. they were really a good match. Mrs. Zheng watched from downstairs and couldn't help but smile. But when she thought of her daughter, she felt like a big stone was pressing on her heart. In the evening, she accompanied him to work in the study as usual. Tang Ziqi was a man who couldn't keep secrets. As he flipped through the papers, he couldn't help but look up at him, wanting to say something but stopping himself. "Who is Yu Beiping?" As soon as she rolled her eyes, she knew what she was up to. "Just say it if you have something to say." Tang Ziqi pouted, "I'm just guessing, I'm not sure what's going on." "Go ahead, I'll give you some advice. You're the chief, you're busy with work, how can I compete with the country for time?" "Stop joking, just say it." Tang Ziqi snorted, but didn't say anything. Yu Beiping put down the document, turned around and patted her head. She shook her head hard to shake off his hand, raised her feet, stepped barefoot on the sofa, and sulked. Yu Beiping squatted down, put her feet in his hands, looked up and stared at her. "Are you angry?" Tang Ziqi didn't expect him to be so intimate suddenly, and subconsciously retracted her feet. "What are you doing?" Her ears were slightly hot. The study room was not big, the weather was still cold, and the doors and windows were bare. Although the air was warm, it was also a bit stuffy, which accelerated the blood circulation on her face. Unconsciously, it turned as red as an apple. Yu Beiping looked at her red cheeks, couldn't help pinching them, and chuckled. "Hot. Not serious." Tang Ziqi opened his hand. Yu Beiping didn't speak. After a long silence, Tang Ziqi looked up uncertainly and met his dark and deep eyes. She was inexplicably nervous, and her heart beat particularly fast. What? What?" He didn't answer, and stretched out his hand to touch her face. Maybe she was too nervous, she instinctively hid for a while. For a while, the room became very quiet. After a while, Yu Beiping put on her slippers and stood up. "It's late, go to bed early." Tang Ziqi stood up and followed him out of the study. She looked at his back, wanted to say something to him, but didn't know what to say, and stomped her feet in annoyance. That night, she slept very uneasily. The huge bed, each of them occupied half, like the boundary between Chuo and Han, no one moved, and no one crossed that step. The sound of rain outside the window was like the wind blowing into my heart, so cool that I couldn't fall asleep. At some point, they both turned over at the same time. "You." When the words came out, they were both stunned. The words started, and then suddenly died down. Tang Ziqi's voice was soft, and hesitantly said, "You talk first." Yu Beiping was silent for a while, and suddenly laughed softly. "Nothing, go to sleep. There is a long time to come, and this kind of thing can't be accomplished overnight." Tang Ziqi pursed his lips, and seeing that he didn't say anything, he didn't say anything either. Chapter 24. 2 days later, the two took a vacation and went on a long trip for 3 days. Tang Ziqi was crazy about love. When he arrived at the place, he wandered around everywhere. He didn't sit for more than half an hour all day. When she came back, she was sore all over and complained to him. Yu Beiping didn't even look at her. He lowered his head and flipped the newspaper on his knees. He only said one word, "It's time." Tang Ziqi. She wanted a divorce. On this flight, Tang Ziqi fell asleep as soon as she leaned on him because she got up early. Yu Beiping shook out the blanket and covered her with it, and then tightened her coat for her. When they arrived, he woke her up and coaxed her softly, "Get up, we're here." Tang Ziqi stared at him with sleepy eyes and yawned openly. Yu Beiping couldn't help laughing, and helped her to go outside. "Don't sleep." Tang Ziqi was dissatisfied. "I'm sleepy." "Who told you to stay in bed?" She was speechless and had to swallow her anger. They couldn't get a taxi at this time, so they waited in the airport hall for a long time. Later, Yu Beiping called Jiang Yu directly, and the two of them got a ride. Oh, you're newlyweds, you held your wedding so low-key, and now you're willing to let the bride come out to meet people. The young man with a crew cut looked at them cynically, with interest in his eyes. Jiang Yu was playing games in the passenger seat, without even raising his head, but there was a sly smile on his lips. Tang Ziqi was not angry either. She also grew up in this circle, so of course she knew the habits of these young men. No matter who they were, as long as they were strangers, if they wanted to fit in with them, they had to show some ability, both in character and ability. They were happy to tease her, which meant they valued her. If they ignored her and only cared about being polite, then they really didn't treat her as their own. Although Yu Beiping was low-key, he was a well-known figure in the circle of the young generation in Shijiao compound. Some time ago, it was rumored that he had gotten married with an unknown woman. A group of people sighed. Some people said it was nonsense, while others said it was so well-reasoned and serious that it didn't seem to be fake. Some others said, let's wait and see whether it was true or not, we'll know in May. But those who were close to him all knew that young Master Yu really gave himself up. Moreover, it was not forced by his parents' orders, but he really liked this little girl. Although they had only met twice, Tang Ziqi was not afraid of strangers. He greeted them with a smile and a generous attitude. Tang Ziqi, Yu Beiping's wife, the wife who got married. Do you two young masters still remember? The two looked at each other and laughed. Jiang Yu stopped playing games and looked up at her, looking at her with a smile and some consideration. Tang Ziqi let him look at her and said with a smile, I don't have any other advantages. I just know how to drink and have fun. I can drink 3 pounds of white wine without blushing. I can dance, sing and drive. Just call me. If you are a brother, I will accompany you to the end. She said it with great pride, but look at her small body, delicate and weak, with little flesh. Xiao Yang couldn't help laughing on the spot, and turned to Yu Beiping and said, okay, well, this wife is suitable for you. It's silly enough, just right for a serious man like him. There was no rush to go home at this time. Jiang Yu drove the car to a nearby club. Can you play basketball? After getting off the car, he raised his hand to close the door, turned around and asked Tang Ziqi, with obvious teasing in his eyes. Yu Beiping wanted to say something, but Xiao Yang grabbed his arm with his hand, raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, are you protecting your daughter? It's just playing ball, can it cost her life? You are so stupid. Yu Beiping said, don't go too far. Xiao Yang laughed, and his laugh was vicious, you have completely become a wife slave after getting married. Yu Beiping was 2 years older than him, and he never argued with them. He still laughed calmly, but there was a warning in his eyes, it's okay to play, but don't go too far, don't bully others. Although Xiao Yao was arguing with him, he was still quite respectful of him in his heart. Just as he was about to change the subject, Tang Ziqi rushed over and pushed him away, smiling and said, do you look down on me? I also lived in this area when I was a child, and that name is very famous. Xiao Yao was puzzled, why haven't I heard of it? You are not making it up, are you? Tang Ziqi was also serious. He argued with him in a few words, and the quarrel lasted all the way to the club. Yu Beiping simply ignored it. He finally saw it clearly. They are birds of a feather, so he should ignore them. Otherwise, how can we say friendship is made by pinching? Yu Beiping dragged the drunk Tang Ziqi out after going crazy until the middle of the night. Xiao Yang and Jiang Yu greeted him on the steps, do you need help? The man next to him was so drunk that even heaven and earth had to kneel down. They had just experienced it. He didn't play basketball very well, but he had a bad temper. When he lost, he sprayed champagne on them. He was really not afraid of strangers at all. No need. Yu Beiping waved his hand and said goodbye to them, and drove away with the car. He sped all the way, past the sentry, and entered the family compound. Tang Zuxi was led out of the car by someone's arm in a daze. She was still restless and kicked her feet everywhere. Yu Beiping had no choice but to carry her. Mrs. Zhao knew they were coming back early in the morning and was waiting at the door. When she saw them, she hurried down to help. What's wrong? Are you drunk like this? Don't say it, go make a bowl of sobering soup. Yu Beiping carried her upstairs. At the corner of the second floor, he met Shen Rong. You're back? Shen Rong's expression was a little nervous, but also a little happy, but Yu Beiping didn't notice it. He just nodded slightly and carried her to the third floor. Shen Rong looked at his back, wanting to say something but stopping herself. What are you looking at? Mrs. Zhang came up and shouted. Shen Rong was so scared that she almost fell down. She bit her lip and ran downstairs angrily. Come back. Mrs. Zhang stepped forward and grabbed her. I've told you so many times, don't think about what you shouldn't think about, and don't do what you shouldn't do. Why don't you listen to my advice? What am I thinking about, and what have I done? Shen Rong avoided her gaze guiltily. Mrs. Zhang chased after her and kept asking her, why did you come back this time? You came to Yi's house on such a short vacation. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? Shen Rong pushed her, but she grabbed her with amazing force. People should know themselves. Not to mention that he is married. Even if he is not married, he will look down on you. Can't you think about it yourself? Shen Rong stopped woodenly, her face a little ugly. Why? She took a breath and uttered these words for a long time. After a while, she seemed to be shocked by an electric shock, and suddenly shook off her hand and ran away. Mrs. Zhang sighed behind her, not knowing what to say. When Tang Zuxi woke up, it was already late at night, and he rubbed his eyes in a daze. Yu Beiping was not in the room, and the light in the study next door was on as usual. She put on her pajamas and went over in slippers. When they got to the door, he raised his head before knocking. Are you awake? She nodded, yawned again, and felt a pain in her waist and back. Don't pay attention to them in the future, let them go crazy. If they want to embarrass you, come to me. He waved to her and pushed the hangover soup to the middle of the table. Tang Zuxi went over, looked down, and touched it with his hand. It was warm and just right. Drink it. I'm not dizzy anymore. She pouted and was not very willing to drink it. I've drunk this stuff before, and it tastes bad. He laughed and advised, drink it, so that you won't have a headache when you wake up tomorrow morning. Can't not drink it? She looked at him with her big eyes, blinked twice, and played a pitiful game with him. He smiled, took off his glasses, lowered his head and wiped them, and said calmly, what do you think? At this time, his smile looked a little dangerous. Tang Zuxi shrank his neck, picked up the bowl obediently, and drank the stuff one mouthful at a time. Yu Beiping's solid wood desk was very solid. She patted it, padded her butt and sat on it, and even maliciously pressed the documents under her butt. When he looked over, she looked at him smugly. Don't make trouble. She smiled without saying anything, and her eyes were very clear. You can get it yourself. Yu Beiping didn't get angry with her, just stared at her steadily and joked, if you delay the work, I will hand you over directly. Selling your wife for fame. You are very good at changing the concept. You didn't learn Chinese in vain. Tang Zuxi said, don't insult me. Yu Beiping looked at her leisurely, how did I insult you? She bared her teeth at him. He stood up and raised his hand to grab her, which scared her so much that she ran away. Yu Beiping seemed to be in a very good mood today. He didn't follow her as usual. He chased her out of the study and intercepted her in the corridor. Tang Zuxi was petite, and her head was raised to his shoulder. She stood pitifully against the wall, shivering. He put his hand on the side of her head and easily pinched her chin. The two of them were close to each other, and he lowered his head to study her expression and asked her in a reproachful tone, "Tell me, how did I insult you?" In this situation, his tone was also easygoing, without any anxiety or intimidation. But the calmer he was, the more nervous Tang Ziqi was. She felt that she might have gone too far. "I won't dare to do it next time." She secretly raised her eyes to look at him and see his face. There was a smile in his eyes. But this person may not be happy when he smiles. Maybe it's a fake smile, teasing her. Tang Ziqi was unsure, and added cautiously, "I apologize to you, sixth brother." "What do you call me?" "Sixth brother." He pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled with an ambiguous smile, "Call me again." Tang Ziqi felt something was wrong, and suddenly had an idea, and changed his words, "husband." He finally smiled, lowered his head and kissed her lips. The warm breath rushed to her face and enveloped her instantly. Tang Ziqi's heart was beating like a drum, and she dared not move. After a while, with a little shyness, she tentatively put her arms around his waist. The two of them started kissing in the corridor, with light touches at first, and then slowly, the amplitude became larger. Each of them could hear each other's gradually quickening breathing. "Okay, I have to go to work." Yu Beiping let her go, patted her shoulder, and went back to the study. Tang Ziqi wrinkled her nose, a little annoyed. He ran away halfway through the flirting. Was he doing it on purpose? She was a little thirsty, so she went downstairs to get some water. There was some light leaking from the basement, and she wondered if someone forgot to turn off the switch, so she picked up a cup and went downstairs. The light was leaking from the guest room, and because the door was not closed tightly, the voices of the people inside could be vaguely heard, as if they were arguing. As she approached, Shen Ruo's voice suddenly became louder. "Why did she do that? She is a poor woman whose parents are divorced, but Yu Beiping actually married her. He even worships her like an ancestor." Mrs. Zhang immediately scolded, "Keep your voice down. Even if you are dissatisfied, keep it to yourself." "But to be honest, what are you dissatisfied with? I told you, don't covet what is not yours, and it will not be yours even if you think about it day and night. I am not willing to accept it. What am I not as good as her? I am also a top student who graduated from a prestigious university. Why should she live so well while I have to live in this underground guest room? No one asked you to live here." Mrs. Zhang was helpless, and her face became more and more ugly. "Don't say any more, go back to school tomorrow, and don't come again." Tang Ziqi was not in the mood to listen to the rest of the words, so he turned around and went upstairs. Yu Beiping couldn't find her, and just came down from upstairs, and met her at the stairs on the first floor. "What's wrong?" Seeing that she looked bad, he touched her forehead worriedly. She pouted and didn't speak. "Why are you unhappy?" He touched her face, held her small body in his arms, rubbed it, smiled and kissed her forehead, who made Miss Tang angry. "No, your unhappiness is clearly written on your face, and you are still being pretentious with me. Come on, tell me. Whoever bullies you, I will vent your anger for you. Whoever bullies me, you vent your anger for me." She glanced at him with a sidelong glance, a little unbelieving. Yu Beiping was provoked by her. Any man can't stand being looked at like this, even if he knows that she is provoking him. Yu Beiping looks humble and calm on the outside, but he is very arrogant in his bones. Some things are easy to talk about, but some things are absolutely impossible to compromise. This is also the reason why his father has never cared about his career for so many years. Yu Liao believes in this son, both in ability and character. Yu Beiping does have this ability. He has always been capable and can handle any situation. After a stalemate for a while, Tang Ziqi snorted, but still didn't speak. Yu Beiping noticed something and was just wondering when Shen Rong shouted something loudly, which could be heard even on the first floor. Yu Beiping was startled and looked back at Tang Ziqi. She pursed her lips and didn't look down. But who is Yu Beiping? He understood immediately. Wait for me. Before Tang Ziqi responded, he had already gone downstairs and knocked on the door. Inside the door was like a martial arts movie that had been paused. There were swords and sabers just now, but now it stopped abruptly and was silent. In the empty basement, there was only Yu Beiping's voice. It's me. I came downstairs to get some water. Your voices are a bit loud. After a while, Mrs. Zhang came out to open the door, with her head down. I'm sorry, Shen Rong is a little uncomfortable and has a bad temper, so we had a little conflict. Yu Beiping looked normal and said slowly, if you are not feeling well, you should go out to see a doctor as soon as possible. Mrs. Zhang paused. Looking down from this angle, Tang Ziqi could see her ugly face in the dim light, trying to remain calm, and Shen Rong, who was also ugly behind her. She couldn't keep up with Mrs. Zhang, and her face was as stiff as if it was covered with wax. After finally calming down, Mrs. Zhang replied, yes, I'll send her out tomorrow. Yu Beiping turned and went upstairs. Shen Rong looked at his back, then looked up at Tang Ziqi standing at the stairs, and cast a resentful look at him, which made Tang Ziqi shudder. Several times, she felt that Shen Rong wanted to speak, but she didn't have the courage to speak. Chapter 25. Because there was no sponsorship, although Tang Ziqi's project was shelved, it was completely cold. Fortunately, Chen Luo found Sun Ping, and this plan transferred her to the new project team led by Chen Luo, and she was also taken on this trip. After the New Year holiday, Tang Ziqi followed the project team to Chengdu. On the day of farewell, Yu Beiping personally sent her to the station, patted her on the shoulder, and said, be good, I will come to see you in a few days. Don't you have to work? The communication station in Chengdu has exchanges with us, and some data needs to be handed over. He smiled, this is a business trip, not abuse of power for personal gain. Tang Ziqi was embarrassed by what he said. It turned out that she was just being sentimental. After returning to Chengdu, everything seemed to be on the right track. In the next few days, Tang Ziqi focused on doing experiments at school and didn't go anywhere. In April, the weather gradually warmed up, but there was still a little coolness in the breeze. Although it was not as cold as in the north, the clothes on her body were removed one by one. This week, Sun Ping went on a business trip again, and Tang Ziqi was thrown to Chen Luo to do an experimental study on cholera type A vaccine. On Sunday, Chen Luo came back from Beijing and took her, Tianyin, Healy and others to a county town in the eastern suburbs outside the 4th Ring Road to collect biological samples. The mountain road was rugged, and the military vehicle was bumping on the yellow mud road, shaking from time to time. Chen Luo supported Tang Ziqi and said to the driver in front, Lao Zhang, drive slower. We are not here yet, and we are going to have to rest. How about you drive? This man is also stubborn. Chen Luo smiled bitterly. Tang Ziqi said, I'm fine, how can I be so delicate? Jian Yan interrupted coldly, you are fine, we are in trouble. Tang Ziqi also said, if you are sick, go to the doctor. Why do you come all the way here to join in the fun? Jian Yin was so angry that her chest was blocked. You are sick. She didn't even get to the point of her sarcastic remarks. This little hoof. Chen Luo looked at it funny. Tang Ziqi has this ability, and he can talk a lot with his sharp tongue. After driving a section of mountain road, they finally got on the elevated road again and entered the city. A lot of people felt more comfortable and later rested in a military guest house near the station. This guest house is quite old, the only one within 100 miles, and the decoration is not new. A bunch of people filed in and crowded into the lobby, making the small place seem crowded. Jian Jun rubbed his feet on the red carpet and complained, "Is there no hotel? A hostel will do." The receptionist behind the counter was not angry, and handed over a few door cards with a smile. "It's a remote place, so please make do with it, comrade. Even leaders with more than 2 bars of honor can stay in ordinary suites." "You are bragging. How can leaders with more than 2 bars of honor come to your shabby place?" He Li spat at him. "I never brag. 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. Well, I met a fool and insisted on my point. I argued with them. I tell you, I, Xiao Lu, never brag. Although our place is small, it has a long history. I think during the anti-Japanese war, the commander of the 20th Army came here to stay." Even Chen Luo couldn't help laughing and teased him. "Why don't you say that has been here?" "That's right, I'm not afraid of bragging." The quarrel here was very intense. Liang Gai came from the back door with a cigarette in his mouth. "What's the matter?" He interrupted everyone's words as soon as he opened his mouth. "Because this guy's voice is too loud." He looked to be in his early 20s, with a shaved head, thick eyebrows and big eyes, tall and strong, and wearing a training uniform. He was quite intimidating when he stood there. Everyone looked at him with inquiring eyes. The waiter's eyes lit up, and he ran over with a chuckle. "Mr. Liang, are you up? I've been sleeping since noon. If I don't get up, I'll be a pig." Liang Gai glared at him. "Has the connecting car arrived?" "No, the command post called and said there will be heavy rain in the evening. The mountain road is not easy to walk on. There are no lights here. We may have to wait until tomorrow morning." "Heavy rain? Where is the heavy rain?" "The sky is high and the air is clear." Before he finished speaking, a basin of rain fell from the door. Everyone fell silent. There are really crows in this world. The weather forecast was very accurate. There was heavy rain in the county at night, from 5 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., and it was still going on. Chen Luo thought about it and changed the original rest to resting for a night and going into the county town tomorrow morning. No one had any objections. Dinner was eaten in the restaurant at the back. The guest house is independent. After going out of the corridor at the back is an open-air parking lot. The restaurant is just to the south of the parking lot. It used to be a publishing house, and it was converted into a restaurant after it closed down. Not only do people who live in the guest house come to eat, but also residents nearby often come, a mixed crowd. In such a large place, more than a dozen round tables are placed in the lobby. On rainy days, not many people come to eat. In the spring of Chengdu, it is usually a little hot at this time, but this year it is unusual. The rain has been falling non-stop, and the air is obviously humid. Tang Zishi is not a literary person. At this moment, he just wants to lean his head against the window and stare blankly. Chen Luo is smart and insightful. He can see the laziness in her bones at a glance. He specially chose a seat by the window. He and Tang Zishi ordered 3 dishes and a soup. Before eating, he didn't forget to greet her. Jian Yin and the others went to eat outside. "Miss Tianjin, you are picky." Chen Luo laughed, lowered her eyebrows and fiddled with the celery on the plate. Her eyebrows and eyes were gentle. "Don't always make fun of others." She didn't like to hear this. "I have a grudge against her. She has always been clear about what she likes and hates. If someone is not getting along with her, she will never pretend to be nice. She doesn't want to do face-saving projects, even if people say she is mean." Tang Zishi grew up in a wealthy family. Although her parents later divorced, her foundation was still there. She was spoiled since she was a child, and her arrogant temperament could not be changed for a while. But she also knew her limits and never made trouble. "Don't mention those 2 women. Come, eat." She picked up some food for him. It's rare that you are so nice to me. Do you have a conspiracy? Then don't eat. She pretended to pick up the food. Eat, 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 why not? Speaking of which, you have always been weird since you got married. What's weird? It's like I'm in estrus and thinking about love. Hey, 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 don't hit me, don't hit my face. Coming out of the house, Liang Gai followed Yu Beiping closely and said, I have contacted the headquarters. Zhang Liang is in charge of this trip. This grandson told me that the car will not arrive until tomorrow morning. Then wait. Yu Beiping touched a cigarette and turned back to ask him for a lighter. Under the streetlight, he leaned forward in his military boots, his eyebrows were calm, his demeanor was calm, and he didn't show any anxiety. After all, he was a talent in the command system, the kind of person who has a broad mind and can command with confidence as described in the books, unlike a rough man like him. Liang Gai was a straightforward person and admired him very much. Sixth brother, you are really patient. Things are almost done, there is no need to rush to deal with the aftermath. I just can't stand it. What else can I do if I'm angry? Go to the headquarters command center with a gun and destroy their nest. Yu Beiping glanced at him, feeling angry and amused. Liang Gai didn't say anything. The two grew up together in a military compound in the western suburbs. Yu Beiping was a few years older than him, and Liang Gai always respected and believed in him. After graduating from Nanjing University of Political Science and Law, he stayed in Nanjing to work at the grassroots level for 2 years, and later went to an overseas office. He just came back recently and changed his career. He is now working in a communications department of the Beijing Armed Police Corps. I heard from Jiang Ye and his friends that he had made a special contribution. This time he went south and temporarily stayed at their team's communication command station to exchange work and teach them political lessons. To be honest, Liang Gai never thought he would meet him here. Last month, their team leader said that he would invite a teacher to give them a political and cultural course, and Yu Beiping came. When he first came, he was not very popular. He graduated from a famous military academy, had a high starting point, worked in a large organization, and heard that his family was well off. Many people speculated that he was able to get this position at his age because of his family connections. But after the ban was lifted, I found that he was actually very easy to get along with. Although he was arrogant, he was humble and principled. He was happy to communicate with others about academic matters, and he would not look down on others just because you said something wrong. Moreover, he was very good at handling interpersonal relationships. Although he was not a very warm person, he always made people feel a sense of comfort like a spring breeze when he got along with him. Although he was a little slow to warm up at the beginning and was naturally a little alienated, after getting to know him for a long time, I found that he was actually like that, and he was like that to everyone, not against any particular person. He was knowledgeable and deep-minded. He was different from those noisy youngsters. He could type in codes, speak several foreign languages, and knew everything about radio. But he was not as cold as he looked. He was just a little slow to warm up. Once, when he was late for training outside, Liang Gai left the team to get some water. The gatekeeper was careless and locked him outside. It was freezing cold, but there was an old crooked tree next to the side door. He had an idea and climbed up the wall. As luck would have it, he was caught by the patrolling pickets. It was a small matter to be caught and punished, but if he was reported to the captain and the whole battalion was informed, it would be a big shame. Adhering to the belief that he would never embarrass the captain, he jumped off the tree and dove into the bushes. The pickets chased him with flashlights behind him, and he ran desperately in front, and his discipline button was crooked. When he turned around the water room, someone pulled him from the side and pushed him directly into the door. The patrol leader came up to him panting, stood at attention, saluted, and then asked politely, "Commander, did you see anyone coming?" "We just patrolled and caught someone climbing the wall." Yu Beiping looked calm and pointed in the opposite direction. "He went that way." A bunch of people thanked him and panted to chase him south. After a long time, Liang Gai came out, with tears of gratitude on his face, and complained to him, saying that he was caught by this grandson just last month, just because he was 2 steps slower during the drill, and he chased him all the way from the cafeteria to the playground. Yu Beiping took him to the water room and poured him a glass of water. "If you are fine, can they chase you?" He still argued, "I was only half a minute late." Yu Beiping asked him calmly, "On the battlefield, you also told the enemy to wait for me for half a minute." Liang Gai was instantly depressed. After a while, he raised his head in confusion and asked him, "Then why are you helping me?" At that time, Yu Beiping was leaning against the window, wearing a thick fur military coat, and his hunched back made people feel that he was tall and proud. He turned back and smiled at him. "It's the new year, isn't it? If you are really criticized in the notice, Captain Li will not be able to survive this new year. Remember, this will not happen again." It was the first time Liang Gai saw him smile after the reunion. His eyebrows, which were usually tightly furrowed, were relaxed, and he was heroic and open-minded. Liang Gai believed in him from the bottom of his heart, and especially admired his indifferent and confident demeanor when encountering things. As long as he followed behind him, he would basically not get into trouble. After smoking, the two entered the restaurant one after the other, and happened to run into Tang Ziji, who came out with Chunluo. They met on a narrow road. The door was narrow and only allowed 2 people to pass through. Both sides stopped. They met again after half a month. Tang Ziji didn't expect to be in such an unexpected situation. His brain was a little short-circuited. Yu Beiping smiled tolerantly. "Come for internship?" Tang Ziji lowered her head and said in a stammering voice, "Collecting samples. It's raining so hard, and the mountain road is not easy to drive. Be careful." He patted her thin shoulder. Tang Ziji was stunned and her heart beat faster. In a blink of an eye, Yu Beiping and Liang Gai entered the restaurant one after another. Chapter 26. The guest house is not big, so it is mixed. There is a long corridor, and the rooms are all there. The sound insulation is not good. When it is quiet, the quarrels and the shouts of playing mahjong next door are all clear. Tang Ziji is a person who can't sleep with a little noise. He put on a windbreaker and went out. There was a person standing at the end of the corridor, leaning against the window and smoking. Tang Ziji hesitated for a moment, gathered his clothes and went over to him, leaning against him. "What a coincidence." She smiled innocently, grinning and showing him her bright white teeth. The little girl was innocent and lovely, with eyebrows and eyes curved like crescent moons, and she had a cunning and bright cleverness. It had been cloudy for several days, and Yu Beiping had been trekking in the mountainous area for several days. The conditions were not easy to be said to be difficult. Many of his subordinates were sick, and he was in a gloomy mood. But when he saw her this time, it was as if a pair of warm little hands had pushed away the dark clouds in his heart, and he felt refreshed. Yu Beiping also smiled, completely from the heart. What a coincidence. After not seeing each other for more than half a month, Tang Ziji was a little nervous when she first saw him. Now that she saw him again, her mood calmed down, but she still couldn't control the sweat on her palms. "Are you so afraid of seeing me?" Yu Beiping stared at her, half jokingly. Tang Ziji was a little uneasy when he smiled like this, and looked away. "You are the elder, the same generation as my teacher." Now that his status has been added, sometimes she always feels a little embarrassed. Yu Beiping smiled softly. Tang Ziji's heart also jumped. She was not convinced after all, and asked provocatively, "What are you laughing at?" "What I am laughing at, don't you know?" I don't know. Such obvious angry words. Yu Beiping did not argue with her, let alone expose her embarrassment. After a moment of silence, Tang Ziti felt a little embarrassed and gave in. Are you here to inspect the work? Hand over the work. Oh, she nodded. Yu Beiping asked her, what about you? What are you here for? Work. I told you, collecting biological samples. Is it hard? His voice was soft, and it was particularly clear in the quiet corridor, like the evening breeze on a summer night, blowing into her heart. Tang Ziti lowered her head, staring at her toes for a long time, and finally plucked up the courage to look at him. It's not hard. Her eyes were bright. He looked at her with a warm smile. Take care of yourself, I will be worried. Tang Ziti's heart was slightly rippled. She looked at him for a long moment, then nodded solemnly. At the same time, he held her in his arms. This girl was really petite, and it seemed that she was only that small when he held her. He gently pressed her head against his chest. His chest was a little hot. Tang Ziti's face was also hot, and in the silence, he could hear his steady and powerful heartbeat. The next day, the sky was clear, and the military vehicle of the headquarters arrived on time. Tang Ziti said goodbye to Yu Beiping, and got on the small military truck with Chen Luo. Chen Luo was clear-headed, and he looked at her and then at Yu Beiping, with a hint of mischief in his eyes. Tang Ziti was not used to being looked at like this, and rolled her eyes at her. My husband who just got married has not had time to get the marriage certificate due to his work schedule. Didn't I tell you? Don't look at me like that. Chen Luo knew Yu Beiping's identity long ago, and teased her. I thought you were depraved and became the mistress of the leader because of emotional failure. Get lost. Ivory can't be spit out by a dog's mouth. By the way, have you passed the pharmacist certificate exam? I passed it a long time ago. Why are you asking this? Aren't you graduating soon? I don't think you plan to start your own business, so I remind you to make preparations early. Do you want to continue your studies and research, or find a company or something to settle down? Let's talk about it later, I'll think about it. When they arrived at the destination, several people got off the car one after another and began to collect samples in the nearby jungle. Not long ago, there was an outbreak of cholera here, caused by a post-disaster infectious disease caused by a small mudslide. The disease is now under control. Human blood samples have been collected before, and this trip is to collect animal samples to further clarify the source of infection and the route of transmission. Ziti, come and take a look. Chen Luo called her from the front. Tang Ziti put away the tweezers, walked over quickly, and helped him pass the things. The two were busy from morning to noon, leaning against the rock to take out the compressed biscuits prepared early in the morning. During this time, Tang Ziti went to the toilet in a nearby house. There were 2 toilets in total, and the bottom was hollow, so the voices from the next door could be heard clearly. People are different. Teacher Chen is indifferent to us, but he is very caring to her. It was Jian Yin's voice. He Li's voice rang out, no way. Are you overthinking it? I think Teacher Chen is very fair and treats everyone equally. Are you stupid? When he asked someone for help, the first person he thought of was Tang Ziti. Just ordering him around. How can you order someone around if you're not familiar with him? I see that they are very familiar with each other. Who knows what their relationship is, maybe they're relatives. He Li seemed to be shocked by her words and was silent for a long time. Yin Yin, you don't have to say it so harshly, right? We were in the same high school in Beijing before. I think Tang Ziti is an okay person and quite capable. She's good at academics, but she's a little lazy and doesn't play with us. That's because she looks down on us. Jian Yin sneered. I've heard from my aunt that her father is a high-ranking official. Her family lived in a military compound in the western suburbs, and they used to live a good life. But God had eyes, and later her parents divorced, so she moved away with her mother. No wonder, she used to wear the best clothes, but now she looks very simple. It turns out there is this layer. Simple? Jian Jun said sarcastically, she only pretended in school, guess what she does outside? Apart from anything else, the fact that she seduced my boyfriend is enough to be a bitch. And yesterday in the guest house, I came back from dinner and saw with my own eyes that she was standing at the end of the corridor chatting with a soldier. They were of a high rank, and their shoulders were touching, and they were having a hot fight. Can you guess what their relationship is? Haha, I ran into them picking clothes together when I went shopping before. He Li fell silent. Jiang Yin opened the toilet door and came out, tying his belt while saying to her, learn from them. You think they are careless, but they are very scheming. You are doing it on the first day of the month, but they are already doing it on the 15th day. They are eating from the bowl and looking at the pot, and they are still thinking about the basin in their hearts. The two of them walked away slowly, and Tang Zishi was still constipated. After finally pulling it out, wiping and washing, there was no trace of the two people. She was holding back her anger, so she had to go back along the original route and report to Chen Luo. What's wrong? As if I owe you 8 million? I met 2 gossiping bastards. She kicked a stone under her feet. There was a heavy rain in the evening, and a mountain collapsed at the entrance of the village, and 2 houses collapsed, which happened to collapse the only bridge connecting the village and the outside of the village. Chen Luo and others were trapped in this small town. The communication was intermittent. After finally getting through, Chen Luo said intermittently, request for rescue. Direction. Before he finished speaking, the signal was cut off. Tang Zishi hugged his shoulders and hid under the eaves of a private house. He asked him, Old Chen, how is it? Chen Luo was afraid that she would be scared, so he didn't dare to tell her the truth. He smiled and said, don't worry, the news has been passed. Someone will definitely come to rescue us tomorrow at the latest. Although Tang Zishi was slow, he was not stupid. He responded obediently, but he was afraid and worried in his heart. She didn't sleep well that night. The hut was leaking, and half of the quilt against the wall was wet. Tang Zishi slept in a daze, felt dizzy, and her consciousness was a little unclear. In a daze, she heard dense footsteps coming from the rain. After a while, someone pushed open the door, carefully picked her up, and called her name softly. She wanted to open her eyes, but she couldn't open them. Zuqi. Yu Beiping put his hand on her forehead, and it was hot to the touch. The string in his heart seemed to tighten suddenly, and a layer of sweat oozed out of his palms. When he received the news, the satellite along the way was struck by lightning, and the communication was interrupted halfway. He still contacted the headquarters and contacted the communication camp here to know their whereabouts. He rushed all the way and relied on manual paving. He didn't sleep for 2 days. Lao Su said beside him, the road surface is still collapsing, and the car can't drive in. It can only be dug manually. Liang Gai said, how long will it take to dig? Lao Su, there is no other way. The equipment on the road is also broken. The first team has gone to report the news. No one will come tomorrow at the latest. Now, it is completely up to the erection team to manually repair the line. The weather is bad, and the road surface may collapse again. The medical team is also on the way, ready to rescue at any time, just to be on the safe side. Yu Beiping suppressed his anxiety and irritability, took a deep breath, turned back and gave orders, asking Liang Gai to lead the people under his command to open the road, and ordered Lao Su to keep the communication open and get in touch with the command center as soon as possible. People came in one after another and left in a large group. The room was completely quiet. Yu Beiping brought some hot water, wrung it out and used it to wipe her face. The little girl was restless, kicking her feet in her dream. She didn't know what nightmare she had, and when she waved her hand, she scratched his cheek, causing a burning pain. Yu Beiping looked at himself in the mirror and found that there was indeed a red mark. Although there was no bleeding, his skin was white and it didn't look very good. He frowned in the mirror, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He has disfigured her. Young Master Yu has lived for nearly 30 years, and who dares to lay hands on his face? Who else can do that? Even the old man has never done it. Today, she was the first to win. His little wife seemed to have this ability, making him make exceptions all the time. Tang Ziqi was ill for 2 days. Although he woke up on the second day, his eyes were still drooping. In front of her, Yu Beiping patted her unhappily. Be good, get up and wash your face. I feel uncomfortable. She acted coquettishly with him. Maybe she was really confused by the fever. She was very coquettish. She didn't hide it and was not afraid of him. This kind of character would definitely be very annoying if it happened to someone else, but when it happened to Tang Ziqi, Yu Beiping didn't hate it at all. He supported her back and lifted her up, and wiped her face with a hot towel that had been wrung out of water. I don't want it. She tried to hide in vain. Yu Beiping was also a little annoyed by her, and said with a stern face, if you make trouble again, I will leave. Tang Ziqi's movements stopped abruptly, and he looked at him tentatively, as if he didn't believe that he would really leave. She was really confused by the fever, and just lay in his arms in a daze. She was well behaved, and his work became easier. He wiped her face clean neatly. He was used to being independent in the army, especially taking care of patients, and he had done this for many soldiers. Whenever a brother was injured or sick, he would visit him in person, and many of them would be fed soup and medicine. Although he didn't say anything, everyone remembered his kindness. It's said that time reveals a person's true character. Some people are good at talking, but you will know that they are not sincere when you get to know them. Some people are very cold when you first meet them, as if they don't care about you. After getting along with them for a long time, you will know that they have done a lot for you, but they never take credit for it. Yu Beiping is a person who is used to giving without asking for anything in return. He looks cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Of course, he has a high vision. He treats friends he recognizes as warm as spring, and he doesn't even bother to give a side glance to those he despises. As long as he thinks he is right, he will do it his own way. He has offended many people in the past. Tang Ziqi lay in bed for 2 days, and he took care of him personally. When she was confused, she thought it was natural. When her body gradually got better and she became clear-headed, the embarrassment and guilt surged into her heart. That day, he fed her porridge as usual, holding her petite body in his arms, scooping porridge and coaxing her, "Come on, open your mouth." The blush on Tang Ziqi's face was dyed to her ears. I can eat by myself. I'm sick and can't even sit steadily, how can I eat?" His face was close, and his hot breath hit her face, as if he wanted to kiss her cheek. Tang Ziqi couldn't bear it, so she just tilted her head, but her lips touched his lips. She was completely stunned. Yu Beiping's lips are thin, but the shape of his lips is full, and the curve is sexy. People say that men with thin lips are cold, but she looks really sexy. Just one look at her makes people want to kiss her. Seeing her reaction, Yu Beiping slightly bent the corner of his lips. Tang Ziqi woke up as if from a dream, and wished he could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Drink porridge. He lowered his head and scooped a spoon, smiling and persuading. It was rare for her to be so well behaved. Chapter 27. Tang Ziqi's illness came and went quickly, and she recovered the next day. The road was now dug through. "Get up, pack up, I'll take you away." Yu Beiping poured her water at the table. Tang Ziqi rubbed her eyes, her head still a little dizzy. "How long have I slept?" "1 day." Tang Zushi got up in a daze, and she was still in a daze, just sitting on the bed looking at him. Yu Beiping came back after pouring the water, smiled when he saw it, bent down and handed her the water. Does your throat hurt? Drink some. Tang Zushi hurriedly took it, lowered her head and said, thank you. What are you thanking me for? You are my wife. Tang Zushi was stunned, and drank the bowl of water slowly. In the past, Zhong Hangying always said all kinds of sweet words to please her, but Tang Zushi got bored after hearing too much. Thousands of words, but none of them touched her as much as this simple sentence. After washing up, Yu Beiping took her out. She still had concerns. Wouldn't it be bad if someone saw us? What's wrong with that? We are a legal couple, not an adulterer. Tang Zushi thought so too, and put his worries aside. The convoy was waiting at the entrance of the town. The bridge had collapsed, and after the road was dug through, they simply filled it with old things and sand to cover it, and forcibly opened a road. However, only one car could pass at a time. Women and children went first, followed by ordinary people, and the armed police and fire brigade were the last. The mountain collapsed a lot last night, and the forest outside the village could no longer be seen in the southeast corner. I don't know when it collapsed. Jian Jun was anxious and scared. While waiting, she kept stamping her feet and complaining, can it be faster? When will it be our turn? He Li was also scared, but she just clung to her tightly and didn't dare to complain loudly. Not far away, Tang Zushi said, don't you see that everyone is lining up? Can you fly over there? Jian Jun had noticed her a long time ago. She didn't join their team. She had been following the soldier since she came out of the town, and was still held by the man's hand. The man looked to be only about 30 years old, but he had already reached this position. He was calm in his work and had decent conversation. More importantly, he also had a handsome face. She was used to comparing with Tang Zushi, and she was somewhat psychologically unbalanced. As long as Tang Zushi was good, she would feel uncomfortable. He had just been stolen by her, and he found another one so quickly. He was really capable. She curled her lips in contempt, what's it to you? Tang Zushi didn't retreat at all, and his eyes were contemptuous. No, I just can't stand you. Mind your own business. If I see people spitting and shitting on the street, I will also give them some advice. Of course, whether they listen or not is none of my business. Jian Jun has always been unable to win the argument, and she was so angry that she ran over. He Li hurriedly pulled her back, winked at her, and pointed at the man in military uniform next to Tang Zushi. Only then did Jian Yin calm down. On the last bus, the medical school group went with the armed police team. The bus was not big, and it was inevitable that there would be congestion with so many people. Yu Beiping held Tang Zushi on his knees. The car was bumpy all the way, and Liang Gai's feet were still dangling outside the car door. From time to time, he turned back and said to Yu Beiping, "Sixth brother, I heard that you married a very beautiful wife in Beijing, but I didn't believe it. Why didn't you tell everyone about such a big thing?" Yu Beiping said, "Those guys have spread it all over the place, but you don't have the mind to pay attention to such things." Liang Gai exclaimed, "Ah," and was confused, when did it happen? Yu Beiping was too lazy to pay attention to him. Later, Tang Zushi paid attention to him again, and didn't let him feel awkward. "Your sixth brother and I got married a week ago, how did you just find out? What about the wedding banquet? Didn't you invite me?" He widened his eyes. Tang Zushi smiled, "Not yet, we have to wait until May." Liang Gai then smiled. His voice was thunderous, "Don't forget me when the time comes. I will definitely give you a big red envelope." Several soldiers who came together were laughing along the way. Of course, there were many people who were unhappy, such as Jian Ying and He Li. When they arrived at the college, Chen Luo simply greeted her and took a few students away. Tang Ziqi was focused on Yu Beiping and said goodbye to him reluctantly at the door. He didn't pay attention and just waved at him. Are you going to stay here for the rest of the time? No, I have to travel back and forth between here and Beijing. It's quite hard. Yu Beiping smiled and raised his eyebrows. What else? As idle as you? I'm not idle. The two of them were fighting fiercely, which was particularly annoying in the eyes of others. Jiang Yin gritted her teeth in hatred, and her palms were scratched red. Where are you going back? Tang Ziqi asked him before leaving. Yu Beiping said, my current office is nearby. He pointed to the end of the road. Go straight, go east, then turn left, the first compound is here. There are not many offices here, so it's easy to find. Tang Ziqi only thought for a moment and remembered, the one with peeling paint on the side door. Yu Beiping laughed and tapped her head with his index finger. No. 3 Courtyard, call me when you come, and I'll get you a pass next time, so you can come to my dormitory directly. Let me in? No, you're not allowed in normally. Yu Beiping's face was serious. Tang Ziqi was stunned by his bluff, but in the blink of an eye, he saw him laughing again, and his smile was quite teasing. Of course, family members are excluded. Tang Ziqi hit his shoulder. The little girl was acting coquettishly, but Yu Beiping didn't care. He let her hit him a few times and sent her back to the dormitory area. The two said goodbye, and then he started the car and drove away. Tang Ziqi watched him leave until he could no longer see the shadow of his car, then returned to the dormitory. This is an old campus east of the Military Medical University in Chengdu. Chen Luo got it for them because of the project cooperation. 4 people in one room, she, Jiang Yan, He Li, and Li Shuo lived together. Fortunately, it was a place for exchange students to live in before. Unlike ordinary dormitories, the conditions are better and it is no different from those high-end apartments. Entering a long corridor, and then a small living room, each room is at the end of the corridor, blocked by a door. Tang Ziqi was in a good mood because she didn't have to share a room with Jiang Yin and He Li. She hummed a little song and went into the bathroom with a towel. Jiang Yin was a step late and saw the bathroom door closed when she came out. She kicked the door in anger. Little hoof. There was a constant sound of water splashing inside, accompanied by Tang Ziqi's joyful singing, which made her feel even more depressed. At the same time, she thought with gloating that a man like Yu Beiping must have many beautiful women throwing themselves at him. How could she, a young girl who had just started out, hold them? She is proud now, but it will be interesting when she is dumped. She doesn't believe it. Let's see how long she can be proud. Do you really think you can marry someone? And those men are all blind. She is so resentful. In fact, there are other reasons. Zhong Hangyin recently got a young model, and now he has invested a lot of money in an online drama for her, hoping to make her famous. After Jiang Jun knew about it, she didn't dare to make trouble with Zhong Hangyin openly, but she was so angry that she wanted to eat that little bitch alive. Don't think she doesn't know that the reason why Zhong Hangyin likes that little bitch so much is because she looks a bit like Tang Ziqi. By the way, the little bitch seems to be called Shen Rong. I heard that she had a falling out with her family, ran away from home in anger, and simply became a print model, and took a few small advertisements by the way, hoping to get into that circle. The next day, Tang Ziqi went to the garrison to see Yu Beiping. This agency is in the urban area. Although the location is remote, there are many shops and shopping malls around it. It is a world of difference from those soldiers stationed in the suburbs and mountains. I don't know if it's because of this, but the soldiers here look very energetic and well-fed. The instructor lives in the east, the dormitory is newly built, and the conditions are better than ours. The orderly who led her said to her with a smug smile on his dark face. Tang Ziqi was sweet-mouthed and flattered him again, making him smile. Thinking that it would be more convenient next time, she secretly stuffed a pack of cigarettes in his hand. But it didn't work this time. The little soldier shook his head like a rattle. This is not in compliance with regulations, and if my company commander sees this, he will definitely peel off a layer of skin. Tang Ziqi had to give up. Then how can I thank you? You took me such a long way. I thought it was something else. Isn't this what I should do? Hurry up, if it's too late, the commander might go out for dinner, and it's a waste of time. Tang Ziqi hurriedly quickened his pace and followed with his bag. It took about 10 minutes to get to the place. 3rd floor, 302, room on the right, go up by yourself. The young soldier stood at attention, saluted, and said goodbye to her. Tang Ziqi straightened her military uniform and pretended to salute. But she was always unreliable, and her salute was crooked, which made the new recruits laugh. You should salute less in the future. If you don't know, you might think that all military doctors are like this. Isn't this bringing bad reputation to our army? The young soldier led another comrade from the kitchen squad who passed by, leaving Tang Ziqi with a depressed face and worrying on the spot. She entered this school with high scores. This major is different from those serious combat command military academy students. It does not require daily training, and the physical requirements are not very high. It was just a bit hard in the first half of the semester. So many years have passed, and now she stays in the laboratory all day, and she has forgotten most of those things. Tang Ziqi thought about it and felt that it was necessary to take the physical fitness and military appearance classes seriously. With a depressed mood, she went upstairs and knocked on Yu Beiping's door. After a while, he came to open the door for her. Tang Ziqi was stunned at the first sight. Perhaps because he had just taken a shower, his black hair was wet and dripping. His upper body was naked, and he wore a pair of cotton trousers underneath. The transparent water drops slowly flowed across his chest and slid across his tight and flat belly. Tang Ziqi felt a little hot in his nose and turned his eyes away quickly. It's it's so cold, why don't you wear clothes? She stumbled and was pulled in by him, and the door closed with a bang. Yu Beiping glanced at her playfully, and asked her while wiping his hair, do you miss me? Tang Ziqi's ears were hot, and she was a little angry. She saw the military uniform he threw on the bed from the corner of her eye, and she quickly walked over to pick it up and threw it directly on his shoulder. Put on your clothes first. Behind him was his laughter. Chapter 28. Why did you think of coming here? Yu Beiping asked her while putting on his clothes. Tang Ziqi squatted at the door to change shoes. Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do? She was a very outgoing person. After she found out that he was not so serious, she became more and more bold, and had the posture of climbing up the roof and tearing off the tiles. Yu Beiping was helpless. Seeing that she had been trying to put on her shoes for a long time, he couldn't help but wonder, why do you take so long to put on shoes? Your shoes are too big, uncomfortable. She stood up angrily and stomped her feet. He smiled and walked over, squatting down to show her. What? She was a little nervous. Yu Beiping looked at it for a while, looked up and said to her, well, it's quite big. Tang Ziqi. Is there a time when she is teased by others? Why are you standing there? Come in. He pushed her slightly on the back and took her to the living room. Tang Ziqi sat over awkwardly and looked up at his house. There are 2 bedrooms and a living room, as well as a kitchen and bathroom. Although it is small, it has everything. There are not many things, and they are arranged in an orderly manner. This person's self-care ability is really strong. What would you like to drink? Yu Beiping asked her in the half-open kitchen. Whatever. He regretted it right after he said it, and immediately said, coffee. I only have green tea, black tea and oolong tea here. Tang Ziqi. I don't like tea. She said with a wronged tone. Yu Beiping laughed when he heard it, and came out of the kitchen, holding a tin can in each hand, and spread them out for her to see. See? There really is nothing, only tea leaves. Tang Zixi looked at him with a pair of big eyes, with his hands on the sofa, his feet swinging around. His intention was obvious. Putting on airs, not buying it. Yu Beiping nodded resignedly, went to the entrance to put on shoes. Okay, I'll go outside to buy it for you. What kind of coffee do you want to drink? Freshly ground. Yu Beiping smiled bitterly and looked up. Where can I get coffee beans for you in this place? Tang Zixi said, is there no other way? She didn't make trouble with him, but just looked at him pitifully, which made him feel distressed and couldn't bear it. He knew in his heart that this little girl was just trying to trick him, but he was not angry at all. I'll go to Lao Wang to borrow some. Long live Boss Yu. What's your name? She blushed and changed her words, husband. Yu Beiping smiled at her with a gentle look in his eyes. He did not forget to close the door before leaving to block the cold wind outside. Tang Zixi felt a little warm in his heart, and he held his face and sat on the sofa in a daze for a while. Yu Beiping went away for a while and came back. When he entered the door, the clothes on his shoulders were mostly wet. He patted them and threw a bag of beans on the table. Tang Zixi hurried over to pick it up and asked him, is it raining? I'm in a bad mood. I'll get you a towel. Without waiting for him to respond, she quickly went to the bathroom and handed him a light blue dry towel when she came back. Her eyes were full of excitement, as if she was waiting for his praise. Yu Beiping's face was neither funny nor sad. He coughed lightly and said, this is for washing. Washing feet. Tang Zixi was stunned. After a long while, her face turned red. What he wanted to say was, is it for washing that? Seeing the clean towel without any impurities, it immediately became a hot potato. It was not right to throw it away, nor to hold it. It was Yu Beiping who smoothed things over for her. He took the towel, said thank you, and turned to go to the bathroom. In order to hide the embarrassment, Tang Zixi took the coffee beans to the kitchen and concentrated on making coffee. She had used a coffee machine before, but she was not very skilled. It took her a long time to make a cup. Yu Beiping asked her at the kitchen door, do you need help? She picked up the brewed coffee, held it in one hand and shook it in front of him, motioning him to open his eyes and look carefully. She had already made it. Yu Beiping wanted to laugh when he saw her smug look. When she glared at him, he held back and gave her a thumbs up against his will. Great. Tang Zixi didn't care whether what he said was true or not. She wanted to be praised so much that her tail was lifted up and she became very clingy to him. When they arrived in the living room, she asked him a lot of questions, mostly about work and life here. Yu Beiping was patient and answered her questions without getting tired of it. He also answered many of her childish questions one by one, just like an elder who tolerated her. Tang Zixi, who had a very bad temper, was also very honest in front of him. As the saying goes, there is always someone better, and the two of them had a very happy chat. Finally, Tang Zixi looked out the window and said, sixth brother, is it still raining? I'm not chasing you away. Sit for a while. I'll take you home when the rain stops. You still say you don't want to chase me away. You're going to take me home now. Yu Beiping was surprised and asked her jokingly, so you want to stay here? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll give you a report. Tang Zixi turned around and said to him, who wants to sleep here? But when she met his smiling eyes, her momentum weakened by 3 points. She lowered her head and sat obediently on the sofa. It was chilly outside the window, but warm inside like spring. In the darkness, the sound of raindrops hitting the beams was very obvious, and a layer of damp mist covered the cold glass windows. I don't know when it became quiet. When she came to her senses, the atmosphere between them was a little ambiguous. Yu Beiping looked at her sideways. The distance was very close, but she suddenly didn't dare to look back. There was only a dim wall lamp in the living room. After looking at it for a long time, it seemed to be getting darker and darker in front of her, and the walls were shaking slightly. Tang Zishi didn't dare to move, her heart was pounding. The room was dark. He suddenly stood up, his tall figure looming over her. She held her breath. Until there was a tick-tock sound, the water pipe was knocked. She laughed and turned around, and said to him nonchalantly, "Why is the rain never stopping?" Yu Beiping didn't laugh. He knelt on one knee on the sofa, leaned over slightly, and pressed her shoulder. Their eyes met. His eyes were fiery, staring at her without blinking. Slowly, Tang Zishi couldn't laugh anymore. Her expression was still a little at a loss. When she was trying hard to think of the words, he lowered his head and grasped her lips. There was a wet touch, like an electric current, passing through her body. Tang Zishi held her breath and let him slide into her lips. She didn't remember what happened afterwards. She only vaguely remembered that he finally pressed her shoulders to lie on the sofa and took off her clothes one by one. When she arched her body, she couldn't help but bite his shoulder. When Tang Zishi woke up the next day, she felt sore all over and found her surroundings a little unfamiliar. She felt around and felt something warm. She looked back and saw Yu Beiping lying on the bed with his back to her. The quilt had slipped to his waist, revealing the broad and firm texture of his back. Fragments of last night flashed through her mind. She pressed her head, and the most impressive thing was his slightly rapid breathing when he kissed her earlobe. Her face got hot without warning, and she grabbed the quilt to cover her face. She was seduced and lost her virginity just 1 week after getting married. "Are you awake?" Yu Beiping sat up and hugged her from behind, rubbing her head naturally with his palms. Tang Zishi buried her head deeply in the quilt. "Are you still embarrassed?" he asked her, his voice low and a little dull, echoing in her ears. Tang Zishi mustered up her courage, lifted the quilt, and faced him, who said, "I was embarrassed. We are already an old married couple." He smiled, lowered his head, touched the tip of his nose to hers, and kissed her mouth. Warm, fragrant, and soft. At first, she was a little embarrassed, but as they kissed, she couldn't help but hug him, and her hands were restlessly touching him. Early in the morning, after another fierce battle, Yu Beiping returned to Beijing to report on his work. A week later, Tang Zishi got a vacation and called Beijing early in the morning. "Which airport?" "I'll pick you up." Tang Zishi pouted. "Which other airport?" "The old place." He smiled on the other end, his voice low and soft. "Okay." He was about to hang up, and Tang Zishi became worried again. "Don't you have to work? Will it be affected?" "Don't worry, it won't." "Really?" "Don't let such a small thing affect your work." Tang Zishi shook himself with goosebumps after he finished speaking. She thought to herself, "It's true that he's getting older and soft-hearted, and even speaks so hypocritically." After hanging up, Tang Zishi packed up her things and said goodbye to Chen Luo. "Lao Yang, I'm leaving, hold my place first." "You're so disrespectful, you didn't even call me teacher." Tang Zishi simply ignored him. When they arrived in Beijing, they were stuck in traffic at the airport for a while. When they got outside, she looked for Yu Beiping on the street. A car honked at her from behind. Tang Zishi turned around. Yu Beiping smiled at her through the half-open car window, opened the door and got out. "You're here so early?" She picked up her backpack and ran over, looking at him with interest. "Let's go, it's hard to park here." He patted her shoulder, supported her on the back and sent her to the car. Back in the house, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Tang Zishi kicked off his shoes as soon as he entered the door and went straight to the kitchen. The 3 rice bowls were all uncovered, and there were only some leftovers, not even a complete meal. Tang Zishi was completely furious. I didn't eat lunch yet. Isn't there food on the plane? Yu Beiping came over, hugged her from behind, picked her up easily, and weighed it in his hand. What for? She hit his hand. He weighed it for a while and chuckled, well, it's light. Tang Ziqi. After a while, he put her down and bent down to look for it in the cupboard. What for? Tang Ziqi asked him. I'll make you a bowl of noodles, okay, Miss Tang? Tang Ziqi thought about it, nodded reluctantly, add meat. Yu Beiping laughed, turned around and hit her head with a spoon, scaring her neck and hiding in the restaurant. From a distance, she was still lying on the back of the chair and baring her teeth at him. If you have the guts, don't run away, stand in front of me and confront me. Yu Beiping said. Tang Ziqi changed the subject, I'm hungry. He sneered and turned back to continue. Tang Ziqi felt relieved. Maybe because she had been hungry for a long time, she ate very deliciously and felt a little sleepy after eating. She put down her chopsticks and yawned. Tired? Yu Beiping looked at her with a smile. She burped at the right time. After that, she felt embarrassed to look at him. Yu Beiping was very smart and didn't ask her any more questions. He collected the things and went to the kitchen. When he came back, he patted her shoulder and took her upstairs to her room. When they got to the room, Tang Ziqi rolled onto the bed with her limbs spread out. He pushed her, are you going to sleep like this? I'm sleepy. She turned over and faced her butt towards him. Yu Beiping stuck to her from behind, grabbed her waist with one hand, and tried the feel. It was really slender, so thin that it couldn't be grasped, and very soft. Tang Ziqi struggled and kicked him back subconsciously. What are you doing? Just a hug. Itchy. He smiled and whispered in her ear, hold it. Tang Ziqi was no longer sleepy. She jumped up and glared at him fiercely, yawning, are you immoral? I told you I'm sleepy. If you fall asleep in the daytime, you won't be able to sleep at night. He stroked her head lovingly, leaned over, and pretended to kiss her lips. Tang Ziqi didn't buy it, and put her hand on his chest. You sound like you care about me. What else? You are doing it for your own selfishness. What selfishness do I have? He came closer, getting closer to the ground, and the hot air from his nose hit her face tightly. She wanted to hide behind, but her slender waist was firmly controlled by him. He looked down and gently pinched her waist. You usually eat so much, but your waist is quite thin. Are you being a hooligan? She glared at him. He pecked her mouth, lowered his head, put his chin against her forehead, and smiled at her. It's not illegal within marriage. It's also illegal to be a hooligan within marriage. She argued with him. Yu Beiping smiled and twisted her nose. Are you acting like a spoiled child? Who is acting like a spoiled child with you? Oh, you're making a fuss. He hugged her in his arms, let her sit on his lap, and taught her earnestly, be respectful and polite to the head of the family. Do you understand? Bah. What head of the family? I didn't admit it. Don't admit it? He nodded. It's good that you don't admit it. It's a good opportunity to teach you. Tang Ziqi wailed and tried to escape outside, but he grabbed her from behind and threw her directly on the bed. He pulled her hand and touched her face, and his smile was quite peaceful. Tang Ziqi was frightened in her heart. What for? He said as a matter of course, performing the obligations of husband and wife. No, it's broad daylight. Broad daylight is better, it's bright. His smile was ambiguous, and her ears were hot. She pulled the quilt to cover her face, but he easily lifted it. Why are you hiding? He's your husband, what's there to be embarrassed about? I'm thin-skinned, not as thick-skinned as you. She bared her teeth at him, but he pinched her face easily. What if she gets violent again? Every time, he pinched her lightly. Frustrated, Tang Ziqi closed her eyes obediently and sighed, "The situation is stronger than people, so I'll let you do whatever you want." "Still talking nonsense to me?" He pinched her nose. "Don't pinch it, it will be flat." "Okay, don't pinch the top, pinch the bottom." Shameless. They took a nap in the afternoon, and went to the first floor to eat together in the evening. When it was dark, Yu Beiping asked her, "Do you want to go out for a walk?" "What for?" "I haven't written my report yet." She threw the chopsticks into the plate listlessly. Yu Beiping smiled, "Then I will accompany you to write in the evening." "Do you have any work to do?" Never stopped. Tang Ziqi couldn't help but sympathize with him and bowed. "Hello, Chief, you have worked hard." "Smart girl." He smiled and took her back to the study. Just like before, he sat at the desk and she sat on the sofa next to him to look through the documents. From behind, he had a straight back and was meticulous. With the glasses on his nose, he looked very serious. Tang Ziqi looked at him after flipping through the documents twice, and her work efficiency was extremely low. About half an hour later, Yu Beiping got up and walked around behind her, lowered his head to look at the documents in her hand, and frowned. "What have you done?" Tang Ziqi was dozing off with his head propped up. He came back to his senses immediately after hearing this and subconsciously wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, it didn't flow out. Yu Beiping found it funny, half-huggled her in his arms, bent over and began to flip through the documents she had sorted out. There was a whole stack of thick booklets, but half an hour had passed, and there was nothing on them. He snorted and closed the booklet without commenting. Tang Ziqi was feeling uneasy, and she didn't dare to look back at his expression. She carefully explained, "I'm thinking about it. I'll read the information a few more times to get familiar with it, so that it will be faster to record and organize it later." "That's a good reason." There was an obvious teasing smile in his voice. Tang Ziqi's face flushed. Such a poor reason, naturally, couldn't fool Yu Beiping. "Be serious." Yu Beiping patted her head and turned back to her seat. He turned his back to her, and Tang Ziqi dared to bare his teeth at him, looking so ferocious that he wanted to eat him. He turned around and looked at her with a smile. Tang Ziqi's restless look was captured by him. She was completely stunned. Yu Beiping took off the cap of the pen and wiped the remaining ink on the draft paper. "Let's not bother with you for now. We'll settle the accounts after we finish the work." Tang Ziqi's heart began to beat more nervously. There was a kind of doomsday sadness. After being worried and scared for a while, she lowered her head and sorted out the materials carefully. People under the eaves have to bow their heads. The majesty of Station Master Yu is really not easy to challenge. She bit the pen angrily. Behind her, something flew over and hit her head, accompanied by Yu Beiping's clear shout, "Don't bite the pen. You are so old, what's wrong with you?" No one has ever cared about such trivial matters since she was a child. Tang Ziqi felt so miserable. But she has always been a coward. When she meets a soft persimmon, she will squeeze it hard. When she meets someone she can't afford to offend, she will definitely hold her tail and smile more obediently than anyone else. After being obedient, she picked up the small candy he threw to her, peeled it, and ate it slowly. Yu Beiping wrote for a while, then looked back at her. She sat on the sofa with her butt sticking out and legs crossed. She looked much more serious, but her feet were bare, and she twitched her toes from time to time, which made her look particularly funny. Yu Beiping raised his hand and pressed his lips, finally holding back his laughter. This look, at first glance, is really similar to the photo of a giant panda eating bamboo with its butt on its back that is widely circulated on the internet. He laughed and turned back to work. 2 hours later, Tang Ziqi yawned, leaned on his head and closed his eyes slightly. As soon as he closed his eyes, he opened them again in fear and glanced back subconsciously. Yu Beiping lowered his eyebrows and eyes, working seriously, and had no time to look at her at all. She breathed a sigh of relief. She was also very tired, so she covered her mouth and yawned quietly, turned her head and leaned inward, half of her body tilted to the outside to cover up her guilt, and closed her eyes with peace of mind. This way, he shouldn't be able to find it. Even if I look back, I'm not afraid. She closed her eyes happily. In her sleep, she felt her nose itchy. She frowned, smacked her lips, and continued to sleep. The nose was getting more and more itchy, and the feeling of sneezing was getting stronger and stronger. Later, she couldn't help it and sneezed. When she opened her eyes, Yu Beiping was standing in front of her with a smile on his face. "Oh, you slept very sweetly." When this man smiled, there was no worldly air in his smile. But as long as he stood over there, his aura came out, and he looked like he was observing everything. Tang Ziqi's knees softened and she almost fell to her knees. After a lot of effort, she forced out a fake smile and said embarrassedly, "I didn't sleep, I just closed my eyes for a while to try the brightness of the lights in this room." Yu Beiping really couldn't help but laughed. He bent down, supported her ear with one hand, and pinched her chin with the other hand. "This you don't believe it yourself." Tang Ziqi felt like sitting on pins and needles, and could only laugh with him. Don't let people be absent. Chapter 29. Read carefully and write well. Yu Beiping touched her head to comfort her. Tang Ziqi is a kind of person who is somewhat spoiled and hypocritical in nature. It's okay if he ignores her, but the more he comforts her, the more excited he becomes. She raised her head and looked at him aggrievedly. "Can we do it tomorrow? I want to go to bed." "Are you being a rogue?" Legal request. "Okay, I don't care if you pass the assessment." Tang Ziqi was frustrated and lowered his head in dissatisfaction, ready to continue working. This time, something was wrong. She hurriedly turned out the stack of information at the bottom and quickly turned the pages in her hand. Yu Beiping was puzzled and his expression became more serious. "What's wrong?" he asked while looking down and saw her desperately flipping through the stack of white papers in her hand. He frowned. "Why are you flipping through the white papers? Where are the information?" Tang Ziqi ignored him and neurotically flipped the stack of white papers back and forth several times before throwing it away resignedly. Her eyes were dull and she was stunned for a long time, as if she was in a trance. It was not until Yu Beiping patted her face that she turned back with tears in her eyes. "I have been writing for an entire afternoon, but it is gone. It has become a blank sheet of paper." Yu Beiping did not believe it. "You must have taken the wrong one." "No, it is just this one sheet, nothing else, it is gone." Yu Beiping pushed her away and looked down at the blank sheet of paper. The paper was fine, and he put it down after looking at it for a while. The moonlight from the corner of his eye just happened to catch a glimpse of her pen on the table. He picked it up, looked at it in his hand for a while, and threw it to her unhappily. "Look for yourself." Tang Ziqi took it subconsciously and was stunned. "What's wrong?" "Look for yourself." She was still confused, but when she looked at the pen carefully, her face became more and more ugly. This thing turned out to be the eraser pen she usually used to practice calligraphy. Her expression was like swallowing a fly, unable to get up or down. Yu Beiping really couldn't help it. He was angry and amused, patted her head to comfort her. "Be more careful next time. You can only blame yourself for such a low-level mistake." Tang Ziqi felt even more disgusted. "Chief, are you gloating?" "A little." He was actually quite frank, smiled at her, stretched out his long arm, and leisurely put his hand on her shoulder. "Tang Ziqi. She wants a divorce." The next day, the two agreed to go play golf together. There was no traffic today, and it took only more than half an hour to drive to the golf course. They drove directly up the mountain from the side door. Yu Beiping was a frequent visitor, and the security guards at the sentry didn't ask. "Where should we park?" Tang Ziqi looked out the window curiously. "There is an underground parking lot, but it's not convenient there. I used to park in the leisure area on the east side." Yu Beiping slowly turned the steering wheel. His movements were casual and comfortable, and he was used to driving on this kind of winding mountain road. The road along the way was not narrow, but it was not wide either. At most 2 cars could drive side by side. On the road, he met someone he knew, and when the 2 cars passed by, the silver Mulsanne next to him honked at him. Yu Beiping also stopped and rolled down the window. A head popped out of the lowered window of the car opposite. A handsome young man, who looked younger than Yu Beiping, smiled at him. "What brought you here?" "I can't come to your place if there's nothing wrong." Yu Beiping put his hand on the steering wheel and knocked casually. "Open the door for business, and stipulate who can come and who can't come." "Your words are serious. Who dares to stop you from coming?" Tang Ziqi recognized him. This was one of the 2 young men who came to the airport to pick them up before, named Xiao Yao. When they met for the first time, he didn't even look at her at first, so arrogant. The 2 chatted for a while on the road, and seeing a car coming up from behind, Yu Beiping said hello to Xiao Yao and drove Tang Ziqi away. On the way, he explained to her, "Did this guy tell you that this club was opened by him?" Tang Ziqi shook her head. "I drank too much that day, so I played 2 games with him, and didn't talk about anything else in detail." Even if he talked about it, she was so drunk later, how could she remember it? Yu Beiping nodded in confirmation and said, "I'll take you to the practice field later, and let you fight him a few moves first." Tang Ziqi was embarrassed. "I can't." Yu Beiping stared at the road ahead without looking away, and said lightly, "For more than 10 years, his level is not much better than yours, but he is a tough guy, don't be afraid." Tang Ziqi. "Is it really okay to stab someone in the back?" After parking the car, he took her to the 2nd-floor restaurant and found a seat outside the open-air balcony. There were not many people at this time, and more than a dozen chairs were empty. After sitting down, looking into the distance, among the green mountains and green waters, there are brick-red tile houses, small golden domes and white eaves. You can always see tired members putting away their clubs and walking to the lounge. "This place is really big, you can't see the bottom." "There are more on the mountain, they are still being developed. I heard they are going to build a hot spring." Yu Beiping forked a small cake and put it into his mouth. Tang Ziqi smacked his lips. "Your friend is really rich." Yu Beiping snorted and laughed. "Capitalists, exploitation is his instinct." Tang Ziqi almost choked, and hurriedly lowered his head to drink tea to cover it up. He gave her the fork on his plate and said intimately, "Eat more, it's free, it's a good deed for him." Tang Ziqi was convinced by him. He usually behaved in a very stylish manner and was a refined person, but when he was really mean, he was simply bloodless and poisonous. Tang Ziqi used to play golf and was obsessed with it for a while. He dragged his friend to buy a No. 2 iron from abroad for nearly 1,000,000 yuan. But her enthusiasm came and went quickly, and it wasn't long before she put it aside. So when Yu Beiping asked her if she could play, she leaned on the cue, thought about it seriously, chuckled, and raised a finger to save face. "A little." "How much is a little?" Xiao Yao came from the rest area with a thin-waisted and long-legged girl. While handing the cue in his hand to Yu Beiping, he patted Tang Ziqi on the shoulder and said, "Last time I played snooker with you, you didn't show any fear, sister-in-law." The meaning of teasing and provocation was obvious. Tang Ziqi gritted her teeth. She has always been a person who never admits defeat. Hearing this, she sneered, "Then draw a line and let's play a game." Xiao Yao's female companion covered her mouth and laughed, stood on tiptoe to put Xiao Yao's hat on, and stepped aside with her shoulders hugged. Tang Ziqi and Xiao Yao looked at each other, raised their hands, and motioned him to start first. Xiao Yang smiled, held the cue, and lowered his head to try the position. The two of them were in a fight. After 3 games, Xiao Yang was completely defeated. Tang Zixi looked down at the pole in his hand, looking at him in disbelief, as if he had seen a new world. Xiao Yao couldn't bear the humiliation, and was a little embarrassed. He turned back and questioned Yu Beiping, "Didn't you say she couldn't do it?" Yu Beiping nodded, his eyes playful. "I didn't expect that you couldn't even beat a rookie who hadn't been in contact for a while after playing for so long." Xiao Yang picked up the pole and smashed it at him. Tang Zixi hurriedly took Yu Beiping's hand and took him away from the scene with all her strength. She ran hard in front, and stopped after running 100 meters in one go, holding her knees and gasping for breath. "Are you okay?" Yu Beiping's physical strength was obviously better than hers, and he patted her back and asked. Tang Zixi panted and waved his hands, telling him that he was fine, and slowly stood up. "You are a dishonest friend, he can't afford to lose. He is just like that, he uses his manners to pick up girls." Tang Zixi looked at him warily. "You are quite experienced, have you played like him before?" Yu Beiping didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I don't have time for work, miss." "You mean, when you have time, you play like him?" Yu Beiping didn't know what to say. No matter how old a woman is, she is very suspicious. He hugged her in his arms and comforted her. Tang Zixi hummed and moaned, but she still refused to give up. He had to coax and persuade her to stop. Back in the rest area, Xiao Yang called them over from the corner. 4 people sat at one table, just right. Xiao Yang took off his hat and put it on the table, leisurely took a cup of tea and sipped it slowly. Tang Zixi thought to himself, "Pretentious, who drinks tea after playing golf? That's enough." No wonder Yu Beiping was so rude to him. Look at him. This is his character. Xiao Yao seemed not to notice the contempt in her eyes. He didn't care. He shook the cup and said, "Don't listen to what others say. I use chopsticks to eat steak. Who cares what they say? If anyone dares to say something, I will teach him a lesson." Tang Zixi was shocked. There are really people who only care about likes and dislikes and don't care what others think. But there are really many weird people in their circle. But they are confident and really don't care what others say. Just like the celebrities in the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties, celebrities traveled with us. That was called elegance. If it were ordinary people, it would be vulgar and corrupt. Many times, it just depends on the person who does it. Really not drinking? Jin Jinmei, it's authentic. He stood up and filled them up. The tea soup is clear and golden, and the color looks bright. Just looking at the appearance, you can tell that it is a good tea. Although Tang Zixi didn't understand, he knew to taste the color, aroma, and taste of tea. Good tea can withstand being soaked 3 times, and still has a lingering fragrance after 3 times. The color of inferior tea will not be good after 1 or 2 times. This tea has been soaked 3 or 4 times, and the color has not faded at all. The color is also bright, and there is no turbidity at all. It can be seen that it is really good tea. Yu Beiping is a tea taster. He took 2 sips and nodded, which was considered approval. Tang Zixi was not very interested. Xiao Yang said, "Will you go racing later?" Yu Beiping waved his hand and said, "No, why? Public officials should pay attention to their image," he said seriously. "Oh, it's true that the higher the official, the more different you are. Don't forget what you were like before, and you still put on airs in front of me. I really won't go." Yu Beiping's tone didn't sound like a joke. "That was a ridiculous thing I did when I was young, but I won't do it now." Xiao Yang just said it casually. Seeing that he insisted, he did not force him. He turned around and said to Tang Ziqi, "Some friends will come later. It is not a skill to beat me. It is a real skill to beat them. Do you dare to play a few more games?" Tang Ziqi clicked his tongue twice and glanced at him. "You can't beat me, so you still need help. Just ask if you dare. What's the benefit of winning? I'll give you my Koenigsegg." Tang Ziqi was a little interested. She saw him driving it last time. He nodded. "On the road, it is no problem to pull 200 miles per hour. Of course, the upper limit is more than that, but this thing is far from the actual driving speed. The body of a lesser sports car will start to shake when it exceeds 100 miles per hour, and it is not worth watching." Tang Ziqi didn't take it seriously. "Why should I drive so fast? Waiting for a ticket? Just asking you if you want to." She said neatly, "Okay, let's fight." Facts have proved that Tang Ziqi's victory over Xiao Yang was really a tall one among short ones. It's not that she is too good, but that Xiao Yang is too weak. Once she meets a real master, Tang Ziqi's level will pale in comparison. Li Lung took the water, came over from the opposite side, raised his head and took a sip, and glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. "Where did this rookie come from? You want to play with me with this level? Xiao Yang, are you teasing me?" Tang Ziqi was embarrassed at first, but as soon as he opened his mouth, her face changed and she said directly, "It's just playing ball. Why are you showing off? If you play well, you are just a player at best." Li Lung has never had much grace. Hearing this, he said angrily, "Say it again." Tang Ziqi is also not a good-tempered person. His voice was crisp and clear to the whole audience. "I said, it's just playing ball. No matter how well you play, you are just a player. There is no need to show off." Li Lung swung the club in his hand, and the white ball drew a parabola in the air and went straight to Tang Ziqi. Some people around exclaimed, but they were too late to stop it. Tang Ziqi was stunned for a moment, but fortunately, someone pulled her from the side and dodged the ball. She calmed down a little, turned around and saw that it was Yu Beiping. There was silence all around. Afterwards, Li Lung calmed down and came up to apologize to her. "I'm sorry, I was impulsive, I didn't mean it." He apologized to Tang Ziqi, but his eyes were looking at Yu Beiping. Everyone could see that if he hadn't met someone he was afraid of, he wouldn't apologize so easily. Yu Beiping is also a celebrity in this circle. There are not many people who can make friends with him, but there are really few people who don't know him or haven't heard of him. What's more, this club is still opened by Xiao Yang, and there are only a few acquaintances coming and going. Yu Beiping took the club from Xiao Yang and smiled. "Okay, let me play a few balls, and I'll apologize to you again and say it wasn't intentional. What do you think?" Li Lung was stunned. The atmosphere was a bit stalemate. Many people looked at Li Lung as if they were watching a good show. Everyone has the mentality of kicking someone when they are down. Li Lung can only be regarded as a marginal figure in their circle, and there are many people who look down on his virtue. But usually, everyone is embarrassed and self-respecting, and doesn't want to argue with him. Later, he wanted Xiao Yang to come and smooth things over. "It's just a joke, forget it, just give me some face." Li Lung took advantage of the situation, bowed and apologized, and turned to leave. Yu Beiping said, "Are you just leaving like that?" Li Lung's steps froze. Xiao Yang whispered in Yu Beiping's ear, "Just show your respect, don't make trouble on my turf, it's not good." Yu Beiping ignored him and just looked at Li Lung. Li Lung had a sad face, gritted his teeth, and walked closer. "Don't make that expression. If you don't know, you might think I'm a bully who flirts with decent women." Yu Beiping said lightly, "I'm not interested in men." A bunch of people laughed. Li Lung's face was very ugly, but he didn't dare to resist at all. Yu Beiping said again, "I won't make it difficult for you, but this matter can't just be let go. Let's do this." You fight with me, if you win, the gate is there, you can leave at any time. But if you lose, stand over there. He pointed to the end of the iron net. Let me hit 3 balls, don't move. Xiao Yao's face changed slightly, and he whispered, 6th brother. Don't worry about it, or I'll hit you too. Yu Beiping looked at Li Lun and answered him very straightforwardly. It didn't seem to be very worldly, but it was a bit solemn. Xiao Yao knew that he was really angry, and he didn't dare to persuade him anymore. He just looked at Li Lun sympathetically. It's not good to offend anyone. At the same time, he also got a little idea in his heart. This little girl who looked so noisy turned out to be really liked by him. It turned out that his doting actions were not fake. In the public eye, Li Lun had no choice but to fight him. The result is of course self-evident. Li Lu's skills were poor, and he couldn't compare with Yu Beiping at all, and he was defeated miserably. He moved to the end of the iron fence like a bereaved mother, and stood there with his eyes closed. His legs were still shaking like sieves. Someone started to make a noise. Don't be so scared. How can young master you aim if you're like this? What if he accidentally hits a vital part? Li Lun didn't dare to move anymore. Yu Beiping took aim, leaned back slightly, and threw the ball. Tang Ziqi could still vaguely hear the sound of the ball breaking through the air. She opened her eyes and looked at it. The ball flew straight to Li Lun, but before it hit anyone, Li Lun was so scared that his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. The ball hit the wire mesh, landed and bounced up again. Only then did she realize that Yu Beiping didn't want to hit him at all, but just wanted to scare him. Who knew he was so timid? The laughter around him continued. Let's go. There's nothing to see. Yu Beiping handed the club to Xiao Yang, put his arm around her shoulders and walked out. On the way, he said, "Are you relieved?" Tang Ziqi thought of Li Lu's cowardly look just now, and was angry and amused. Yeah. He nodded heavily. He said, "Remember, whoever bullies you, teach him a lesson. No one can bully you." She stood on tiptoe and hooked his neck. "I'll reward you with a kiss." Yu Beiping bent down and put his face forward in a serious manner. "Come on, let you take advantage." "Bah. Forget it." Tang Ziqi let go of him. He stretched out his long arms and grabbed her, directly pulled her into his arms, lowered his head, boss, her pink face, and chuckled, "You got a bargain, little beast. You scolded me." Tang Ziqi looked at him in disbelief, her big eyes shining. She really seemed to not understand why he scolded her. Yu Beiping pinched her nose. Beating is love, scolding is love. Tang Ziqi didn't buy it. "Don't scold me." "Okay, little beast." He smiled calmly. Tang Ziqi. She wants a divorce. Chapter 30. The next day, they agreed to go back to Haidian to visit He Shuqing. When they arrived, it was already very late. Tang Ziqi called He Shuqing in the car and told her on the phone to bring Yu Beiping back for dinner and she would cook a few more dishes. Tang Ziqi agreed solemnly. "Look, this son-in-law is much more popular with her mother than her daughter. What's wrong? Why are you frowning?" Yu Beiping asked her, turning skillfully into the community. Under the street lights, the cement road was a little narrow. This was an old-style community built at the end of the last century. The facilities were still very complete, and the road surface was still a little bumpy. When they drove to the bottom of the building, the car shook and stopped. "What's wrong?" Tang Ziqi took off his seat belt and asked in surprise. "I don't know, let's go down and take a look." The two opened the car door and got out. Yu Beiping squatted down and took a look, frowning. Tang Ziqi looked under the dim street lights and found that both of his rear wheels were flat, and couldn't help laughing. He might have driven into a place he shouldn't have been, and was pierced by broken glass or sharp stones. After a while, Yu Beiping stood up, his face was not very good, but he didn't say much. He turned around and put his arm around her shoulder, and led her to the corridor. Let's go upstairs to eat first. His tone was gentle, and he didn't vent his anger on her. Tang Zuxi immediately felt a little guilty. She was so gloating just now, it seemed a bit immoral. What's wrong? He asked her, with a smile in his eyes. Tang Zuxi shook his head hurriedly. Nothing. He was tall and she was petite, and the corridor was a bit narrow for the two of them to squeeze in. Someone was carrying garbage down from the upstairs, and Yu Beiping quickly pulled her and turned to stand in front of her. The man walked fast, and 2 pieces of melon peel fell out of the half-open garbage bag, hitting him, and the juice flowed half of his body. The man was also stunned and apologized hurriedly. Yu Beiping said it's okay, and didn't ask him to pay money. The other party left with many thanks. Even after everyone left, he didn't let go, still circling her sideways, one hand on her waist, pressing her slender figure between him and the wall. One of the lights in the corridor was broken, and the light was a little dim. Through a thin sweater, her face was pressed against his solid chest, and the heat penetrated the fabric and slowly transferred to her body. For a moment, it seemed that the hand that was holding her waist was also hot, burning her so that she could not move. It was so quiet around that his heartbeat was clearly audible. They had never been so close before, and when they got closer, they found that he had a refreshing and pleasant smell, and a very light smell of cigarettes. During the months of dating Zhong Hangying, she had never been very enthusiastic, and she was always superior to him. Now think about it, it's nothing more than she didn't like him enough. Few men can tolerate an emotional rookie like her who has never been in a relationship before and is picky. Her best friend Cheng Luo once said that only an absolutely strong and capable man can suppress her and make her, a white-boned demon, obedient. Tang Zuxi sneered at the time, thinking, forget it, no man in this life has ever conquered her, Miss Tang. Until now, she met Yu Beiping. He was not fierce, nor did he yell at her, but he had a kind of majesty that made her dare not act rashly in front of him. Tang Zuxi gritted her teeth and thought bitterly, is this what they call one thing conquers another, and there is always a mountain higher than another? The retribution that was delayed for 24 years finally came before the end of the year. After entering the house, Yu Beiping took off his coat. He Shouqing brought the cooked dishes to the table one by one, all of which were her best dishes, and Tang Zuxi couldn't stop swallowing her saliva. He Shouqing pulled Yu Beiping to talk for a while, and during the time, she did not forget to glare at her, indicating that she should behave herself. The chopsticks in Tang Zuxi's hand were about to reach the nearby dish, but she was threatened by her mother and immediately retracted them. Seeing this, Yu Beiping said to He Shouqing, Aunt, let's eat first. I'm a little hungry too. He Shouqing had no reason to refuse when he spoke. Tang Zuxi was as if she had been pardoned. She quickly reached her chopsticks into the chicken leg dish and aimed at the largest one. A pair of chopsticks was one step faster than her and pressed down that one. Tang Zuxi looked up and glared at Yu Beiping. When it comes to eating, she has always been ruthless. Whoever wants to snatch it from her, she will tell him to get out. But He Shouqing was threatening her, so she had to give up and cursed him countless times in her heart. Unexpectedly, the next second he picked up the chicken leg and put it in her bowl. You've been sleeping outside these days, eat more. Tang Zuxi was stunned, and a strange wave surged in her heart, a little awkward and a little subtle. He Shouqing knocked on her bowl with his chopsticks. Why don't you say thank you? Be polite. He apologized to Yu Beiping and said that this daughter had been spoiled by her since she was a child. The good impression that Tang Zuxi had just developed for him in the past few days was ruined by her indirect impression. She just couldn't understand why her mother was so partial. This son-in-law was more important than her daughter. Yu Beiping tried to smooth things over. Zuxi is very well behaved. He Shouqing smiled and said, "Eat more. By the way, I just heard you say that your car broke down. How is it? Is it serious?" Yu Beiping said, "Maybe it was hit by broken glass on the road. The two rear tires are flat." He Shouqing said, "That's not a small matter. There has been heavy fog at night these few days, and visibility is low. The car is like this. For safety reasons, it's better not to drive." Tang Zixi complained in her heart. What does this heavy fog have to do with the flat tires? At most, the car speed will be slower. Can it affect the vision? Of course, she didn't dare to say this directly. Yu Beiping was obviously hesitant. Taking this opportunity, He Shouqing said, "It's so late now, don't rush back. It's a long way from here to the western suburbs. There's a road under construction there recently, and the road conditions are not good. Stay here today. The study is empty. I'll ask Yan Feng to make a bed for you later." Having said that, Yu Beiping couldn't refuse and nodded. After dinner, he got up to clean up the dishes, but He Shouqing stopped him and said it was not allowed. He smiled and took the bowl from her hand. "When I was in the army, I had to do everything myself. Don't be polite to me." He Shouqing didn't insist and smiled and pushed it to him. The more she looked at this son-in-law, the more satisfied she was. Tang Zixi asked at this time, "Mom, where is Uncle Yan? Didn't we agree to have dinner together?" He Shouqing sighed when she talked about this. "Recently, a vicious murder case happened in the area, and it hasn't been solved yet. Your Uncle Yan has been working overtime every day these days and sleeping in the bureau. After Yang Feng retired, he served in the criminal police team of this branch and led a brigade. In this kind of branch, the director generally plays a leading and coordinating role, and the deputy director is the technical backbone. Of course, Yang Feng is responsible for the important task of catching criminals. The new year is coming soon, and the crime rate of various crimes has risen sharply. Even at the foot of the imperial city, there are always one or two people who are hot-headed and take risks. Although Yang Feng is not a professional, he is serious about his work, and the technicians in the criminal investigation department of the bureau are very good. So far, he has not encountered a particularly difficult case. It may not happen once a year to work overtime for several days in a row. He Shouqing thought about it, but he was still worried. He took out a thermos bucket and filled it with a bucket of chicken soup, thinking of sending it to him. Tang Zixi said, "I'll send it. Didn't you just sprain your foot a few days ago?" He Shouqing was worried. "You are a girl, going out in the middle of the night. What if something happens?" Yu Beiping came out at this time, picked up his coat and put it on sideways. "I'll go with her." He Shouqing thought about it, and then nodded in agreement. It was a bit cold outside. Tang Zixi forgot to wear a scarf before going out, and she sneezed. Yu Beiping said, "Wait for me." He turned and went back to the building. When he came back, he had a down jacket and a furry hat in his hands, and he put them on her without saying anything. Tang Zixi could only bear it passively, pouting, "You are just like my mother." Yu Beiping was angry and amused, and rubbed her head vigorously. "I care about you, and I have to be annoyed by others." Tang Zixi smiled and put her hands in the pockets of her down jacket. "No, you are not annoying, and you are so beautiful." "Really?" He bent down and smiled at her. This action was suddenly ambiguous. Tang Zixi was caught off guard, and his handsome face was already close to her. His black eyes looked at her with a smile, and there seemed to be a pool of spring water in his eyes. A little bit ruffian, a little bit bad, but gentle, and it seemed like he was joking with her. Tang Zixi tightly grasped the thermos in her hand, and her heartbeat was so fast that it seemed to jump out of her chest. She didn't dare to look up and was stunned for a long time. Through leather gloves, Yu Beiping took her hand. Two figures, one big and one small, gradually went away under the street lights. Their backs became a pair. Chapter 31. It was almost dawn when they arrived at the police station. A newly graduated intern greeted them. He asked them to wait a moment and politely led them to the lounge. Another female police officer served them tea. After waiting for a few minutes, Yang Feng dragged his tired body over. After working overtime for several days in a row, his eye circles were very dark. He yawned when he entered the door, but he still asked about Tang Zixi's recent situation in a very kind manner. Tang Zixi said that he was fine and gave him the thermos bucket he brought. Yan Feng said, "I'll drink it later. There's still work in the laboratory. You go back first." Tang Zixi insisted, "Mom asked me to watch you drink it up." Yan Feng smiled bitterly. The intern who had been watching the show smiled and advised, "Captain, just drink it. They came from far away, and I don't think they will leave unless you drink a few sips. Besides, how much time can drinking soup delay?" Xiao Guo, who was responsible for taking pictures of the corpse, also took the opportunity to interject, "Yeah, anyway, this case has been unsolved for so long, and it's the same if we spend a few more minutes. What can it change?" Yan Feng's face flushed with anger. The intern kicked him secretly. This stupid guy. Seeing that the timing was not right, Yu Beiping said goodbye to Yang Feng and dragged Tang Zixi out of the police station quickly. "Why did you drag me?" Tang Zixi was puzzled. Yu Beiping explained softly, "Don't you see that your uncle Yan is very annoying? He can't say it to your face, so he can only keep it in his heart. If he gets hurt, will you feel good?" Tang Zixi didn't say anything. The police station is very close to the community, and it took less than 10 minutes to walk there. He Shuqing cleaned up the study early and called Yu Beiping over. Yu Beiping thanked him politely and said to Tang Zixi, "Good night." Tang Zixi looked at him, smiled and nodded, "Good night." 2 days later, Tang Zixi went to Chen Luo's research institute. Chen Luo put down the work in his hands and handed the document to his assistant. "Send it to Building 1 to Professor Li." The assistant left. Before leaving, he looked at Tang Zixi curiously. This made Tang Zixi very uncomfortable. Chen Luo took off his coat and hung it on the back of the chair, and patted her shoulder from behind. "Why are you standing there? Let's go." Tang Zixi came back to her senses and followed him out of the office building listlessly. "What's wrong? You look listless?" Tang Zixi said, "Luo Zhen's illness has become more serious." Chen Luo was a little surprised and frowned. How could this happen? Tang Zixi sighed and shrugged. The situation was not very good to begin with, and it has been getting worse in the past 2 days. Chen Luo listened and was silent for a long time. He seemed to be very sad, and finally comforted her, "It's okay. The boat will straighten itself out when it reaches the bridge." Tang Zixi curled his lips and said disapprovingly, "It's been for years, and it's still straight. What kind of boat hasn't reached the bridge after 4 years? Is it blocked by cement?" Still arguing with him at this time, Chen Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and didn't bother to argue with her, so she nodded resignedly, "As long as you are happy." Tang Zixi glared at her, seriously, "What should we do now?" Chen Luo was really helpless. "You are very good at ordering me around." Tang Zixi was used to it, and raised his head with confidence. "What else?" "You can't reason with a gangster," Chen Luo thought to herself, and at the same time she was willing to give her advice. "Go find someone. Yang Shuo is back. I have some friendship with him when I was an exchange student in the United States. He should not ignore you." If she didn't mention it, Tang Zixi almost forgot about it. Yang Shuo, 29 years old, is a biomedical expert, a top talent among the young generation in this field, not to mention in China, but also enjoys a high reputation abroad. After graduation, he did not join any research institution, but took a unique path and chose to start his own business and set up a pharmaceutical company. His research is not theoretical, but can be well applied to practice. He has also published influential papers, and he has truly gained both fame and fortune. At first, many people in the industry laughed at him for being a young and inexperienced person, but now they have been severely slapped in the face. This time when he returned to China, in addition to better developing, researching and selling his products, he also became a professor at Capital Medical University, teaching students and giving lectures in his spare time. Because he has a good relationship with Chen Luo, he often comes to the institute to guide work. When they first met, Tang Ziqi didn't know much about him and just regarded him as a young scholar. After getting to know him a little bit, he was a little overwhelmed. When is he free? I'll visit him again. Don't worry, I've already said hello for you. Although he doesn't talk much, he's a nice person and won't stand by and watch someone die. The two chatted about Lu Zhong's condition, and Tang Ziqi said goodbye to Chen Luo and went home. Because I was thinking about something on the way, I didn't pay attention when I crossed the traffic light at the intersection. A small truck turned sharply and rushed out from the blind spot of the road sign. Tang Ziqi was caught off guard and his brain was a little short-circuited. Someone behind her quickly pulled her, causing her to lean back and fall into the other person's arms. Her head hit his chest hard, which was a little hard, but also very reassuring. Tang Ziqi raised her head hesitantly and found that he was looking at her with a smile. Don't you look at the traffic lights when you walk? She thought he was going to scold her, but she didn't expect it to be such a casual joke. Tang Ziqi's uneasiness immediately dissipated. She stood up straight embarrassedly. I will pay attention next time. Really? He raised his eyebrows half-jokingly. Tang Ziqi was not shy, and stretched out his little finger and winked at him. Come on, pinky promise. Yu Beiping couldn't help laughing, but under her repeated invitations and insistence, he reluctantly stretched out his little finger and hooked it with her, and then pulled it again, feeling a strange sense of absurdity in his heart. If his colleagues and subordinates saw this, what would happen? His reputation would be ruined in an instant. What are you mumbling about? Tang Ziqi looked at him suspiciously. He was very frank and calm, allowing her to look at him, his expression unwavering. What can I mutter? As Tang Ziqi looked at her, he felt that he was being too suspicious. Let's go, I'll take you home. He rubbed her head. The sudden intimacy made Tang Ziqi's heart beat faster unconsciously. She looked at him carefully, wondering about something, but she followed him home very tactfully. The next day, Tang Ziqi paid a visit to Yang Shu. The girl who led the way took her to the living area and said that Professor Yang was giving a lecture in the laboratory and asked her to wait a moment. Tang Ziqi took out her mobile phone to play connect the dots, and she forgot the time while playing. Until footsteps were heard behind her, followed by a slight bang. Tang Ziqi turned her head and saw Yang Shu lowered his head and smiled at her, his white hands pressing on the window frame. She then realized that it was raining outside the window, and some of it drifted into the room, wetting her shoulders. Thank you. Yang Shu did not comment and looked at his watch. Haven't you eaten yet? Let's go. Since he had something to ask of others, Tang Ziqi did not refuse. It was a rare drizzle, and the sky seemed to be washed clean, and the branches and leaves in the flower beds were soaked with green by the rain. Yang Shu went back to the office and had changed his white coat. It was such a cold day, but he was wearing a light grey thin sweater with long sleeves that covered the back of his hands, leaving only clear joints. Looking up, Tang Ziqi saw his face that was exactly the same as Yu Beipei's. His eyebrows and eyes were dark, his skin was cold and white, and his short hair was wet by the rain, some of it sticking to his forehead. A kind of indifferent, cold but impossible to ignore. He opened the umbrella and walked down the stairs with her. On the way, some students greeted him enthusiastically, and he just nodded casually, treating everyone equally, as if he rarely dealt with people. He was impatient to socialize, and just maintained the basic etiquette of interpersonal communication. He didn't seem to care what others thought of him, and didn't care about interpersonal relationships. He was truly selfless. This is the exact opposite of Yu Beiping. Such people, who look mild-tempered, are actually difficult to deal with, because they don't abide by the conventional rules in interpersonal relationships, and don't play by the rules. Tang Ziqi suddenly became a little nervous, and thought about the wording for a long time. The meal was also boring. "What on earth do you want to see me about?" Yang Shuo waited until she was full before asking. Tang Ziqi's heart skipped, and he blurted out, "Didn't Lao Chen tell you?" In a hurry, he even called him that. Tang Ziqi regretted it, but he saw him smile lightly and shook his head. "Go ahead, I'm listening." Riding a tiger, Tang Ziqi didn't care about brewing, and had to tell him everything about Lu Zheng. First, she was afraid that he would refuse because it was too troublesome. Second, she was afraid that he would be useless after visiting so many names. Yang Shuo was also a celebrity in this field and had published so many influential papers. He must value his reputation very much. If he took on this hot potato and failed to cure the disease, wouldn't it be embarrassing? After a while, Yang Shuo lowered his head and used chopsticks to fiddle with the vegetables on the plate. "If it is something else, I will definitely agree to it." Tang Ziqi's heart sank. But Yang Shuo did not wait for her to speak. He lowered his head and smiled, explaining the reason himself. "I didn't intend to refuse, and I was embarrassed to refuse, but Lu Qing and I had some disagreements in the early years. Lu Zheng is now his attending physician, so it is not easy for me to intervene." Tang Ziqi understood it all at once. Lu Zheng is now staying in the internal medicine ward of Ren AI Hospital, and has been taken care of by Lu Qing, the director of the department. Yang Shuo has just returned to China. Whether he sells medicine, gives lectures, or does something else in the future, he needs to gain a firm foothold first. There are always some things that need to be avoided. Seeing that she was in a low mood, Yang Shuo apologized and said, "I came back not only for the company. I have an agreement with the director of Ren AI Hospital. I will work in their internal medicine department and exchange ideas. By then, I will be in the same department with Lu Qing. If I still want to steal his patients." This man is a man of few words. It is rare for him to patiently explain so much to her. How could Tang Ziqi still make trouble? Feeling lost, she hurriedly said goodbye to him. Yu Beiping was waiting for her at home. Seeing her absent-minded look, he smiled and raised his hand to pour her a cup of hot tea. "Why is this?" Tang Ziqi didn't take it and sat down on the sofa. He asked for a long time before she told him the story. "I don't blame him. How can it be so unlucky?" Yu Beiping smiled when he heard it, and got closer to her. "Do you really believe him?" Tang Ziqi was stunned and looked up at him. "What do you mean?" Yu Beiping didn't give his brother any face at all. He leisurely peeled 2 melon seeds and ate them. "I mean, you were fooled by him." Tang Ziqi didn't understand even more. Seeing her pitiful, Yu Beiping did not have the heart to tease her anymore. Lu Qing and he had a grudge, but it was just as he said. When he was studying in the United States, he came back to Ren AI Hospital for exchange and further study. Lu Qing fell in love with him, but he rejected her directly. After so many years, she still did not give up. Do you understand what I mean? He was not afraid of being grudged. He was afraid that if he got involved in this, Lu Qing would find a reason to cling to him, and then he would be stuck in the mud and could not get out. Tang Ziqi was dumbfounded. He, Yu Beiping, looked at her jokingly, and tapped her open head with his fingers. "Do you understand? Now? Don't think he is silent like a fairy, he has a lot of tricks in his stomach. You were sold by him and counted money for him. Tang Ziqi bit her lip, still a little unconvinced. Thinking of that man's serious and somewhat helpless look, she felt so guilty at the time, afraid of dragging him into trouble. He was so good, did he fool her? Yu Beiping was relieved to see that she finally got the point, and gave her some advice. Don't be polite to deal with people like him. Come closer and I'll teach you a trick. Tang Ziqi leaned over and listened to his words word for word. The later she got to the end, the more shocked she looked. This is not good, right? What's wrong with it? I know my brother best. He looks easy to bully, but he is actually stubborn and arrogant. He is a hypocritical and inhuman guy. You want him to help you, but it's useless to beg him. He doesn't take you seriously at all. You have to poke him in the sore spot and use the most ruthless means, then he will pay attention to you. Tang Ziqi looked at him blankly. Who would say this to their brother? What's wrong? I believe you are brothers now. One looks like a spring breeze and smooth talker to everyone, but in fact he is not sincere to anyone, and it's all social routines. The other looks pure and kind, but he is very cold and self-protective. The more Tang Ziqi thought about it, the angrier he got. Lord Jun said that it was all. He was interrupted by him in the middle of his sentence. What was all? Yu Beiping looked at him coldly, with a bit of mockery in his eyes. He is my brother, your teacher's husband, and has nothing to do with this Yang Shu who has been abroad for more than 10 years. Tang Ziqi was speechless. Yu Beiping said, don't ask him to use the social etiquette in China, he doesn't understand it either. At the end of his speech, his expression was a bit self-deprecating. Tang Ziqi remembered the time when he lost his brother when he was a child, and he was speechless. Yang Shu must have developed such a personality, and he must have felt very guilty. He swallowed all the words in his heart. The two of them were silent for a while. The wind poured in from the window, making the floor-length curtains rustle. Yu Beiping was sitting in the wind, and he felt a shiver. He felt that every nerve in his body became sensitive and delicate. He also became extremely sober. How similar are the personalities of the two brothers? In fact, Yu Beiping doesn't like the interpersonal relationships in these office buildings. He just suppresses himself for work to support this family. He shows his most decent side in everything, but he has a cold heart after decades of wandering. The difference is that he knows his responsibilities and has never thought about living as he pleases. He doesn't want to, but it is difficult for his brother. Yu Beiping knew it from the fact that he would rather take his adoptive mother's surname than change his surname back home. Looking at each other in harmony and not fighting for anything, it is actually difficult for him to have feelings for him and his father. The gap of decades is like a crack that is difficult to repair. Tang Ziqi said hesitantly, then. Do I still want it? Yes. Yu Beiping regained his emotions and looked at her firmly, and you have to do it quickly, let him take the initiative to beg you to take him to see Lord Zheng. Tang Ziqi couldn't say a word. Oh, I forgot what kind of personality this person has. No matter how big the matter is, it is not a big deal for him, he can always deal with it calmly. Even if the trick he used this time is really a bit hurtful. Chapter 32. Yang Shu didn't eat well or sleep well these 2 days. It was because his baby, Li Zhugao, was upset. Li Zhugao was a British Shorthair that he adopted in California a few years ago. They had been dependent on each other for these years, and it could be said that it was his closest companion. In order to raise a cat, he basically left the room in the staff dormitory empty and rented an apartment in a nearby community, commuting every day. Every time he went to class or went out, he would leave the cat at his neighbor's house. The neighbor was a girl in her early 20s who dropped out of school early and opened a cat food store at the entrance of the community. She was usually very leisurely. Yang Shu was handsome and dignified. The first time he went there, The girl was fascinated. After he asked to take care of Li Zugao, she readily agreed and claimed that she would take good care of Li Zugao. Nothing happened these days. Li Zugao was introverted and never ran around. But recently, when he went out, it ran away and didn't come back until late at night. For a week, the little girl was ashamed when she saw him, and she was speechless. I don't know where it ran to. Every time I go to the toilet, it disappears. When I want to put it in a cage, it scratches people. Yang Shuo was even more surprised when he heard this. Li Zugao used to be very well behaved and never scratched people for no reason. At first, he thought it was just for fun, but it has been going on for several days in a row, and he didn't believe it was not a trick. After bidding farewell to the owner, Yang Shuo took advantage of the night to return to the rental house. This is an upscale community, and the one Yang Shuo lives in is located on the south side of the artificial lake in the east. It is surrounded by green trees and is very quiet. The street lights are dim, and the shadows of the trees are outlined under his feet. Yang Shuo walked to the door and was about to take out the key when he heard a meow. A chubby head emerged from the bushes next to him, and a pair of big teardrop-shaped eyes looked at him flatteringly. The little guy has soft and dense fur, which is very cute. Yang Shuo bent down and picked it up, gently stroking the cat's head. It's useless to act cute, there's no room for negotiation this time. Having said that, he didn't do anything to his own pet cat. The next day, he took a special leave, but he sent the cat to the cat food store as usual, and returned after walking a few steps. After half an hour of talking, Li Zugao lay obediently behind the glass window to bask in the sun. The little girl felt sorry for him and had been paying special attention to him these 2 days. She stared at him while cracking melon seeds, and said, "You have such a handsome master, where else are you going? You really don't know how lucky you are. If we could switch, I would wake up with a smile in my dreams." Although Li Zugao is just a cat, it has an IQ comparable to that of a child. It can be seen that this woman is trying to get close to her owner, and she has never been interested in her. Seeing that there is no hope of escape, it also became irritable. It kicked its legs and climbed onto a hanging basket, swinging over the owner's head, and kicked over the watering bottle next to it. Hey, what are you doing?" The shop owner was caught off guard and chased it in a panic. Li Zugao was agile and had already escaped. Yang Shuo, who was hiding behind a tree, was in a complicated mood. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't believe that the usually well-behaved Li Zugao would do such a thing. Someone must have led his cat astray. Following him all the way, Yang Shuo looked up when he saw Li Zugao running 2 blocks and entering a roadside shop. A man and a woman came out with a bunch of things smiling, and moved to chairs to sit in the sun to tease Li Zugao. His disappointing cat was wagging its tail and meowing, which made him feel very complicated. Yu Beiping was on vacation today, and he changed into a white sweatshirt with the zipper slightly open, revealing the light grey sweater inside. He ironed his chin and smiled warmly. His thin hair was a little dazzling in the afternoon sun, and the hard stubble seemed to be glowing. Tang Zixi looked at him, squatted down next to him, and stroked Li Zugao's fur together. She felt a little guilty, and looked around while touching the cat food. What if Teacher Yao finds out? It would be great if she finds out. Why not do these things? Are you so bored? He was quite leisurely, grabbing a handful of cat food and spreading it in front of the greedy cat, and every time it pounced on it, he quickly took it back, causing Li Zugao to cry out. Tang Zixi was speechless. "You have the nerve to bully a cat." Yu Beiping didn't even raise his eyelids. "What is a face? Can it be eaten?" Tang Zixi. "Stop being dazed." Yu Beiping shrugged her shoulders and poured all the cat food into her hands. "Hurry up and feed it." Tang Zixi was a little tired of feeding it cat food these days. On a whim, she asked him excitedly, Can I feed it something else? Yu Beiping found it funny. What do you want to feed it? Her eyes sparkled. How about chocolate and milk? She had never raised a cat, so she casually said something she liked to eat. Of course, she was not so stupid that she took out her mobile phone and Baidu. Yu Beiping didn't wait for her to finish Baidu, and pulled the corner of his mouth sarcastically. If you want to poison it and make Yangshuo fight you, just feed it. Tang Ziqi, also Baidu, found cat feeding taboos, read 2 lines, and lowered his head in dismay. Yu Beiping touched her head and said earnestly, "It seems that I really can't let you raise the child after I give birth." Tang Ziqi hit him and kneaded the chestnut cake, messing up his fluffy and smooth hair. Yangshuo couldn't stand it anymore, walked over with a dark face, and directly grabbed the chestnut cake into his arms. Kidnapping plus someone's pet was caught on the spot. Tang Ziqi stood up awkwardly and wanted to explain a few words, but found that his lips were dry and he couldn't speak at all. No matter how well educated Yangshuo was, his face was ugly at this moment. However, he has always been a rational person. He immediately moved his eyes away from her face and fell on Yu Beiping. What do you mean? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? The 2 brothers have always been very harmonious in front of her, and can even be regarded as polite. This is the first time Tang Ziqi has seen Yangshuo talk to his brother like this. Yu Beiping looked normal. I always see you staying in the house, and even the cat suffers with you. I just can't stand it. When you have time, go out for a walk more often. Look how rare it is. Yu Beiping touched the cat's head. Li Zigao immediately meowed in enjoyment, as if responding. Yangshuo's face became even uglier. Fortunately, he was a person who could control his emotions, so he didn't waste words. Tell me, what do you want? Yu Beiping was also straightforward and told him about Luo Zheng. If you take a look at Luo Zheng, I won't play with your cat anymore. How about that? Tang Ziqi seemed to cover his eyes when he heard it. It's really embarrassing. He actually said such a low and shameless thing so easily. Yangshuo was so angry that he laughed. Aren't you afraid that I will call the police? It came here on its own, so I just greeted it. What law in our country doesn't allow it? Yangshuo was not good at speaking, and he couldn't do anything about it. He nodded resignedly. Okay, do whatever you want. You can keep this ungrateful cat. He threw the cat into Tang Ziqi's arms and turned away. Li Zigao was anxious, and hurriedly meowed meow meow, and kicked off the ground with his legs, chasing after his owner and grabbing his legs. Yangshuo was still soft-hearted, and froze for less than 2 seconds before picking it up again. Yu Beiping said behind him, "Aren't you just afraid that Luo Zheng will pester you again? I'll take care of this matter for you." Yangshuo's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at him, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, Yu Beiping whispered a few words in his ear. Yangshuo frowned at first, then nodded reluctantly, and turned around to go to Renai Hospital with Tang Ziqi to see Luo Zheng. Yangshuo is indeed a man of some ability. He identified and analyzed the substances that they had not analyzed. What did you say to him? Tang Ziqi turned around and asked Yu Beiping. Yu Beiping said, "Reject Luo Zheng for him. He is not good at quarreling, so I did it for him." Tang Ziqi was stunned. Only then did he remember this man's ability to play 2 sides. When he should be kind, he would not get angry no matter what others said, but when he turned hostile, it would happen in a matter of minutes. He never knew what shame was. Yu Beiping said, "By the way, I also asked him for something. It's about you. What does it have to do with me? Aren't you about to graduate? Have you decided where to go?" Tang Ziqi's face immediately fell. "Not yet." Yu Beiping smiled and pinched her nose and kissed her forehead. He is a sharp-minded person with a poisonous mouth, but when he is really good to others, he is wholehearted and there is no second one. A kiss is so delicate and gentle. Tang Ziqi felt a little embarrassed and shrank her head into his arms. His chest was warm and firm, and she liked to put her face on it, which made her feel especially safe. Yu Beiping, as a male chauvinist, naturally liked her well-behaved appearance and was particularly satisfied. I found you an internship and further study job in the pharmacy department of Ren AI Hospital. Tang Ziqi's eyes lit up. Really? This was much more satisfying to her than giving her a gift. She didn't have much time left before graduation, and the prospects of the subject she studied were not good. If she didn't have connections and great skills, it would be basically impossible to get into the hospital. Seeing her smugness, Yu Beiping was a little amused and reminded her, I just got you a place. Study hard after you get in, okay? Don't be rejected halfway through your studies, that would be embarrassing. Tang Ziqi glared at him fiercely. Do you look down on me so much? In fact, she was just lazy, and her professional skills were still full. Even Sun Ping said that she had an excellent memory and a smart mind, and was the leader in this field. 2 of the toxins in Lu Zheng's body were analyzed by her experiments. This thing is the same as forensic identification of substances. The process is very cumbersome. You have to measure the pH and analyze what ions are contained in it first. If it is common, it's okay. If it is uncommon, you have to keep guessing and keep experimenting to identify it. Because it is something that has never been seen before, with the knowledge of Tang Ziqi and Sun Ping, they can only detect 1 or 2. Only then did they ask Yang Shuo for help and brainstorm. Tang Ziqi returned to the rental house, took off his shoes and fell into the sofa. Less than 2 minutes after lying down, the door was opened. Yu Beiping came in and changed his shoes at the entrance. Tang Ziqi glanced at him and continued to act like a big shot with his hands on his arms. Footsteps came from the entrance, and then a pair of feet stopped in front of her. Yu Beiping leaned over, half-squatted and looked at her. Are you still showing off in front of me? Are you so happy? She was obviously very excited, and her calves were shaking. Since you are busy, I won't bother you. No matter how busy I am, I will always have time to accompany you. He grabbed her hand and gently closed it in his palm. A warm current spread up along her fingertips. Tang Ziqi only raised her head slightly, and her eyes fell into his dark smiling eyes, forgetting everything. She felt that she was not doing well, so she withdrew her hand and gave him a cold face. Are you angry? Yu Beiping smiled at her with a playful look in his eyes. Why are you angry? I'm not angry. She was embarrassed. He couldn't help laughing. Tang Ziqi glared at him, but he didn't hide, just let her glare, and sat beside her leisurely. He was so good-tempered, but she felt a little insecure and retracted her gaze. Yu Beiping held her hand, put it on his knees, and pinched it twice. Tang Ziqi winked at him. But he stretched out his hand to turn her face, lowered his head and pecked his mouth. Tang Ziqi blushed even more. He laughed and touched her head. What do you want to eat tonight? I want to eat dumplings. Why do you suddenly want to eat dumplings? I just want to eat them. She looked at him eagerly. Yu Beiping smiled. Okay, I'll go buy some wrappers and come back to wrap them together. Okay. Of course you wrap them, and I'll just eat them. Yu Beiping took the key and went out. In the following time, Tang Ziqi watched TV for a while, and soon he came back with a big bag full of wrappers and stuffings in his hands. Tang Ziqi ran over to take a look and exclaimed, "Buy so much? Wrap some more for you to store in the refrigerator. When I'm not around, you can cook and eat by yourself, don't always order takeout." He took off his coat neatly, put it on the table, and rolled up his sleeves. Tang Ziqi went over to help and rolled it up twice more for him. She was born cute, with her long hair tied into a ball on top of her head. It was a cold day, the room was heated, and she was only wearing a light pink pajamas and a pair of furry cotton slippers on her feet. Yu Beiping stared at her for a while, his eyes darkened. Okay. She raised her head happily, waiting for praise. What's wrong? He lowered his head and pecked her on the lips. There was a refreshing and pleasant smell on this man, which tightly wrapped around her. The handsome face close to her was magnified countless times. Her nostrils were filled with his breath and a faint smell of tobacco. This kiss was not very long, and even a little unsatisfied. He licked his lower lip and asked her seriously, "Did you eat the milk candy secretly?" Tang Zishi was stunned and looked at him in a daze. He was amused by her expression. He scratched her nose with his index finger and pinched it again. "Tell me, how many did you eat secretly? Your mouth is full of sweet and greasy candy taste." Tang Zishi blushed and held out a finger. "One." He smiled and asked her to confirm, "Did you really only eat one?" She nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "One. It doesn't taste like it to me." He slowly leaned down, his handsome face approaching her. "How about I check it again?" Tang Zichi blushed and changed his words. "Two." He held out 2 fingers. "You really only ate 2?" He pinched her chin and motioned her to open her mouth. Tang Zishi had to add another finger. 3, no more." "Really 3? More real than pearls." Yu Beiping pinched her nose, but still kissed her lips. "Lie, this is a punishment." She hummed softly, feeling sweet in her heart. Later, Yu Beiping mixed the stuffing, took the dumpling skin to the restaurant, and wrapped them for her one by one. Tang Zishi watched carefully. His long and beautiful fingers turned flexibly. It didn't look like he was making dumplings, but doing some precise manual work. Tang Zishi didn't know how to do anything. He put his hands on the table, looked forward, and said admiringly, "Commander, you are really amazing." Yu Beiping didn't even raise his head, "Compared with your ex-boyfriend." "Ah, the one with the surname Zhou in the boutique last time." Tang Zishi realized that he was talking about Zhou Hangyan. She looked at him from the side. He lowered his eyebrows and eyes, and gently dipped his fingers in water to glue the dumpling skins together bit by bit. His expression was focused, as if he was asking casually. However, no matter how low her IQ was, she knew that he couldn't be asking casually, and smiled flatteringly. "Of course your skills are better." "You say that in front of him?" "Of course." She vowed, "How can he compare with you?" Zhong Hanying, that idiot, could only order her takeout at most. Yu Beiping then lifted his eyelids and glanced at her, intending to tease her. "I don't believe it. How about this? I'll call him now." Tang Zishi was shocked and rushed over to stop him. "If you have something to say, just talk it over. Why are you calling him? It's late at night, he's already asleep. Besides, do you have his phone number? How about a young man with a rich nightlife who goes to bed so early? He works hard during the day and goes to bed early at night." Yu Beiping snorted, "You know him quite well." Tang Zishi's heart clicked and hurriedly said, "Know what? Don't mention that scumbag." Yu Beiping sneered, "Just a scumbag ex-boyfriend. Nothing else?" Yu Beiping stopped talking and didn't mention it again. Tang Zishi breathed a sigh of relief. This man was really hiding it. He was so peaceful before, and I thought he didn't care at all. It turned out that she had written it down in a little notebook, just waiting for the reckoning later. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, she thought he was angry and felt uneasy. He smiled and lowered his head to continue eating. "It's okay." Tang Zishi breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, he was not that aggressive, but she was just afraid. When he got angry, he didn't speak harshly, but he was intimidating. He could make you speechless with just a few words. "How many do you want to eat?" She was thinking when Yu Beiping suddenly asked her. Tang Zishi came back to her senses and looked at the table. More than 20 of them had been wrapped. Each one was in perfect shape, as if it was produced on an assembly line. She swallowed her saliva. "Give me 15 first. You have a big appetite," he said in a teasing tone. Tang Ziqi held her face and snorted. Seeing that he went to the kitchen, she couldn't help but follow him. "Put a few more on me." Yu Beiping turned on the fire, added water, and waited until the water boiled before adding them one by one. He did not forget to tell her, "Stay away, or you will be splashed by the hot water." "Okay." She retreated behind him obediently. His back was broad and his waist looked very strong. Tang Ziqi could not help but put his little hands around from behind and rubbed his hot face against it. Yu Beiping was slightly shocked. "What's wrong? Can't I hug you if there is nothing wrong?" Her tone was full of dependence and coquetry, like a kitten who had done something bad. Not only did she not admit her mistake, but she also continued to act arrogantly. He smiled and said, "Hold me, I'll hold you when the pot is out of the pot." The dumplings cooked quickly, and soon 2 bowls were full. Tang Ziqi let go of him, took her own bowl and quickly went to the restaurant. Because she was anxious, her fingers were burned and she could only speed up and run to the table. As soon as she put the bowl down, she raised her hand and pinched her 2 earlobes. Yu Beiping came over and lowered his head to help her check. "Are you burned?" "A little bit." He turned her hand over, and the white and tender fingertips were a little red, which was obvious that she was burned. "Look how greedy you are. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." He held her hand, put it under his lips and blew, and then rubbed it for her. "Are you feeling better?" She secretly looked at him, and then became more demanding. "Kiss them again, and it won't hurt." Yu Beiping glanced at her. His eyes were clear and calm, which made her feel weak in her heart. She was about to surrender, but he lowered his head and kissed her fingers. Tang Ziqi clearly saw that the 2 plump lips held her fingertips, and under the light, there were still some wet stains. Looking down, she saw his slightly protruding Adam's apple, and his jaw was a cold and restrained arc. The collar of his shirt was open, revealing a clear clavicle and a strong chest. The night wind poured in from the window, but her palms were sweaty. She could even hear her own heartbeat speeding up. "Does it still hurt?" He looked up at her. Her eyes sparkled, and she said with a smile, "A little." He asked inquiringly, waiting for her next words. With a red face, she bit her lip and said stutteringly, "Kiss them again." Yu Beiping seemed to have seen through her antics, snorted, loosened his hand, and pushed the bowl of dumplings directly in front of her. "Eat first." Tang Ziqi felt a little disappointed, but had to sit down under his gaze. She wanted to reach out for the spoon, but he took the spoon, scooped one and put it to her lips. I can do it myself." "They are so grown up." "Oh, you are embarrassed too." He took her in his arms and held her in his arms, letting her sit on his lap. "Eat." Tang Ziqi was not shy, and lowered his head to hold one, but it was a little hot, so he spit it back. Yu Beiping chuckled, scooped up the dumpling she had bitten, blew it under his lips, and tested the temperature before handing it back to her. "It's not hot anymore, eat it." Tang Ziqi took a bite and held it tightly. It tasted really good. When he was not prepared, she turned around and pressed her greasy lips on his face. "Reward you." Yu Beiping laughed loudly and pinched her thin waist. "What kind of reward is this? Then what do you want?" He laughed, and his smile was ambiguous. Chapter 33. Runai Hospital has been established for 32 years. Although it is not a top hospital, as the largest affiliated hospital of Capital Medical University, it has abundant resources and sufficient teachers. It has been steadily working over the years, and with the support of the country, its development has leapt up like a rocket. In the past 2 years, it has also been a place that everyone in the medical community of the imperial capital wants to get into. Although students of Capital Medical University have always had priority in further studies and internships, the pharmacy department has basically not recruited people in the past 2 years. Strictly speaking, Tang Zishi is considered a backdoor. In order to give a good impression to her superiors, she dressed up carefully. She didn't look outstanding, but looked quite decent, giving people the feeling that she was taken seriously. "Hello, Director." Tang Zishi stood at the door of the office and greeted the elegant woman who came out. She was sweet-looking, and her voice was soft and crisp, which was very comfortable to listen to. Hearing this, Yang Qing stopped and looked at her in surprise. She was a little stunned when she saw her, and her eyes were full of surprise. 2 days ago, someone greeted her in advance, saying that their pharmacy department would send an intern and asked her to help take care of him. Yang Qing has always been smooth, so how could she not agree to a word? Hearing that it was a top student of Capital Medical University, she felt relieved. It would be fine if it was not a relative of the leader's aunts and uncles. If it was not, she would have to worship him like an ancestor. These thoughts flashed through her mind for a moment, and she smiled and asked her concernedly, "Are you Tang Zishi?" Tang Zishi nodded quickly, "Yes, Director." Yang Qing patted her hands affectionately, "Don't be so distant. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Yang." Tang Zishi couldn't respond, so she just responded verbally. Yang Qing was just being polite, and seeing that she didn't respond, she didn't get angry and took her to the department. At this time, most people were in the pharmacy. Several people in white coats were checking the medicines on the shelves with lists, and 2 older people were sitting on the side filling out forms. Yang Qing clapped her hands and attracted everyone's attention. "This is a new intern. We will be a family from now on. Please take care of her." Several people looked at Tang Zishi with strange eyes, and they were not sure about her origins. Yang Qing didn't say much, and waved to a female doctor in her 30s, "Xiao Zhou, let her learn from you in the future. If she doesn't understand something, give her more advice." Zhou Yanxi's face changed, and it didn't look good at that moment. But it soon returned to normal. Because the speed was so fast, no one noticed. "Hello, Teacher Zhou." Tang Zishi greeted respectfully. Zhou Yanxi responded vaguely, with a very cold attitude, turned around and walked out with the folder. Tang Zishi was a little embarrassed to be left out. Yang Qing tried to smooth things over for her. "Xiao Zhou is like this, it's not against you, you will know after a long time, she is a serious and responsible good teacher. You can learn a lot from her. Don't be dissatisfied." Tang Zishi hurriedly said, "I dare not." Next, Yang Qing introduced the basic situation of the department and arranged some simple medicinal materials sorting work for her. The first day was not busy, but quite fulfilling. However, although the colleagues were kind, no one took the initiative to get close to her, as if they were on guard. Tang Zishi knew that they didn't know her background, and they were afraid that she was backdoored, so they didn't dare to offend her, and they looked down on her in their hearts, so they intentionally or unintentionally alienated her. Tang Zishi didn't care. If people were willing to get along with her, she would respond sincerely. If no one was willing, she would just take care of herself. But when she encountered a problem, no one gave her an answer. Tang Zishi flipped through the booklet for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. She decided to ask for advice. She smiled flatteringly and called a young girl next to her. Zhang Shi pushed her glasses, smiled and took the list to look at it, then sighed in embarrassment. "I'm in charge of purchasing, and I'm not very good at this. What if I teach it wrong? Or you can ask Xiao Shen from the accounting department." She pointed in a direction, took out her cell phone and walked out while answering the call. "Hello, yes, I'll be there right away." Her attitude was frivolous, and it was clear that she didn't want to pay attention to her. Tang Zishi looked at the others, who were all working hard, and when they saw the situation here, They all lowered their heads as if nothing had happened. At that moment, she felt isolated and helpless, as if she was excluded. Fortunately, the discomfort only lasted for a while, and she walked out with the booklet. The corridor here was empty, with only the occasional doctor coming in to get medicine, which was completely different from the emergency department and other popular departments. She found a seat at the end of the corridor with the booklet in her pocket, and flipped through it in boredom. Someone bent down and took the booklet from her. Tang Zushi looked up and found that it was Yang Shu. She swallowed the words she wanted to blame. First, she was grateful for the opportunity for him to come in here, and second, she felt guilty for treating his cat like that. He looked even more cold and taciturn in his white coat, standing there with a tall and graceful figure. Even passers-by who had never met him before could not help but look back at him. Tang Zishi secretly looked at him, always feeling that under his seemingly calm appearance, he hid deep dissatisfaction with her. It was reasonable for her to think so. If she asked herself, if she were in his shoes, she would definitely be furious if Yao Shu colluded with Yu Beiping to plot against her. "What are you thinking?" He had withdrawn his thoughts and asked her with his head down. Tang Zishi hesitated whether to tell the truth. If she did, it would seem that she was eager to make a false accusation. If it got out, she would not only confirm the fact of using the back door, but also add another crime of putting pressure on colleagues at every turn. "Tell me if you have any problems. I promised Yu Beiping to take care of you, and I will keep my word. Otherwise, if you are wronged here, he will have to find a way to mess with the chestnut cake." His calm words made Tang Zichi feel ashamed. She covered her mouth and coughed twice, trying to ease the embarrassment. "It's nothing, just that I'm new here, and my colleagues don't accept me very much. Teacher Zhou asked me to check and verify the dosage of the internal medicine department this month according to this booklet. The quantity recorded for these medicines is not quite right, but the account does not seem to be a mistake, but it seems to be intentional." No one paid attention to her when she asked. She added silently in her heart. Yang Shu glanced at her, and it was hard to tell what his expression was. After a long while, he returned the booklet to her and motioned her to follow. "Where are you going?" Yang Shu did not answer her directly, but said, "Who is your teacher? Didn't she teach you how to check the dosage correctly? You haven't been to the department, how can you be right?" "Chief Pharmacist Zhou Yanqi." Tang Zishi whispered, "She doesn't seem to like me very much." Yang Shu turned around and looked at her. The little girl felt a little guilty when she said this, and looked around from time to time, which really seemed like she was telling tales. He couldn't help but laugh. "Just say this to me, don't spread it to others. The teacher is lenient with you because he cares about you, and strict with you because he hopes you can become a talent. Do you understand?" Tang Zushi nodded like pounding garlic. After giving instructions, Yang Shu pushed the door open and brought her into his office, asking her to sit down opposite his desk. He turned around and poured her a drink. "What do you want to drink?" "What?" She stretched her neck to look around. "Water, coffee, and black tea, but only Zhongshan Xiaozhong." He turned around and smiled at her. "Not as particular as your husband." Mentioning Yu Beiping reminded her of chestnut cakes. Tang Zichi was embarrassed again, and smiled awkwardly. "I'll just drink water." Yang Shu was not polite, and directly poured her a glass of water. Sitting down opposite her, he got straight to the point and said, "Be careful of Zhou Yanqi in the future." Tang Zishi couldn't react. "What do you mean?" Yang Shu did not hide his secrets. On the first day of work, it stands to reason that she should first ask about your academic situation, what your major is, what you are good at, and then assign you a job. Did she ask? Tang Zishi shook her head and recalled, "She said hello to me and left. She came back once in the middle and directly threw this booklet to me and asked me to check it. Later, I didn't see her for the whole afternoon." Yang Shu said, She didn't even ask about your situation, and directly gave you such a tedious and offensive job that didn't improve your professional ability. What do you think she meant? Tang Zixi had just entered the workplace and was stunned when she heard this. However, she was just inexperienced, not stupid. She understood what he said, and it was like a revelation. After a while, Tang Zixi licked his lips with difficulty, then, "What should I do?" Yang Shuo smiled and returned the booklet to her. "Don't do anything for now. Even an experienced person would need 3 days to complete this job. Don't worry about it for now. Just do it perfunctorily these few days and wait for 3 days." Tang Zixi was dumbfounded. "I didn't complete the first task. How will others see me?" Yang Shuo said, "She is obviously trying to give you a warning. What you need to do now is to find out where you offended her, instead of blindly doing this thankless task." Tang Zixi thought about it and felt that he made some sense, but he was still uneasy. What if she holds me responsible for my fault 3 days later? "Don't worry about it. I'll find a way." Tang Zixi looked at him suspiciously. "You are an internal medicine doctor, although you are a great expert in the United States who is praised by everyone in the hospital. Can you still interfere in other departments?" Seeing her doubting her ability, Yang Shuo had no choice but to explain, "If you don't believe me, go back and continue to check the dosage. I'll see if you can finish it within 3 days, even though you are exhausted." Tang Zixi immediately lost interest. Chapter 34. According to Yang Shuo, Tang Zixi did nothing in the past 2 days, and Zhou Yanxi didn't even ask. As time went by, she felt more and more uneasy. Finally, on the 3rd day, Zhou Yanxi called her over and threw the booklet in front of her with a bang. "What have you done? I asked you to check the dosage, and what is this you gave me? Look for yourself." Tang Zixi picked it up and pretended to flip through it. But he thought, "I don't understand, why do you ask me to look at it?" Her nonchalant expression pissed Zhou Yanxi off half to death, and she raised her voice unconsciously. "Do you know how many people would beg for your current position? Is that how you treat your work?" At the end, she sneered unconsciously, and her voice became lower, but the irony was stronger. "There are only so many opportunities. What you waste may be what others can't get even after working hard for half a year." She slapped the booklet back to Tang Zixi. "Go back and think about it more." Zhou Yanxi turned and left, and the others put down their work to look here. Yang Qing just came in and felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. She laughed at the door. "What's wrong?" Zhou Yanxi pulled the corner of her mouth in a nonsensical way, glanced at Tang Zixi, and said to Yang Qing, "Why don't you change her teacher? I can't teach her like this." Yang Qing was startled and looked at Tang Zixi. Tang Zixi held the booklet and lowered his head. Yang Qing went over to ask her with a kind attitude. Tang Zixi paused, briefly explained the matter, and handed the booklet to Yang Qing again. Yang Qing only flipped through the book twice before putting it down, looking at Zhou Yanxi with a complicated expression. Zhou Yanxi had something to hide, and subconsciously avoided her gaze. There was a moment of silence, and Yang Qing closed the book as if nothing had happened. "I thought it was a big deal. Newcomers are bound to be inconsiderate in some places, just teach them more. If you know everything, why do you need to study? Such a small thing, is it worth getting so angry?" Zhou Yanxi snorted, said hello and went out. Yang Qing turned around and called everyone, don't look, do what you need to do." The room returned to its bustling state. Yang Qing went over, encouraged Tang Zixi a few words, turned back to find Zhou Yanxi's office, and without knocking, turned the door and walked in. She slapped the booklet on Zhou Yanxi's desk, put her hands behind her back and said, "What do you mean?" Zhou Yanxi glanced at her with her eyebrows lowered. "What do you mean?" Yang Qing sneered, "Don't try to play tricks on me. Don't I know who you are? A new intern, who studies chemical engineering and pharmaceuticals. You let her do statistics work. And you assigned her to so many departments. If you say you are not deliberately making things difficult, who are you trying to fool? Not everyone likes to speak openly. Zhou Yanqi is a person who has to make a high-sounding statement even if she has done something dishonorable. Yang Qun pointed it out directly, which was equivalent to slapping her in the face. Zhou Yanqi's face was so ugly. The two of them stood and sat, looked at each other, and each of them sneered. The disdain in Yang Qin's eyes was deeper and more reasonable. Are you blaming her for taking your niece's place for further studies? Zhou Yanqi turned her face away and did not answer. Yang Qin's sneer deepened. Okay, don't deny it. Yang Qin. Zhou Yanqi shouted coldly, don't go too far. I went too far? You're afraid of what others say after you did it. You didn't go too far with that girl. Zhou Yanqi nodded heavily. So, you want to support her? Yang Qin laughed and shook her head. Zhou Yanqi was stunned and frowned. What do you mean? Yang Qin said, I haven't figured out her background yet. Zhou Yanqi sneered, I thought you had a change of heart and were kind-hearted. Yang Qin didn't care, and said with a smile, I also advise you not to go too far. If he is really a relative of a leader, you will be in trouble. The person was introduced to me by Yang Shu. He is now a great expert in their medicine. The dean has to stick to him, so she has to give him face. I just don't know whether someone asked him to help make a connection or if there is really a real relationship. But after her observation over the past 2 days, the former is more likely. If she was really a young lady, she would have complained to Zhou Yanqi long ago after being tortured like this. Yang Qin has always been a person who changes her attitude according to the situation. She does not care about things that do not concern her. After thinking about it, she decided to wait and see. Let's have dinner together in the evening. Zhou Yanqi nodded in agreement as it was getting late. The two went down to the parking lot. Before they could say a few words, they saw 2 people walking not far away. They were both stunned. Yu Beiping has been very busy recently and has no time to pick her up. 2 days ago, her car was flooded again and she was sent to the 4S shop for repairs. After packing up her things, the department was empty. Seeing that it was getting dark, Tang Zishi quickened her pace and walked through the corridor. When she turned the corner, someone came out and patted her shoulder from behind. Tang Zishi was so scared that she picked up her handbag and was about to throw it back. It's me. Yang Shu looked helpless and pushed away the bag that was stretched out in front of him. Yu Beiping sent me a text message and asked me to take you back. Tang Zishi patted his chest and panted, with lingering fear, please, next time, don't squeak before you do something. You're so scary. Yang Shu laughed. When he reached the parking lot, he took out his car keys and rang the ignition, but the person next to him stood still. Yang Shu turned around and found that she was staring straight at the southeast corner, so he followed her gaze and looked over there. The 4 people looked at each other, and the atmosphere was indescribably awkward. Later, Yang Qin smiled and tried to smooth things over. Director Yang, what a coincidence. Isn't there nothing to do in the internal medicine department recently? Why are you staying so late? A patient had a problem, and I stayed to deal with it. The conversation was just to avoid the awkward topic. Everyone was in a hurry to get away at this moment, so Yang Qin nodded and said, Xiaozhou and I have to go to dinner, and we have already reserved a table. Then we'll leave first. See you later. Yang Shu nodded and watched them leave. Zhou Yanqi was still standing there. Yang Qin secretly pulled her and took her into the car, who was about to say something but hesitated. Let's go. Yang Shu turned around and called Tang Ziqi. The 2 cars left the parking lot one after the other, and everyone kept a safe distance tacitly. When they left the guard post and entered the fork road on the left and right, Yang Qin breathed a sigh of relief, but she was also a little scared. Fortunately, I didn't show her a bad look. It turns out that she is really Director Yang's relative. Not necessarily. Zhou Yanxi touched a piece of chewing gum, put it in her mouth and chewed it hard twice. Yang Qin heard the hidden meaning in her words and looked at her sideways. Zhou Yanxi raised her head and met her eyes, and said lazily, "Why are you looking at me? Didn't you guess it?" They were both silent for a while. Relatives? Lovers are also relatives. They each had their own thoughts and didn't say anything else on the way. Compared with the two people with complicated emotions, Yang Shu was calm. Tang Ziqi had been in the car for more than 10 minutes. He looked back frequently on the way and looked at him 2 or 3 times. Finally, he couldn't help but said, "Why are you so calm?" "What else?" Tang Ziqi tried to point out the key points to him. "When they see us going home together, they will definitely think of something. If it spreads to the courtyard, it will have a bad impact." "Well, it will have a bad impact on you." Yang Shu smiled rarely. "You care about me?" Tang Ziqi didn't answer. She couldn't say it, but in fact she felt a little sympathetic to him. This man was strong, so she naturally couldn't express this idea. Yang Shu seemed to be able to see through her thoughts and said self-deprecatingly, "Because of you vaping." Yang Shu said, "You should worry about yourself." The relationship that had finally eased that day was so cold. On Sunday, Yu Beiping came back, and the two happened to be playing chess in the yard. Yang Shu killed Tang Ziqi without a single piece of armor left. After several games, he had no expression on his face, as if he was holding a grudge. Seeing that there was only a lonely Shi, 2 Xiang and a Pao left on our side, Tang Ziqi's hand holding the chess piece was reluctant to move, and his eyes were pleading. Yu Beiping rarely saw her show weakness. Her long eyelashes were as dense and beautiful as feather fans, her eyebrows and eyes were dark, and she was very charming. Her gorgeous appearance made the flowers and plants in the yard pale in comparison. He was a little dazzled. He wanted to go over to rescue her, but suddenly stopped. "I surrender." Tang Ziqi put down the chess piece. Yang Shu ignored her pitiful appearance. "Playing chess is like fighting a war. It's only been a few games and you're already surrendering. If this happened before liberation, people like you would be out-and-out traitors." Tang Ziqi exploded and threw the chess piece away. "Who do you say is a traitor?" Yu Beiping went over to pick up the chess piece, weighed it in his hand, and laughed. "What are you talking about so enthusiastically that you even threw away the chess piece?" When Tang Ziqi saw him, her high temper immediately extinguished, and she went over to hug him obediently. "We didn't talk about anything." Yu Beiping wanted to tease her and rubbed her nose with the chess piece, "But I see that you two seem to be arguing." "No. What is there for me to argue with him?" Tang Ziqi stretched out 4 fingers and swore to the sky. "Why would I bully him? He is in such poor health and is always depressed. What is there to bully? He doesn't have any sense of accomplishment at all." Yu Beiping picked her up and weighed her in his hand. "Well, you've gained weight. It seems that you are quite comfortable when I'm not around." Tang Ziqi was so angry that he hit him. Yu Beiping put her down and took the white chess piece place for her. Tang Ziqi leaned on his shoulder with eager eyes. "If you play against him, you must help me get back my advantage." Yu Beiping quickly turned his head and touched her lips with his, "Beg me." The cool breeze was mixed with his hot breath. Tang Ziqi's eyes did not blink, and she was about to get lost in his smiling black eyes, until Yang Shu urged from the opposite side, "Are you coming?" The two smiled and looked away. "Come," the couple said in unison. Yu Beiping's chess skills were certainly not comparable to those of Tang Ziqi, who was a half-baked player. He reversed the situation in the first game. Tang Ziqi clapped his hands beside him, as if afraid that others could not hear him. Kill him without a single piece of armor left. Yu Beiping pinched her nose lovingly and sighed, he is my brother, why are you so anxious to hurt me? I don't care. You have to avenge me. He turned his face and scratched his cheek with his index finger, then give me some interest first. Tang Zushi bit his lips and smeared his saliva on his face. Yu Beiping clicked his tongue, wiped his face with a handkerchief, and said seriously, when did a puppy come to the house? Tang Zushi rushed over to strangle his neck, but his movements were not as fast as his, and he was knocked over and pressed on his knees. Yu Beiping slapped her butt mercilessly, are you climbing up the roof and tearing off the tiles? I will let you go if you apologize. She fluttered her legs, Yu Beiping? You bastard. His hearty laughter was heard above her head. Yang Shuo couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. Chapter 35. Auntie went home. Yu Beiping prepared dinner. The three of them sat around the round table. The large place seemed a little empty. Yu Beiping picked up some food for Tang Zushi and asked her, how is your work going? Tang Zushi lowered her head and ate her food, vaguely saying, not bad. Yu Beiping bit a piece of green vegetable, chewed it silently and swallowed it, it's just not good enough. Tang Zushi paused and looked back at him with a sad face, Chief. Please don't be so smart, how can we ordinary people live? Yu Beiping was amused by her words, keep talking nonsense. Tang Zushi made a face at him. He reached out to grab her face, but she dodged and hid under the table. You used this trick on your teacher before, and now you're using it on me. He bent his index finger and tapped the table. Hurry up, come out on your own, I don't want to use violence. Promise you won't hit me. Why should I hit you? Really not hitting me? Yu Beiping promised, no. Tang Zushi crawled out from under the table tremblingly, with both hands on the edge of the table, and a pair of big eyes sizing him up. Yu Beiping thought her expression was particularly cute. Are you really afraid that I will hit you? She nodded stupidly. Yu Beiping didn't know what to say to her, so he could only serve her food and shut up her little mouth, eat more. Tang Zushi's mouth was full of food, but she still stuffed it in with a grunt. After eating too much, Yu Beiping was worried that she would be full, so he stopped her and said, eat less. Tang Zushi swallowed it with great difficulty, and complained to him with wide eyes, you told me to eat more just now, but now you tell me to eat less. Which side are you on? Compromise. Eat more when you have less to eat, and restrain yourself when you have too much to eat. He took back all the food in her bowl. Yu Beiping. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye, and she was dumb again. She didn't dare to challenge him, so she lowered her head and ate her food obediently. Yu Beiping's eyes softened, and he picked up more food for her. Eat, I'll take you out to play and watch the Lantern Festival later. Today is the Lantern Festival, remember? Tang Zushi raised her head and looked at him with a confused face. Yu Beiping smiled, don't you want to go out for a walk? She nodded belatedly, I want to go. Her eyes were sparkling. Tang Zushi was exhausted from working and dealing with her boss, who made things difficult for her these days. If you want to go, eat quickly. He gave her 2 more chopsticks. Before leaving, Yu Beiping called out to Yang Shuo, will you go together? Yang Shuo waved his hand, you guys go, I don't want to be a light bulb. Tang Zushi pulled Yu Beiping's hand and rushed out quickly without greeting him at all. The door slammed shut, and the response still echoed in the corridor. Accompanying this was the laughter and joking of the 2 people in the corridor, which gradually faded away in the darkness like a dream. Yang Shuo vaguely remembered that before he was 8 years old, he and Yu Beiping had such inseparable days. At that time, his surname was still Yu, and he followed his brother everywhere like a tail bug. When others saw them, they would smile and bend down to ask, hey, who is the older brother and who is the younger brother? Because he was born 1 minute later, he had to be inferior all his life. But he had no resentment at that time. In his memory, there was only the blue sky above Beijing and the bright sunshine, which shone into his youth that he could never go back to. There were a lot of people on the road, the streets were decorated with lights, and the parks in the compound were all lit up with lights. Tang Ziqi pulled Yu Beiping out of the side door and jumped happily on the bluestone floor. "You are so old, but you are like a little kid." Yu Beiping rubbed her head. The night wind was strong, so he took the scarf and tied it carefully for her. Yu Beiping was a particular person, and she washed and changed her scarf frequently. The navy blue plaid had a faint fragrance on it. Tang Ziqi picked it up, pressed it against his face and took a deep breath. It smelled so good. Her face was narrowed, which made Yu Beiping laugh and cry, and he quickly patted her head. "Why did you hit me? Let's go." He took her hand again. Tang Ziqi bought a lot of things on the way. He originally came to see the Lantern Festival, but ended up buying food with her. Yu Beiping had no choice but to indulge her. He had 3 food boxes in his left hand and 3 plastic bags in his right hand, and followed behind, "Slow down, don't fall. You should hurry up." She turned around, walked backwards to laugh at him, and held a string of fish balls in her hand, taking one at a time, smiling brightly at him. "Don't walk like this, what if you bump into someone else?" Tang Ziqi swung the scarf in her hand and refused to listen to him. There were so many people around, and Yu Beiping was really afraid that something would happen to her. He saw a trash can on the side of the road and walked over, pretending to throw away all the food she bought. Tang Ziqi was shocked and ran over to stop him. "Good brother, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again, don't throw my snacks." "Do you really know you are wrong?" He pinched her face. Tang Ziqi opened her mouth to bite him. Yu Beiping hit her head with his backhand, causing her to groan. "You bully me. Okay, stop making trouble, let's go." Yu Beiping put his arm around her shoulders and walked forward. Tang Ziqi stopped arguing, turned his grief and anger into appetite, and took 3 bites of the meatballs in his hand in a row. "In the future, eat less of this kind of junk food," Yu Beiping warned. "How can it be junk food? It's a roadside stall without a license, how can it not be junk food? Fried, smoked, pickled, instant noodles. These are your favorite foods, they are all junk food." She was not convinced. "You are healthy, you are safe, you old antique." Yu Beiping didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only let her go. After walking for most of the night, Tang Ziqi suddenly frowned and refused to move forward. "What's wrong?" Yu Beiping turned back. Tang Ziqi pursed his lips and looked at him. His brows were furrowed so deeply that he was frightened. He couldn't help but feel anxious. "What's wrong?" Seeing that she was stiff and didn't understand, and she was a little dull, as if she was sick, Yu Beiping didn't dare to neglect it and put his palm on her forehead. It was cold at night, and the touch was not very direct. He touched her with his lips again. "You don't have a fever. My stomach feels a little uncomfortable. It seems that I have food poisoning." After a while of dullness, she said hesitantly, "Food poisoning?" Yu Beiping frowned even more deeply than she did, and looked her up and down. At this moment, she vomited with a vomit sound. Yu Beiping hurriedly patted her on the back. "How can you have food poisoning? You are just bloated because you ate too much." He pulled her to the side of the road to make way for others. The people passing by cast strange glances at this outstanding-looking couple, and Tang Ziqi was so embarrassed that he covered his eyes. "Let's go back, 6th brother. You also know how to be embarrassed." Yu Beiping leaned his head and looked at her. His posture was leisurely, and his eyes seemed to be watching a good show. Tang Ziqi was not happy to begin with, and he felt uncomfortable when he looked at her. After a while, he took out a handkerchief to wipe her face and wiped off the dirt from the corners of her mouth. Don't eat so much, your little bird stomach cannot hold so much food. Greedy snake, swallowing elephant, choking and bloating, are you kidding? She hung her head and said nothing, obviously still unhappy. Yu Beiping put away the handkerchief and gently patted her face. Are you feeling better? Do you want to go to the hospital? Only then did she react. Who wants to go to the hospital? I don't want to save face. The nearest hospital is Rin AI Hospital where she is doing internship, okay? If she goes to the hospital for such a thing, will she still be able to work in the future? Yu Beiping said casually, okay, I won't go. Then I'll go to the drugstore to buy you some digestion tablets. Tang Zushi touched her stomach and nodded, then come back early. He raised his hand and pointed to the opposite corner. Do you see the green light box of that person? That's it. I'll be back soon. Stay here and don't move. He was about to leave, but turned back and warned, don't eat any more. Tang Ziji's face flushed and glared at him viciously. Yu Beiping smiled and left. The snack bar next to it was crowded, but the drugstore was quite deserted. Yu Beiping made a quick decision and asked the counter lady for stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets as soon as he entered the door. Okay, please wait a moment. Without further ado, she turned around and brought it to him. Yu Beiping flipped it over and found that the packaging was different from before. He looked up and asked, new product? No, it's the same as before, just with a new packaging. Okay, thank you. When paying the bill, someone patted his shoulder from behind. What a coincidence. Yu Beiping turned around and saw a woman in her 30s, with a beautiful face and a long face. She was wearing a sleeveless dress with a deep V-neck of peacock feathers and was smiling at him. Yu Beiping didn't have this kind of person in his memory and couldn't remember where he had seen her. But she nodded slightly without any expression on her face. What a coincidence. Are you here to buy medicine too? Luo Xing leaned sideways on the counter and tapped the transparent counter with her fingers. No, she said bluntly. Yu Beiping was slightly stunned and didn't understand what she was up to. But at this moment, he remembered this person, the director of the Ren AI hospital that Yang Shu was afraid to avoid. The two had only dealt with each other once before, and he had rejected Yang Shu's request. He was a smooth person who was used to judging the situation. He only spoke 30% clearly. He acted like his brother at least 70% of the time. Luo Qing couldn't recognize him at all. He still thought he was Yang Shu. Yu Beiping didn't want to say it out loud. He thought about it briefly and said with a smile, Miss Luo, I have something else to do. See you later. Luo Qing didn't force him to stay. She just lowered her eyes with regret. I came to this drugstore specially because I saw you. Who knew you would leave so soon? After she said that, Yu Beiping couldn't just leave like that, as it would seem so rude. Miss Luo, is there something you want to talk to me about? When Luo Qing saw him turn around, she stood up proudly and smiled charmingly. It's the Lantern Festival. Why don't you spend it with your family? Oh, I forgot, you grew up in the United States, you shouldn't be close to your family. After saying that, she looked at him with an interested look. Yu Beiping felt annoyed and couldn't help but sneer secretly. Is she so frivolous and wanton in front of Yang Shu? He deliberately pointed out Yang Shu's life experience and was extremely sarcastic, just to attract the attention of his silly brother. Yang Shu had a cold temper and always had an indifferent attitude, but that didn't mean he liked being ridiculed. Yu Beiping couldn't stand others being smart and humiliating him. Who said I'm here alone? I'm here with my wife. He smiled, turned around and walked outside, perfunctorily saying hello, Miss Luo, take your time. Luo Qing's face grew colder and colder. She gritted her teeth, but still didn't believe it, and followed him out step by step.